Hello, hello. Welcome for joining everyone. Am here. Have arrived. I am Arrival. Hello, hello. Welcome. Ryu, thank you for the lurk. It's fine. I told you. You don't sweat it. I'm glad that you're able to stop by, and even when you can't, I'm glad that you do when you do. Hi, Menable. How's it going? How's your day? I keep I like as soon as I hit unmute, right? As soon as I hit unmute and was ready to start the stream.
ちゃん、すごーい。
Hey! Ooh, I got an emote thanks to Kitty Biscuit subscription. 4 months. Oh my god. Pug. 4 months together. Wow. Thank. It's not even it doesn't even say thanks. The button just says thank. Ooh, that's cute. What is that? What is that? What is that? I see a bow. Is that toilet paper? That's funny. That's really fucking funny. Kinda depressing. But really, that's a fucking funny emote. This is the second time I've been gifted free toilet paper. I fucking right? 2020 unroll. That's a good one. Cause if any, finally, I've been given toilet paper. Thank you for this bountiful gift of toilet paper for all the shit you give me. I can finally wipe all that fucking shit you give me. Hey, fucking now drink. Cheers, bro. I'll drink to that. I forgot to make tea today, but that's fine, because that tea normally makes me have to pee a lot sooner than usual. Speaking of pee, y'all want to hear how hard I can pee? Oh god. Okay, I was worried this was going to overflow. I don't even know if my mic picked it up. I'm just pouring water into a big bottle. I'm moving the liquids from the small bottle into the big... Where the fucking hell is my... Where's the letter? Where do I keep that? Here it is. But, excuse me. Oh my god. It's fucking two. I just realized you're 2 months away from a shiny new one. You're okay. It hasn't been that great day, but aw. I hope we can make it better just by hanging out today. Let me know how the audio also, huh? Why is Elgato on when it comes to... Why do I have the Elgato hooked up to my Visual Novel Club? Also, what's the letter doing right up there? What the hell? What are you doing there? Hey! Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Doing some cool ass shit, that's what you doing. Okay, can I bigify this without don't stop sticking. I like the border. Hey, okay. Let me. Yeah, hey, I like that. I like that look. It's big, big, bigger, bigger, bigger. I fucking love that video. All right, let us. What happened last time we played? So last time we played, we continued our adventures as Rebecca Gales. Oh god, I haven't fucking done her accent in like a week. I haven't practiced her accent. Hey, thanks for the 30 bits! Thank you for the 30 gays. I grow ever more powerful with each pride flag I'm given. Thank you for the energy, gays. I appreciate it. But, I haven't practiced Rebecca's accent in a hot minute since we last played. Oh, with fucking Marianne's, I'd fucking walk around my normal life talking that fucking, with that accent. I thought it was fun. Rebecca, not so much. But yeah, last time we played, we spent a lot of time with Luke, surprisingly. And he showed us that he has character, apparently. And he recognizes that he has flaws, very big flaws. He probably doesn't like himself as much as we don't like him, and that's really saying something. Maybe after some introspection, it'll be easier. Well, yeah, okay, we had just gotten home. We were just having dinner with Luke and his goddaughter. And that's when we had realized, maybe we've been that's when Rebecca realized maybe she's been trying too hard for Ashton's attention and affection, and after 17 years that maybe, who knows, maybe she should try and direct these feelings elsewhere, or she's starting to have doubts about if her and Ashton are going to be a thing. Maybe after some introspection it'll be easier. For tomorrow I have that woman and the mention to worry about. Hey, Friday, happy weekend-ish. The night wears on without further incident, despite the great number of thoughts swimming inside my head. Come morning, there's only a hush, a strange sort of stillness unlike the ones greeting me every morn. This one's uneasy, tight with anticipation, like a string stretched thin, merely waiting for the proper time to snap. Oh, that's fucking right! We had spent so much time with Luke, I forgot that she believes in the ghost now, and that she knows Marianne's, like, been encountering the ghost. I think this color's fucking with my lights. Hey Google, set lights to pastel blue. Hey, there we go. Alright, that's a lot. Yeah, okay. Also, let me brush my bangs out of the way. Fucking get my 5 head all up in there. But yeah, Marianne called her and asked her about rumors of the ghost. And Rebecca is all like, okay, maybe I believe in this, because shit's been happening to me and I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't want that. Don't want that. No, 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 no. Granted, it doesn't make my day any less pleasant, but the edge is there. What? What? Hey! Where'd the game go? Okay, there we go. As expected, the second I step out of my flat, it comes apart, broken by the voices of 2 squabbling adults from a floor below. The quiet was nice while it lasted. Shame.
What the hell were you thinking?
Oh?
I wasn't.
Oh?
Ow! Could you let go?
Not a few seconds later, they both ascend the stairs, with Ashton pulling Isabella by her wrist. She struggles, as she should, but his hold on her remains firm. Freeing herself means having to draw blood as she attempts to pry his hand off her with her other one, or using unnecessary force to push herself away. Oh? Neither of which is better than the other. One could potentially end in an accident, while the other means having to hurt him physically. She has a good sense to realize that, at least. However, it doesn't take the desperate edge in her voice when she answers Ashton's temper with her own. So on they go, none the wiser to my presence.
Do you have any idea how much trouble you could get in?
That's why I'm asking you for help.
Is this what you've been doing these past 3 days? Because this doesn't make your case convincing, Isabella.
Oh, Bella breaking laws?
Rose died, Ash.
I know. Every single person in Luxford knows. It's on the damn news. But that doesn't mean...
People are missing. Some of those are my friends. And BRC's just covering it all up.
You can't just barge into my office and expect me to do anything about it, right off the bat. This isn't a children's game, Isabella. We have procedures. We have to follow protocol. There's red tape all over this case for a reason. We sure as hell don't investigate things just because some stupid letter spooked us.
Ash, you have to believe me this time. If we don't do anything right now, more people will.
It's been a whole week. This stupid letter prank is getting old real fast. I'm sick of it.
You're getting old real fast. If I can keep that attitude up, you're gonna be wrinkly as hell, buddy.
It was funny the first time, not so much now.
You didn't even find it funny.
You're the only one that can help me with this, Ash. Even Rebecca won't.
That's not true. We changed our minds. Ghosts are real now.
All right, you two are awfully loud. What's going on here?
What's going on here? Bethis! Both of their heads snap up, almost in unison. A displeased frown is on each of their faces, but this is a necessary interruption. What can they do? People still in their units have already taken interest on the commotion, with some taking a peek behind their curtains, while others are bold enough to creak open their doors, if only slightly. If they don't keep it down, pretty soon our landlady will show up. Getting a reprimand from her is the last thing I want to happen. First thing on a Friday morning, even if this is hardly my fault.
Well, if you want to continue this, you two better do it elsewhere. You're disturbing other people.
Don't worry, we're done here.
No, we aren't. Becca, I looked it up. I called them. I visited some of them, and
I remember that. She was sitting outside her apartment, just papers all over the place.
Which you shouldn't have done in the first place. Isabella, you're going to create more problems for us with what you're doing. A team has already been assigned to it. Leave it to us.
your precious team is looking at it the wrong way.
Yes,
Becca,
stupid idiots.
it's not just Rose. There are others.
The last bit strikes a chord, prods strongly at a memory. At that vicious smile already etched deeply inside my mind. The image appears clear enough that, at a mere mention of it, I stumble on my own question.
What do you mean?
The letter, Rebecca! It's not...
She did it!
It's
She said the
nothing.
game! It's over! We can hang it up! Alright, see you guys! See you next time! Bye! That was fun! I'm not even gonna do the bit, I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy to switch it all.
If there's really something going on because of that dumb letter, none of us would be standing here. We've all read it, haven't we? But Rebecca's alive, Zach's alive, I'm alive. So for the last time, this isn't a curse. There's a murderer on the loose, and your coworkers happen to be the victims. Give it a rest, Isabella. It's too early for this shit.
Don't you think that's too much for a coincidence?
Not so much. Most serial killers follow a pattern. I'll tell you about it some other time. And anyway, coincidence or not, the point is, civilians like you aren't supposed to get involved. You're putting yourself in danger.
But she already did that when she opened the letter.
I wasn't chasing after...
Will the both of you slow down and stop arguing for a minute?
I know, for the playable character, she hasn't been able to get a few words in.
What's this about your coworkers, Val?
Becca, please don't tell me now you believe this shit.
Believe it, bitch, we live in it! Sure, in a heartbeat, I'll agree with Ashton. That's how it has always been. Besides, having a very good point. Really, they're the very same ones he'll make every time I ask too many questions. But the fact of the matter is, what he wants to hear from me right now is far from what I've been seeing, sensing these past few days. It doesn't matter what Isabella or I believe on our own. Something odd has been happening around me, and that letter she picked up is at the heart of this. Yeah, what do you mean I might have seen her? Bitch, we saw her! Okay, that was a choice. This was not a choice, so we'll save over that. Ashton in particular won't be happy to hear it. Hey, plus with Isabella though. Up with Isabella, down with Ashton. It's what happens. He'll be a believer soon enough, just like the Shrek song. Imagining the look on his face doesn't take too much effort. His entire posture shifts the moment my reluctance shows. Shoulders tensing, brows furrowing, eyes gaining a sharp edge. He's already bracing himself for the disappointment. And it will be a disappointment. Not in a million years did I ever believe I'll be saying this either.
I might have seen her.
Emphasis on her, her. We're seeing the same lady.
The woman Belle's been telling us about. The one she said she saw in the attic.
Both of them stare at me like I've grown an extra head, and for a few moments, Ashton looks as if he's about to have a fit. A pause treads as it heals after, a silence thick enough one can almost hear a pin drop.
You're kidding, right?
Do I look like I'm joking?
Really, Becca? Not funny.
Ash, I'm not lying. Why would I lie about this? It's been this way since the film fest. The past few days have been really odd since we read that letter.
Or maybe you're all just feeling under the weather.
Yes, all of us, every single one of us.
I'm not sick. Don't you think I'd know that by now?
Becca, you're starting to sound like Scaredy Cat. Give me a break.
Why don't you?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, you two.
Isabella's voice cuts sharply through the conversation, abruptly putting an end to the brewing argument.
It's all my fault.
We should tell them that Marianne called us.
This is all my fault.
And, like, asked us about stuff.
I was only hoping I could fix this before any of you. I'm sorry for dragging you all into this.
She breathes in, deep, steadying, and in that moment, something falls behind her eyes as she looks away.
I'll fix this. I promise.
A quiet resolve. The same one I saw in her that night from 3 days ago. But this time it burns brighter. Even Ashton wavers at the sight when she looks him straight in the eyes, gaze unflinching. Gradually his grip on her wrist loosens.
Nell, there's nothing to fix. The problem is...
Just this once, Ash.
Her voice, though small and lacking any force, stops him. Along with it, every sound, every noise dies around us. A hush descending as if the world is waiting for her words.
You don't have to come with me. But if I don't do anything, I am going to regret it.
She lays a hand on top of his. Gentle, pleading, almost intimate. If one does not consider the circumstances we found ourselves in.
Please.
Ashton will never tell a soul, will never admit it, even to himself, but it is in that short second that his own resolve breaks. The moment the hard edge in his eyes softens, he relinquishes his hold on her, letting his hand fall limply to his side. Wordlessly, Isabella pecks back up and runs off, leaving only a muttered thanks and a small, lackluster smile. Only after the last of her footsteps fade away does Ashton move. Breaking the silence with one of his sharp exhales before reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose, in a gesture of frustration and surrender.
Did you really have to tell her that?
What do you want to hear from me then? That everything's fine?
Yeah, okay, fine. Give her just half a second of silent sweet and then fucking turn around and bitch at us.
No, I want all of you to stop putting these ideas in her head. None of it is helping. Never mind. Don't worry about her. I'll bring her back here.
He's already poised to leave when my own instincts take over. I reach for him, gripping his elbow with the same unyielding grip, the action prompted by voices whispering at the back of my mind. He's already made it clear he's not going to believe me, but he deserves a word of caution. Who knows where all this will take us? How all of this will end? He shouldn't be caught off guard, beliefs notwithstanding.
Ash, I know you don't believe in those things she's saying. And you know me. I'm less inclined to believe in those things as you do. But I've seen something. There's something strange going on here. You don't have to buy it. If you don't want to listen to me, fine. But please, try to hear her out. It's bad enough that Isabella goes off like this without telling anyone. I'm just worried something might happen to her if she keeps at it. Talk to her, okay?
As if she trusts me enough for that.
Doesn't the fact that she approached you first about this, instead of me, already say a lot?
A different kind of trust, granted implicitly and never spoken, sometimes too big, too fragile to last. He falls silent for a moment as he turns it over in his mind. In the end, all he manages to offer is a small nod before he departs, and a promise to, at least, listen to her, without the teasing or the jibes. A favor for me, at the least, he could do for her. This is as much as I can do for him as well, until I've understood what's happening myself. Journal entry! Yep, there's the arguing. Oh god, Marianne's so pretty, fuck. Tonight, hopefully, where this all started will provide the answers I'm still looking for. Get the whole thing's off to a bad start, and all of a sudden, whatever Isabella claims dwelling in this mansion becomes the least of my concerns. Of all the cabbies in Luxborn, I have to chance upon the superstitious one. Still, not as bad as finding out your car's starter refuses to crank on when it was still working this morning. Fine, yes. But it's equally as frustrating when you're forced to walk the rest of the way. All because the driver got spooked. Isabella and him will get along so well. I do get his reasons after all. I've had my fair taste of the bizarre lately. All of which might have been brought upon that letter Isabella found here. But you'd think he'd at least be charitable enough to take me a little closer to the house itself, not a distance 15 minutes away by foot. Good thing I'm not wearing anything too formal or constricting, otherwise that short walk would have likely put me in a bad mood long before I have to suffer in a room full of strangers tonight. Although this soon proves to be a problem the second the driveway comes into view, and I near the entrance. Severely underdressed is a total understatement to describe how I look. Cars worth more than my own apartment and childhood home combined line the mansion's front yard. Men and women decked out in the best also flock near the entrance. Most are eager for the festivities to start, while some are simply idling about, enjoying the warm afternoon sun before it sets. But once the woman standing at the front porch speaks, their undivided attention immediately shifts to her. Yeah, I love her! Presumably Mrs. Wright. From the confident manner she holds herself among present company. This despite keeping a far simpler appearance than the rest of her own guests, or not having her husband beside her. A trait worthy of utmost admiration at best. At worst, she's the envy of every woman, the subject of every gossip in Luxborn.
Welcome everyone.
I miss your voice! And Mum said we could have been good friends. I can't even picture myself mingling with the kind of guest she has. Though I admit she does seem familiar now that I've seen her this close. Memories of sitting in a vanity not mine, being dressed in clothes too fancy for my taste. They flit briefly in my mind until her cheerful tone rises above the buzz of her enraptured audience again.
Please make yourselves at home.
I wish I can share her enthusiasm, really? God damn it! As soon as I read really, I said Willy because I saw your fucking best friends. We're best friends. Your courses and powers. So welcome for joining, Zero. How's Cody's stream going? But being surrounded by all this extravagance, for the lack of a better term, merely makes me dread how the rest of the night might go. Oh, would you look at that? I had to be British and... Oh no, she's Scottish, that's right. I should have had Wook's words affect me like that. I should have just gone ahead and asked like I planned. If he were here, then I won't have to...
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
Hello? The worst of that thought dies in my mind at once. A moment of astonishment overcomes me before confusion sets in seconds later. It takes another for my body to catch up. Once it does, I finally turn to... I'm going to set a timer. Thank you for the uwu, I almost forgot to set a timer. Once it does, when I finally turn to see it for myself, it has familiar mob of hell that catches my eye first. And there he is, almost in arm's reach if it isn't for guests standing between us. Ashton Frey standing in the Ermengarde Mansion driveway, with an air too lackadaisical for someone who absolutely abhors parties of any form. Or has any business here as far as I know. The picture it forms is too bizarre for me, that my mouth speaks out ahead of any coherent thought.
Ashton?
He swivels on his heel with an equally puzzled face. An odd expression flashes momentarily across him once he sees me, though he blinks it away before I can figure out what it is exactly.
Becca, what are you doing here?
I'm friends with the hottest, richest woman in town.
I was invited.
Really? I had no idea you were friends with the host.
mean, to be fair, neither did we.
Well, it's my parents, actually. But that's beside the point. What are you doing here? You hate parties.
For someone who dresses like they're fucking clubbing 24/7, why do you hate parties so much? Why are you such a party pooper?
I still do. I'm just here on behalf of a friend.
That in itself is real coming from him. Or does it help that he isn't even making effort to spare a glance my way when he answers? Instead, they're focused at some point in the crowd. I bet you 100% he's watching Luke. His gaze darting between people walking past us until a small frown forms in his face.
That's rare. Do you have someone with you then?
Nope, just me. I won't be staying long.
Well, if that's the case, maybe you and I can.
Chief?
Ashton,
Chief?
what's.
Oh my god, Master Chief is here? John Halo has made it to the party? Wait, I was supposed to. Ooh, I just got really excited at the idea of Master Chief being at the party. I'm sorry. But oh my god, Master Chief has made it to the party. John Halo, hello. Still, I'm a huge fan. Up until your newer games. Oop, excuse me, hiccup. Unexpectedly, he places a hand on my shoulder, stopping me mid-sentence. He still has a distracted look on him, except this time his eyes are sharper, as if he has found what or who he's been searching for among the throng of partygoers earlier.
Sorry, Becca. I need to... There's something I need to check for a bit. I'll talk to you later.
Wait, I just fucking realized, does Ashton work for that piece of shit dude with the really bad accent at the very start of the game?
Do you have a ride home?
No, I had to take a cab here. My car wouldn't start this afternoon. But what about.
I told you to get that old thing checked before, didn't I? You can head back with me after this.
Hell yeah, free ride, thank you.
Anyway, I gotta go. See ya. Be careful, okay?
I meet the smile he hastily throws my way with a frown of my own. What does he mean by that? But before I can ask already, he's turned his back from me and is walking away without a single explanation whatsoever. In some desperate effort, I try to catch up with him, if only to know what he wanted a sudden departure at his odd warning at the end.
Hey, be careful! About what
Only for my attempts to be interrupted by a muffled ringing from my pockets. Mum's cheerful voice greets me as soon as I answer.
Yes, I'm at the party already, Mom. Yes, I'll say hi to her if I can.
That definitely didn't last long. We didn't even get to hear our mum, even though she has a voice actress. The conversation itself doesn't last long. Just a simple hello, remember to enjoy the party, and to send their regards to the old student. But when the call ends and I get to work, Ashton's already nowhere in sight. With a sigh and admittedly a little disappointment, I tuck my mobile back into my pocket and head inside. Even with familiar company, however coincidental this meeting is somehow shaping up to be a terrible evening. The party hits full swing an hour later. With the host opening remarks given, still no sign for husband, the poor woman, and the guest promptly fed, the band shifts the melody to a livelier tune. Soon, laughter and the rhythmic tapping of shoes fills the room, all in accordance to the lifting strains of music. It seems fun, I have to admit. Fascinating at certain moments, the flurry of dancers making the music their own almost with no care in the world. If I weren't so indisposed, I'd have had to join the crowd for a song or two. There was no lack of invitation anyway, plenty of them in fact, with some asking more than once. It's only my stubborn refusal that prevents me from joining them, and I can. A single nod is all it would take, and the evening would have been far more enjoyable for me. It's already enjoyable because I'm the Uwu speak anymore. But pride in my own silly hopes, the thought of being seen with one of them by him curbs that, as much as I hate to admit it. Because doing so also means outright acknowledging the douche's claims. That he has to be the one to tell me, that still sends my blood boiling. I would prefer someone more agreeable, less of an ass. It's hard truth to swallow, especially when the very person at the center of it makes denial difficult. Can't even spare me a moment of his attention or a single glance at me the whole evening. Hell, Zachary might have spoken more words to me. The big guy's busy covering the event to boot. But at least he manages to slip in a conversation or two between takes, or a small wave of his hand when he passes by. What's Ashton's excuse? He's been flitting in and out of sight the whole time. One moment he's hanging around a small group, and another he's hovering around a string band. Just a second ago, he's wolfing down some deviled eggs by the buffet table, a glass of wine in hand. The next thing I know, he's gone. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he didn't want to be with any of his friends. Is it because his boss is here? What's the big deal about that? It's never bothered him before.
I swear, the next person who asks, I'm dancing the night away with. Ashton can go fuck himself.
Yes! Queen shit right there.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
Her voice makes me jump, too focused on the gobshite wandering around the ballroom, my own annoyance to notice. If she's heard any of the profanities I've mumbled, or if she's taken notice of my discomfiture, she makes no comment on it, merely greeting me with a smile when I turn my attention to her. Miss Hannah Wright gives us a whole different air when she's not speaking to an audience. Oh god, look at that smile, that hair twirl. Fuck, ma'am, I love you. Homely, a bit too friendly for my liking. But I guess that comes from being raised in such an environment and having to deal with pompous, snooty people. Though I suppose nothing's really been changed from years ago. I remember her carrying herself in the same manner during that one and only visit. Does she remember any of it? I won't be surprised if she doesn't. It has taken me a while myself. She's probably met a lot of people like Becky throughout the years. Excuse me. Might have already forgotten about me or my parents. People like her thrive on connections after all. Nevertheless, I return my smile, awkward and stiff as it may be.
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Oh, you're fine, dearie. It's only really the parvenus, those who climb, that come to these parties all dolled up. Quite the black-haired beauty, isn't he?
It takes me a while to realize who she's talking about, until Ashton walks by again in closer proximity than any of the times he's done so far this evening. Ashton literally just fucking walked up, got a fucking whiff of Hana and left. Still without a look of acknowledgement our way though, even if Miss Wright speaks loud enough to catch the attention of anyone within earshot.
Who, Ash?
You know, you really shouldn't have turned down those offers. If I wasn't married, I'd happily go dancing with those young men. But you said a name. Ash. That's the exquisite lad you've been looking at all this time. I don't know him, and I'm the one hosting this party. That must mean you know each other. Is he your boyfriend then? Because that would explain those rejections.
Ah, yeah, this CG, this one was cute. This isn't the oh god, I fucking love her, like... Oh god, their expressions in this is so good. I don't know if I took a screenshot already, but I'm taking another anyways. Ah! Didn't mean to do that. Did not mean to do that. This isn't the first time someone's made that assumption. Almost every student I've had in the past did. My coworkers, more often than not, assume he is. A few of my neighbors also seem to think we're an item. There we go, that's what I want to do. Yeah, you put two people of opposite gender together and everyone's like, oh, are they dating? Are they dating? Are they dating? Not that Ashton has ever reacted to those. He's been quite indifferent about it, in fact. Still, the heat of oh, God. Accents are so difficult. I don't know how non-Americans do it. Us with strangers in public, honestly. Us with your coworkers, what are you talking about? I mean, I guess they're strangers to me, but... Fucking your coworkers apparently said that about us. Despite the fact that I'm sure they know that your beef is over in another fucking continent. Still, the heat of a blush creeps up my cheeks, a denial ready despite wanting it to happen so badly myself.
What? No, that's ridiculous. He isn't my boyfriend.
Such a violent reaction. A simple no would have sufficed.
Oh, you mean I remember that. This is a funny story. This is before, this is a while ago. Fucking Kitty Biscuits and I were walking in the mall. We had gone into a Spencer's and she bought one of them fucking penis lollipops. And she's just fucking chomping away on some candy dick. And someone at a kiosk goes like, would you like to buy some flowers for your girlfriend? And she's fucking full rainbow wiener, like deep throating that fucking bit. I'm kidding. No, but like fucking full wiener just in her hand, rainbow wiener. And someone's like, do you want to buy some flowers for your girlfriend? I'm like, sure, but this ain't her. Or some fucking shit. I'm like, no, we're not an item. But like people at kiosk always try to get like me to buy stuff for her and assuming that we're dating. What was that other thing? Like the makeup? Yeah, those are the people who want you to like try like the makeup or the lotion. They're like, do you want to buy some for your lady? I'm like, no, I'm good. It was some cream stuff, yeah. Some hella fucking expensive like facial creams. Such a violent reaction. A simple no would have sufficed.
Many here would be happy to hear it.
Fuck, yeah, was that the price? $60 for a little tiny bottle? God damn. Listen, I know of other... Listen, fucking, if you want cream on your face, there's other free methods of getting that. Hint, hint, wink, wink. After he quote-unquote lowered it, yeah.
Looking at him.
$60 is a lowered price. Like, bitch, I could buy a fucking video game. I do my best to summon a straight face, but before her good cheer, it easily falters.
That's right. You've been staring. Quite heatedly, in fact. Although I'm not sure if you look like you want to kiss him or kill him.
I said this last time when she said this line, but I'm pretty sure it's both.
It's more the latter currently.
Just don't go murdering him on my property.
Nah, don't worry, someone else is trying to do that apparently.
I don't want to walk into a room and suddenly find a body there.
I like foreshadowing. Do you like foreshadowing? It's infectious in a way. No sooner I find myself enjoying our chat more than I've imagined myself to. Although her attention briefly waves at one point, she remains a good companion. Even more once I've mentioned who my parents are. Her face quickly lights up and fondness graces her face, despite the meeting from several years ago being a short one. But of course there are some things we really can't avoid talking about. After all, it's one of the few things I remember her asking me, the moment she spotted little Becky in the room. Do you have a boyfriend? In retrospect, it's an odd thing to talk about as children, when there are loads we could have started with.
Yes, oh, I remember you! You were the cutest little thing with glasses! And when we met, you were having boy troubles with this lad called something with an A.
I believe I still have the clothes she gave me, chosen all so I could impress him. And even back then, Ashton's always been denser than a rock, and that one attempt to get him to notice backfired spectacularly. Sure he's keen, he's a detective for heaven's sake, but feelings, more often than not, escape him.
What was it again? Aaron, Alan, Adele, Albert, Alexander, Andrew?
Which makes this whole talk a lot more embarrassing. And the more names she lists off, the more my discomfort grows until my smile turns into a grimace. What will she think of me? Here she is, married to a man she most probably loves I messed that up. Here she is, most probably married to a man she loves at that. While I'm still stuck in the same place, yearning for the same person.
Ashton! Ash! That man is that boy! The same one. Oh, goodness me, after all these years! I can see why, though. He's quite dashing.
You don't really need to announce it to everyone within earshot, you know? Keep it down.
Well, maybe you had done something about it already. She's just trying to help you out. She's trying to hook a sister up.
I'm so sorry, but it really is cute.
Even though I think you deserve better, Rebecca. She says that, but for a short moment, a hint of pity flickers in her eyes. I take that as a chance to change the subject before anything can be said over the matter. I haven't even figured out how I should feel about the things Luke told me. Now I'm getting dragged into a similar discussion.
This is a nice party, Miss Wright.
Though, to be frank, I doubt she'll be so willing to pass this up. The topic's already captured her attention.
Please, Anna's fine. We're friends of a sort, aren't we? We must be friends, seeing as I know about your little infatuation, Becky. Don't you worry, dearie. You'll have your happy ending yet.
Just not with Ashton.
I'm not too concerned about that, am I? That's not what I'm looking for.
Oh? And what makes you think that? Doesn't everybody want their happy ending?
The idea of happy endings sounds like they're just for fairy tales. And they are, sorta. I don't think you can just sit around, trapped in some tower and hope for the best. If you love them, you have to fight for it, right?
Surely you do, but you haven't done much fighting. You've just kind of been standing at the sidelines, waiting for the fight to come to you.
You're not just going to sit there and hope that everything will just fix itself on its own. Like everything, you have to work at it.
At least she acknowledges it. Hypocrisy, that's what this is. How dare I preach about something when it's exactly what I've been doing? And then... I go and act- fuck, I hit space by accident. I go and act as if I'm entitled to any of it. That by virtue of us growing up together, he must return whatever I feel for him. That he's not allowed to look at another because I'm the one who stayed by his side the longest. When in the first place, Ashton has always been his own person. This is something I can't force on him. I can only hold on to these, take care of it until the time comes I can confess it to him. Great if he reciprocates, but if he can't, if he won't. Selfish, I've been too selfish. How laughable that Luke's words still strike true up until now.
But what do I know?
I'm sure the daughter of the two greatest professors I've ever known is smart enough to know what she's talking about.
She is smart enough to know what she's talking about, but she's like me, too stubborn to accept the truth. At one point, maybe I would have easily agreed to that. However, the past weeks have also seen changes in the way I view things. As nice as these things sound, it turns out whatever I previously know may not even be true for other people, or for myself. It is sobering and almost funny how things I might have said with much certainty before now have doubts muddying each of them. But there'll be time to mull about these later, because when a hush suddenly descends in the room, a whole different issue rears. Especially when fucking Luke, strides into the now quiet ballet, fashionably late and oozing with the same pompous mien it's a European word, fuck that. I'm sure. He always carries around
Good
with him.
evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party? I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
Before long, Hannah leaves my side to join him, and it doesn't take a genius to piece it all together.
Welcome one and all to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are our ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen. If you would excuse my presumptuousness.
He can't. Say what you will, the man can't put on a show.
So enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses, as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone.
His attitude, the manner he carries himself around people, his unfamiliarity with that part of the city. Of fucking course. I should have known. Though I'm partly at fault here. Tabloids and gossip columns have never been really my thing. I should have also expected that wherever Luke fucking Wright is, some sort of drama will sure follow. He seems the kind of person who revels in it, figures it'll find him on its own, even when he's not asking for it. It happens amidst a round of applause and hoots. That people laughing behind the crowd they've gathered does not catch on until the cheers turn to several scandalized gasps.
I am pregnant with your little bastard. You promised me you'll take responsibility. God damn it, Luke. I finally got you to talk to me after months of silence, and you do this to me.
What do you mean you're pregnant with?
I remember this chapter. I remember this, and this was before we knew Hana was pregnant as well, god damn it!
Luke, is this true?
Lies and slander, woman! Security! Johans, take her out of here before she makes an even bigger fool of herself!
No, you do not do this to me. I was so ready to leave my stupid oaf of a husband. I told you to leave that damn wife of yours. Look at her. Does she look like she wants a baby?
She does. She wants a baby. She wants a family. Just Johannes?
Like she could
I
take
know,
care
amenable.
of a baby.
You finally got to scrap just a crumb of Johannes right here. Look at them lips. He ham lips ready for Kim's kiss. Just a crumb of Johannes. Look at that grip. So strong, yet gentle. The commotion doesn't go further, despite the drunk woman appearing like she has plenty more venom to spill. In a little while, security shows up, escorting her out. Apparently, she's the chief inspector's wife, too. As if this whole thing can't get any more fucked up than it already is. Only a touch of Johannes. What a mess. But the damage has been done, and beyond the repercussions this will bring, I'm more worried about Hana. Maybe Luke too, in part. I've seen the man that hides behind his self-importance, and it is someone who cares for the person who stands beside him. No matter how questionable that is now, after all, no anger is worse than that of a scorned woman. And Hana. Well, as refined and well-mannered she is in front of their guest, I'm not sure she'll be all too willing to tolerate this. Her party, her home, her husband, and that woman just dared to walk over it. When I glance at her, there's only defeat, a weary slump on her shoulders, and a certain depth to her breathing. Like the fight she's already been drained out of her long ago. I don't know since when this has been going on. I don't know either of them well enough to judge for myself. I'm simply an outsider who happens to have some kind of connection with them both. But the air of a person who wishes for respite, it's all too easy to see it in her, and she quietly watches the commotion carry on around her. In a moment before I can think, I'm pulling her to the side and waving Zachary over to us.
Becca, this is a real oh, hey, Miss Wright.
Hello, Zachary. I told you to call me Hana. Did I not?
Yeah, you did.
Aw, them! I posted the picture that meme I edited of them that I edited on Twitter together again, because I just had a feeling we'd see them again. Admittedly, this air of familiarity between them catches me off guard. I won't put it past Hana. Her standing in society compels her to keep appearances, the be nice to everyone sort of thing. While Zachary's growing client base sometimes calls for rubbing elbows with the rich and famous. Although, from the way it appears, this one seems to go beyond maintaining a facade or work. I wonder how this friendship came to be. It was just work, but they are adorable together, and I love and I heart. I'd ask, but we're starting to attract some curious eyes. Most of them are probably searching for more gossip, something to add fuel to the fire. Thankfully, there's no need to explain to Zachary. He's aware of the situation all too well.
So, this is what you called me for? We gonna get Hana out of here?
That'd be great.
Soon he's leading the three of us out of the ballroom. Anyone who dares speak or approach on our way, I shut down with a sharp glare. See, carry an angry pink girl with you at all times. She can scare away anyone. In a few steps, we're out, away from the commotion and the suffocating tension. I don't stay long with him, though. Even if I want to, Ashton's still somewhere in that crowd. I've got to go back for him, at least. No matter how much of the idea of that alone sends an unpleasant twinge in my stomach.
Hey, I gotta go back in there. Completely forgot my bag like an airhead, and I'll see if I can tag Ash on the way out. You'll be fine here, right, Hannah?
She's perfectly okay, she is, Zach.
Not to worry, dearie. I'll just be right here.
Zach will be with you if you need anything.
All we need is Zach. Besides, it seems Zachary can handle this situation without another person helping out. In fact, for some reason, I've got this strange impression I might be intruding on something if I elect to remain. Tave! Hello! Hello! Welcome for joining! How goes it? How is your day, Tave? We are playing more of the letter. We get more, just a bountiful feast of more Hana and Zach, even if we already read this scene. But from a different perspective now. Better to entrust this with someone she's comfortable with. And though it might be a little inappropriate considering what has transpired, a smile worms its way to my lips as I leave. Good on them, I suppose? No, I want to go back with them. I don't care about Ash. I mean, I care about him. There's something better over there. Take me back. Chatter has exploded throughout the whole ballroom once I return. Ooh, y'all doing Skyrim now for December? Hell yeah. Y'all playing modded, unmodded? Ooh, you're picked too. I am doing well. Like I said, I am given a bountiful feast of Hana and Zach, and if I could just get a little bit more Marianne McCullough in this chapter, ugh. We even had a crumb of Johannes. It's going great. I love this story. Worried murmurs, clicking of tongues, and inappropriate gossip fills through the thick tension in the room. Most of them haven't even left the premises and they're already talking about it. Cute. I should fucking start a game club with my friends so I'd finally have an excuse to play games that I want to play or games they recommend me. Too bad I got Visual Novel Club. Oh well. Tomorrow it'll be on the news for sure in every local broadsheet and tabloid in Luxbourne. No wonder Luke's knees deep in damage control. I can't believe Automod blocked fucking French. Amenable was trying to say I finally finished my fucking French toast, and the phrase fucking French is banned? What's wrong with the fucking French? What's wrong with fucking the French? The Frenchie surprise. Yeah, Marie, that'd be fun. We can have a little game club together. And then maybe you can finally get me to finally try Stardew Valley. We kind of had that going for a while when we were both playing Portia together, despite it being single player. Hey, what's in the burritos? What you got? What you got? Hell yeah, enjoy those burritos. No wonder Luke's knee deep in damage control. With the scandalous woman gone, he's turned his attention on media covering the event. Though so far he's been faring well in the cleanup department.
Now, people, we all know the drill. I'm sure you're all itching to get a start on those articles.
Beef, rice, and cheese, very basic. Still tasty. A classic, can never go wrong. Ooh, wait, you made your own French toast or you made your own burrito? Good thing Zachary isn't here. I can't imagine a man of his temper dealing with someone like him.
But if I read one word, see one picture about this come morning, even a single shot of the bloody wine glass the harlot held, you will all lose more than your jobs.
I want to make them for someone I care about, so I'm starting to pray. Aww! Aww, that's so cute! The French toast. Aww, it's adorable. How was it? How was your first owned toast, the Frenchiest of toast? How was it? How did it taste? I don't have a burrito, I wish. God mood, always. Luke's diatribe goes on for another few minutes, after which he excused himself out of the area. There's a brief lull, a reluctant pause, before the place becomes astir again, but shortly the buzz returns. Dancers have once again taken to the floor, and their guests' excited talk begins anew. But I couldn't care less about any of this now. Simply standing in the middle of it already gives me a headache. When the shock has faded, I feel bone tired. I've accomplished nothing of what I've come here for, and apparently Ashton's disappeared somewhere during the commotion. I'm not sure what pisses me off more. That he ignored me this whole evening and might have just left without saying anything. Well, no, he obviously has some other motive for being here. Can't he at least trust his own friend for that?
He didn't have to hide it from me.
Yeah, I was about to actually, I would have recommended cinnamon. I haven't tried with vanilla actually, but cinnamon goes a long way. Take Kitty Biscuit's advice. Her cooking is delicious. I will eat anything she gives me. I'm sure she could somehow find a way to fucking make me try, at least swallow a tomato. I won't enjoy it, but I might actually be able to get down. Oh, neat! It's the last straw. No longer in the mood, I grab my bag and head out. More than ready to end the disastrous night as early as possible. Hey, oh, you're just now trying it. That's what you meant. Hey, happy for you. Glad your first one was super good. As it turns out, the night isn't done with me yet. Because no sooner has the portal closed behind me, I find myself standing alone in the foyer with one Luke Wright. No sign of Hannah or Zachary. Just add him and agitated clicks in his shoes. Wow, that's a lot of fucking explosions of fucking notifications. Just him and agitated clicks his shoes makes while he treads around the empty room. I play with any mods, some with easy mods. I enjoy mods. We also really enjoy vanilla. Absolutely valid. My first playthrough with Skyrim was on the 360, so I couldn't mod it, but I still fucking adored it. I still think the 360 had my longest playthrough in it too. Away from the media's prying eyes and their guest-judging stares, it's easy to glean how much this scandal has him shaken. He's so scared. Not to the point where he's utterly lost his composure, he appears to have mastered himself enough not to. I fucking don't. I've been playing bad games on 360 for the past 2 months. What if the Ghost Girl's a fucking stand and it's the fucking, the letter is like the stand arrow or the wall eyes from what's it called? The Devil's Palm from part 7 and part 8. With the letters just all given us stands. And the Ghost Girl is a stand, she's a sentient stand and we just haven't manifested ours yet. I put in over 400 hours on 360. Holy shit, that's a lot. Ended up hacking something, it became extremely overpowered. Fucking nice. I always play Skyrim and like those Bethesda games, and then I just mod in a bunch of outfits, and then I play to walk around and look pretty. The only reason I think I have more hours in Fallout 4 than most of the other ones is simply because I kind of like having the voice acted character. Or at least I like the mods that give my character more voice and less importance to the story. Like every time I play Fallout 4, I always get the mod that lets me skip the intro and be and like roleplay as a different character. I don't want to be a fucking mother. I don't want to be a father. I don't want to be a parental unit. Fuck that kid. That kid can go rot. I don't care. I don't want to go. Where's my son? Where's my son? Where's my son? I'm not fucking Marlin from Finding Nemo. I don't care about the kid. Let me just be a hot sassy bitch around the wasteland, please. And I like the voice acting a little bit actually. It's not that bad. At least when it has nothing to do with role playing a parent. I still have my copy. I bought Skyrim 4 times, twice on 360, once on PC, and once on Switch. I bought it 3 times, once on 360, again on PC. I literally, when I was buying a PC, I told, I was like, hey, what kind of games do you want to play? And I'm like, I want to play modded Skyrim, because I was baby, I was in high school. And like, okay, I know what kind of system you need. I'm like, I want to play modded Skyrim and record Let's Play videos. And so that's why I got a beefy computer for the time. And then, what was it? Oh yeah, but yeah, I bought it for the PC, and then I bought it again for Switch, but for my sister for our birthday. Because we pretty much share a birthday. I don't care about Sean, just Preston. Yeah, see, I don't even remember the kid's name. Something in my mind just kept saying heavy rain, heavy rain, heavy rain. But I was like, why? Because the stupid kid I don't care about. Sean! 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 I totally forgot they shared the same stupid, boring child name. Alright, back to the letter, But an ample opening is there for nervous edge to show on the lines of his shoulders.
What do you know?
The man is not as tough as he makes himself out to be. Sure, I've seen this before, briefly, in that 1 second at in the hallway at school. It's a strange matter, however, to witness this out in the open. Behind closed doors, this is the real Luke Wright. Though, maybe that's because he hasn't noticed my presence yet, busy as he is with his thinking. Our scum would let you have a baby with another person and then play as a child, with the child inheriting the passive traits. God, that'd be so sick, like a lineage system. That'd be fucking dope. I wonder if there's a mod for that. Like, it's this, oh my god, I remember I actually tried streaming Skyrim, like, 1 life playthroughs. Like, where you get 1 life and if you die you lose your character. I'd fucking like that a lot. Like, you have to live long enough in the game to, like, meet someone and have a child through through fucking, you know, either falling in love and getting married or hooking up at a bar one night and whoopsie doodle, it's fucking medieval fantasy. We don't have birth control and contraceptives yet. But like, what, like, if you want another life, you gotta fucking make babies, do the nasty. That'd be neat. Maybe, I don't know, depends on how it's handled. Though, maybe that's because he hasn't noticed my presence yet, busy as he is with his thinking. If he's aware, I'll doubt he'll be acting like this. His pride is one thing he will always wear with him. Even now, when I place a gentle hand on his shoulders and he whirls around to face me, there's a second long moment of anger flashing across his features before it dissolves into confusion. He tucks it away as quickly as he can, but it does nothing to change the impression I've built of the man in my head.
Daisy, must you be everywhere?
I told you my fucking name already.
We've only met 3 times, Luke. Quit the dramatics. Besides, shouldn't you be aware of who gets invited to your party?
If I was, there wouldn't be any of that scene tonight. That munter wouldn't even get an inch within this property. I'd banner off Luxborn if I could.
He probably pawns everything off to their servants in Hana. Pompous, elitist douche.
Did you just come out here to lecture me about it? Because, Daisy, I can already feel one coming tomorrow. I don't need to hear one from you tonight.
You are a very unpleasant man.
So I've been told. Will that be all? If so, I suggest you go back and join every bloody goss in that room.
Not everything. As unpleasant and frustrating talking with this man is, he deserves the benefit of the doubt at least. The questions and criticisms aren't lacking, of course. But right this instant, there's only one that comes to mind. Huh. Okay, first of all, that's not a choice. We can save over that file. The one tomorrow's probably from Johannes. I fucking wish. I hope Luke's chapter is just us getting scolded by Johannes over and over again. Is it true you should be with your wife? I wonder which one's gonna piss him off more. Honestly, I kind of want to be nice to him in these situations as Rebecca. I feel like we get a lot of good character out of it, like a lot of good like writing moments. So let's see what we get. I don't think he should be with his wife because she's having the time of his life, but I think he wants to hear that.
You know, brooding over here isn't going to fix this mess.
Oh yeah, it did. Look at that. Ideal chapter, somewhat Johannes. The final chapter, right? Fuck, I clicked away. So these are all the playable characters, right? And then we finish Luke's story, and then this moves, and secret chapter Johannes, and it's Johannes defeating the ghost and putting an end to everyone's problems. Like fucking Superman. Like early days Superman, where he just could do anything. Nothing could stop him.
Again with the lecture.
Will you stop calling it that?
Very well, what should we call this then? A heart-to-heart?
If you had one, it would be... Johannes just fucking beats up the ghost and leaves. Johannes goes back in time, lets the ghost live a happy life so she's never like an evil spirit, and then comes back and everything's okily-dokily.
Please don't. I might puke.
But he causes some of the events in this game to let characters have their good lives, like Hannah and Zach. He makes sure they meet.
And just so you know, I don't want to talk about feelings. Ever.
This isn't one, all right? It's just a friendly concern. Bloody hell, can't you just take it for what it is?
He pauses at that. Suddenly, he doesn't know what to do with his hands, and at the very end, he simply stuffs them back to his pockets and sulks. There probably aren't many people who tell him that. He's a difficult man to get along with, after all. I honestly won't give him a second of my time if I didn't see a different side of him. Dealing with him requires more than patience. When the awkwardness passes, mostly coming from him, he merely glances away. But the tightness in his shoulders has eased when he speaks again, despite his rather rude choice of words. None has any venom in it.
Friendly concern, right. While we're at it, I should mention that Hana used to call that viper friend. Now I think she might want to strangle the Munta if she sees her again. After she's done with me, of course.
I doubt she's going to do anything like that.
What do you even know about this?
Oh, I know enough. You may look like a sleazy douche, and you still are, by the way.
God, Rebecca's the perfect fucking character to fucking handle Luke. It's almost comical how fast his face shifts from mild disdain to offended, but I don't let it distract me. These things need to be said, and he needs to hear them. Even though they're coming from some meddling stranger.
But you have your few good moments. I might even say that you're a decent person, if I'm in the mood.
Shame we aren't.
Now go. If you really love her, you've got to try and fix this yourself.
I just fucking realized, what if in Luke's chapter, right, we go to look for her, and then she's happily dancing with Zack, and it gives us the choice, leave them, or to be a douche. I will leave them be if given the opportunity. I will let them be happy. I will acknowledge their happiness. There's a lot that's gonna take to redeem this man. I can fucking start with that
Maybe
choice.
tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. Fucking little baby. Little piss baby.
Luke.
Daisy, did you see her earlier? Was that the face of a wife who wants to have a chat with her cheating husband?
Well, at least you admitted you did something wrong. Good for you. How about a
fucking
star?
love Rebecca.
Would you like a star to go with that good deed?
Don't get used to it. Do you realize how awkward this is?
Oh, I do.
Before I've even thought about what to say, I've known there can only be two ways this can go. All things considered, it isn't as bad as I've assumed. However, there's still some things my brand of encouragement can't fix. Oh, absolutely. No, I don't doubt for a second that she's gonna get the divorce before anything happens with Zack. They're just gonna be really friendly for now. But they're just gonna be friendly and happy and good, happy friends together. They're good characters, they wouldn't do that. They're like literally the sweetest characters in this whole fucking game. His marital problems, first and foremost, his attitude follows right after. Concerns aside, I can't help with those. Those are things only he can fix, and it's definitely not by standing around here bantering.
Don't worry, I was just about to leave. Feel free to continue with your brooding once I'm gone. I'm not going to tell anyone. Cross my heart.
You think this is funny, Daisy?
You think this is funny, Daisy? Hello! His voice gets so high when he's angry. It gets so shrill. It's the funniest fucking thing. Laughter is the only response I can give him. TLDR, stop sulking. That's a good achievement. With a slight wave of my hand, I end it right there and walk away. What's the description for it? Give Luke unsolicited advice. Good description. I don't know why my dad just sent me 10 pictures of back when I was younger and we were a happy family. Like, damn, dude, those days are long gone. But whatever. Why is he trying to talk to me? Although I can't resist the urge to glance back before I leave, if only to have one last look at the man he really is. But the instant I turn my gaze on him, I see it. Yo! It was his stand. He's doing a fucking JoJo stand too with his hands in his pocket like that. And the fucking head tilt. It's the ghost is his fucking stand! Oh my god, Zero, you were right all along! He's the enemy stand user. We gotta fucking 2-minute muda ora him. That fucking pose. That is straight up something Araki would draw. I think he has fucking drawn that pose too. Looming, hovering over his shoulders, drawn to him like a moth to a flame. I like the fucking, like, evil smoke coming out of it, too. Like the first time I've stepped inside this place in search of Isabella. He was there too, wasn't he? This is, oh, it's such a good, yeah, it's so good. The art of this is fucking incredible. Remember he had black smoky aura behind him that one time during Zach's part? I do remember that. I don't know if you were there during the stream. We had a black smoky aura in him with in the car when he was driving away. Oh my god, you are so right. That is so an honest sweet pose. That man, along with his wife, and another person, Miss McCulloch. And that shadow. No, a woman now. Her, no longer a dark blur. Terror rushes through every vein in my body. A crippling sensation gripping every part of me while she stares at me with glare filled with nothing but hate and venom. It's like staring at the eyes of a woman I've unknowingly robbed of something precious. Canon trans rights! I try to say something. A warning. And don't forget, Foo Fighters is pretty much non-binary. Foo Fighters is non-binary. They are just a collection of sentient... what was it? Plankton? Yeah. No gender, only plankton. But before I can gather my wits and voice it out, someone shuts the door behind me. As if to keep outsiders away from the secrets this mansion possesses. Ooh, what's the drawing? What's the drawing? What's the drawing? I fucking love the drawings in this. I remember that. I remember that. Yee them. Aw, that's like nothing spectacular, but that's just nice. I like this, like just this art style in the journal's always nice. My god, she looks so much more baby in this art style though. She is far from baby. She is only baby-sized. The brush of fresh air against my cheek does little to dampen the chills in my bones. By now, the sensation, the fear, and disquiet it leaves whenever I see her is familiar enough for me. Already, it's made my home. It's made a home in my nerves. I don't even notice my trembling hands until I cross my arms across my chest. The cold from the tips of my fingers seeps through the thick material of my shirt. Neither of it helps bring together some semblance of coherent thought in my head. But I know. I know I should.
Someone has to tell that douche.
Just fucking still shit talking to him. I start walking back before fear can cripple me again. It's not wise. Returning, that is, especially after what happened. But Hannah's still an old friend, and Luke doesn't deserve whatever misfortune that letter might bring. I can't just leave those two in there. Isabella's right. She's real, and there's something she wants from everyone who's read that.
Becca, where'd you go off to?
Ugh.
If you're done here, let's go. I'll get you back to the city.
We gotta pee. We gotta pee, and we don't want to wait the entire car ride. We'll be back. My mistake. The second his voice cuts through the crisp night air is that I've allowed my annoyance get the better of me. Fuming, purpose forgotten, I whirl around and march towards him. One accusation after another piles up at the tip of my tongue, ready to be hurled at any moment. There's no hesitation holding me back when I fling it at him. Fuck. When I fling it at him, that straight face he keeps as I do so doesn't help temper my anger either. When it makes me want to slap some more sense into him.
Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?
Becca, I've been waiting here the whole time. I told you I hate parties like...
And before that, where have you been the entire evening?
Right then and there, I might have forgiven him if he'd shown some ounce of remorse for leaving me like that. Maybe he could have looked away, given me a sign that my assumptions might be right. Doesn't even need to put me into words. A single gesture of confirmation is all I need. Rather, what I get is a simple, impassive look. He does that whenever he can't disclose anything. He does that whenever he's lying. In the face of it, amidst the thick tension, a frustrated huff is the only thing I can summon.
Be that way. Fine. Suit yourself.
No more words. After everything I've seen and heard tonight, I'm already too exhausted for those. So without speaking any further, I simply walk past him and stomp over his car. Although before I can pull up at the door, he calls out, one hand outstretched, a gentle weight off my
Wait,
shoulders.
Becca.
He pauses, his brows furrowing and lips curving into a slight frown. I can almost see the gears turning in his head while he tries to piece together everything he wants to say. Before, perhaps I might have waited patiently for those. He's not a man fond of using words to express himself. More often than not, any gesture of honesty will only come out blunt and coarse when forced. But today, for one reason or another, I simply can't summon that forbearance.
Ashton, if you're just going to waste my time again,
Becca, listen. I don't know how else.
that much is obvious. Why don't you just take the whole bloody night? Go on, I can wait until next year. Better yet, why don't you just keep it all to yourself like you always do? It's not like...
Rebecca, will you hear me out first?
The silence I can offer him, but whether I'll believe what he's about to say is still up for debate. A very long debate.
I honestly don't know how else to put this. I'm aware your parents have some kind of history with Hannah Wright, and somehow you're friends with her. But you should stay away from these people for now, especially the husband.
Woo, we have been spending a lot of time with the husband as of late.
Who? Luke?
His expression deepens into a scowl at my mention of the name, but whatever opinion he has, he doesn't immediately voice. Still, something about it greatly displeases him, evident in the stiff note in his tone assumes.
Yeah, he's bad news.
It's my turn to frown this time. What does he mean by that? What does he have to do with this? Care to explain your reasons? Oh, I can save over this. That's not a choice. Oh, but I love the art.
Care to explain your reasons?
Oh, plus Ashton. Look at that. We're friends again. I've not meant for it to sound as harsh as it does, but anger and frustration have never been a good match in me, particularly in nights like this. It's not surprising when Ashton jerks back as if I've struck him. I think you do need to slap that boy around. Skull's a little thick. I don't know if, things are getting through to him. For a fleeting moment, something akin to hurt dots across his features, his eyes narrowing and hands closing in tightly into a fist at his sides. Then, swiftly, he glances away and shifts his focus on the line of trees nearby, like an answer can be gleaned from the dark expanse.
I'm really sorry, Becca.
What is it for? For the party? The vague answers he continues to give? Does it include all those times before this, the year's worth of it? I don't doubt its sincerity. However, at the moment, the forgiveness he's asking isn't something I'm too willing to hand, furious as I am. It's frankly a wonder how I can keep myself from raising my voice at him.
We'll talk about this tomorrow.
It's 'cause you're in love with him.
And you better have a proper answer for me by then.
There's a brief hesitation before I step away, a short moment of wanting to say more, of waiting if he has anything to add. He's only silent, eyes still trained at a distance. It's the last glimpse I see of him before I climb inside his car. If the door slams closed with the same force as the anger I'm holding, its sound merely vanishes into night unnoticed. More art. So pouty. Good for her. If the door... Oh, no, I read that. He follows soon after, and shortly we're on our way back to the city. Yet, even with the city's bright lights welcoming us, the dense, somber air from the mansion still lingers. The moon is almost at its highest by the time we reach Salemwell, or Solemnwell. Even after our respective heads have cooled off, the atmosphere within the car remains rife with unspoken tension. This isn't a problem so easily fixed with a few handshakes. Quite frankly, I don't know what will. Ashton himself has no idea what to do when he alights and dawdles awkwardly in the middle of the car park, unsure. It almost seems like it's having an internal debate, whether he should say goodbye or mutter another apology. I could have driven him away purely out of spite the second I've gotten off. Still, old habits die hard. It's late, and Ashton's flat is on the other side of the city. Irritation might rear its ugly head every time I look at him right now, but I'm not too cruel to put him in another long drive. Especially when he still appears as if he hasn't gotten any rest.
You can borrow the couch.
I throw the keys to my flat his way before protest forms on his lips. Although he catches it with ease, he eyes it with a wary expression and shoots a puzzled glance my way.
You haven't been forgiven. We're still going to have that talk, believe me. But I'm not about to send you out on another drive looking like that. It's late. Go get some rest.
We're setting aside a lot of loose ends like this, but he appears to have accepted that reason, at least in the meantime. He does give me another questioning glance when I shove past him, pulling my mobile in the process.
Where are you going? I thought...
You go ahead upstairs. I need to contact Professor Andrew.
Andrew? Why would you... Oh, no. Please. Is this that thing Isabella said this
Oh,
morning?
no. You don't answer our questions, we're not gonna answer yours.
I already gave her my word, Becca. I'll look into this BRC crap. No need to drag the old guy into it.
Of course, he's still skeptical. It makes one wonder if he's even seen anything at all. Figures this curse will stay away from the scoffer. There's another loose end tonight that I can't just leave alone, Ashton's belief notwithstanding. It just so happens that it's one I can delve into using means other than taking a look at the mansion itself.
Ashton, do you really think I still give a shite after that stunt you pulled tonight?
No, but this is...
I spent so many years with him to know this is about to turn into another argument. Before he can finish it, I cut him off with the raise of my hand.
Look, I don't care. There are weird things happening around here. And yes, it's Isabella's brand of weird. Ghostly voices, strange sounds, and a bloody woman sitting at the back of my car. You don't have to believe me. And I no longer have the patience to convince you, so just leave me be, Ashton.
He doesn't push it, growing quiet instead, although I know he has a whole case of it prepared inside his head. But there's a reluctant shift in his movement when he steps away from our conversation. Short of climbing the stairs, he stops, turns to face me with an expression almost too... conflicted?
Are you really sure?
What?
That there was something? That you've been, seeing things?
Yes, I'm very, very certain. Now go. And you better not break anything in there. The last time I let you stay over, it was that statuette Belle gave me. You haven't even replaced that one.
Becca literally just said, "Be gone, thought!" The last of my reprimand goes both unheard and unanswered as he disappears behind the stairs. Is the music a little off? It's very somber right now. It can easily shift into a lighter, cheerier tone or shift into a more disturbing and tension-filled tone. If things aren't as strained, he might have a quip or two about that, followed by light banter. Instead, for a long moment, I am left staring after him. There's something in the way he asked it that nags, coupled his expression. The whole exchange just feels unsettling. One that doesn't fade even as I gather my thoughts and shift my focus on another, even as I dial Professor Andrew's number. And that's when it clicks. During the long wait for the professor, one stray thought emerges from the unease. Ashton has not intended for his question to be a jibe. It's concern. For what, though? For my well-being? The letter's curse? The woman I mentioned? The answers for those will have to wait, however. Finally, the call connects and Professor Andrew's voice echoes from the receiver.
Professor Andrew?
Rebecca? It's late. What can I do for you?
I know, I'm sorry, but this is a bit urgent.
After all, this is a more pressing matter. Our lives might be at stake, and we're still in the dark.
Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you to do me a favor.
Oh, it just cuts, eh? I don't get to hear the favor. Professor Andrew Clark has agreed to meet me in 2 days later in front of Luxbourne's public library. He has other commitments, but being a longtime family friend has its perks. I have my parents' connections to thank for that. Of course, I'm not some sort to impose on him often, but the situation is, well, it's not entirely bad. Although it does require calling in a few favors from friends like him. Without his signature, I won't be able to gain access to the library's restricted section. If I want to get more in-depth information on the Ermengarde mansion, that is, not simply what they chose to show me in the general public. As much as I hate to admit it, there's always something people censor, and whatever it is, I won't ever find it in the general section. It has to be what they're keeping here, beyond the public eye. The thought of that alone makes me antsy. Thankfully, I don't have to brood over it. The wait for the professor doesn't last long. He never did enjoy making people wait. Likewise, he dislikes people who are tardy. He arrives 15 minutes after I do, greeting me with a kind of smile and a casual wave of his hand. I haven't seen him in so long, but it appears he hasn't changed much. His familiar presence alone is enough for a fond smile to spread across my face.
Professor Andrew.
Rebecca,
He happy.
didn't I say long ago you can drop the professor?
You know I can't possibly do that. Even if I can. It feels disrespectful to call you by your name alone.
Both you and Ashton never listen to this old man. Kids these days.
To be fair, Ashton's not one for listening.
All right. But just for today, since you're doing me a huge favor, Andrew.
I guess you simply can't have it all, even at this old age.
He's just college professor Santa. That's why I feel so comfortable around him. He's just Santa.
But pleasantries aren't what we're here for, yes? You mentioned you needed a permit.
Yo, Santa, I need you to do me a solid and get me access to files that the public isn't allowed. I got some illegal shit I want to do.
Yes, sir, if that's okay with you.
More than fine. Anything in pursuit of knowledge, as they say.
He hands me the permit without further prompting. And just like he promised, he's also written a recommendation after his signature. This is more than enough to get me to those files. I mutter a small thanks before slipping into my pocket. Although, when I look back up, his brows are furrowed with the very face of curiosity. Not surprising considering how vague I've been during our little talk over the phone. Right then and there, I've decided to tell him if he ever asks. Maybe not all of it, but stuff he needs to know. It's the least I can do to thank him. As expected, true to his inquisitive nature, he asked,
If you don't mind, though, I know you've always been an eager learner, but may I know what in the restricted section that piqued your curiosity?
It's the Ermengarde mansion, sir.
He's quick to raise an eyebrow at that, and for a while I fear he'll take the slip of paper back. Is there something in what
The
I
ones
said?
they have out in the general isn't enough?
I'm, hoping for a more in-depth read, sir. More about the history and the people who once lived there. The general section doesn't have anything much on that.
Oh, I see. Well, you certainly aren't the first one to be enamored with that place.
I swear to God, if he mentions Isabella.
It doesn't shock me. The architecture is admirable, and the urban legends are something to talk about. Why, just this past week, I've got a few asking me about that. Imagine that.
I think enamored might be a little too much to describe our interest in it. But I have to agree. The mansion is beautiful, even with the renovations. They kept the stained glass windows, too. They are magnificent.
Oh, you've seen it.
I was there for a few hours to attend a housewarming party. The invitation was for my parents, but they couldn't make it. My mum used to work as a private tutor for the Evans. Hannah Wright?
Ah, I know of her. Her husband, too. Who doesn't? Luxborn's most popular couple.
Something falls behind his eyes, the warmth in them suddenly gone, like he's reliving a painful, distant memory. On seeing it play right in front of him, it disappears almost as soon as it surfaces, but that look has unsettled something in me.
Is something the matter?
Nothing much. But you know, you're already like a daughter to me. So if you could, do be careful with the friends you make.
Is this about the Wrights, sir?
Just a friendly advice from an old man. Don't think much about it. Anyway, I have to leave now. Can't miss my weekly serving of bear claws. Say hi to your parents at the detective inspector for me, will you? I wish you luck with all that research.
I will. Thanks for this, Andrew.
Ah, I don't get to see that really big smile of hers often. Andrew gives me my shoulder a light squeeze. The gesture a younger me has always appreciated and quickly crosses the street after. I watch him until he disappears behind the door to a cafe, until the doubt swimming inside my head finds a moment to rest. Whatever his business is with the Wrights isn't anything I should concern myself about. But somehow, in the grand scheme of things now, all of it feels oddly relevant. The how, though, I've yet to find out. And I'm hoping the library will give me the answers I want this time. On a gloomy Sunday morning, the library is especially empty. The second floor in particular. I've always considered this place to be a sanctuary, a respite away from the hubbub of the city. As a child, I grew up reading books here, spending hours here to no end, poring over the pages, living out fantasies in my head until my parents called me home. Now it feels nothing like it. The silence is smothering, suffocating. Even with how clean they've kept the microfiche room. Microfiche? Microface? Michelangelo, Donatello, Leonardo, DiCaprio? How the entire small of it lacks a speck of dust or clutter. Breathing is a struggle for air. Not far into my stay, I begin to long for the noise outside, and perhaps as a way to calm this unease, I start to hum a tune. Imagine that. Why, of all things, it has to be that silly nursery rhyme. I have not an inkling. It does its job, however. It fills the lull with something far less awkward, far less deafening, and that is enough for a distraction. I have business here. No time for silly daydreams, only important work to attend to. If there's a possibility of it being fruitless by some means, it feels like I have to do it. It feels like I have to do it. If not for me, then for the people who've been affected by this, what do we even call this? A haunting? A Halloween prank gone wrong? A curse? If Isabella were here, what would she say? Will she panic? Will she be angry I only listened to her now? It all stems from that one moment in the movie house, doesn't it? We could have avoided this had we only taken her warnings to heart. One stupid mistake is all it took to send our normal lives on a downward spiral. Frankly, I'm no longer sure if I'm angry at myself or the universe for throwing us into this mess. But we can only make do with what we have, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Going here might not be the right decision, but it's a start.
A good start.
It doesn't take much effort for me to find what I need. A microfiche of old newspapers, long kept in a special storage cabinet at the far end of the restricted section. The year is 1620s and beyond. Before the city of Luxbourne even exists in the records, when the mansion has just been built, and Ainslem is nothing more but a small town, sleepy hamlet near a river. A lot of pieces are missing, days, some several consecutive weeks without any recording remaining. Often it goes on for years. Troublesome, but as it is, I'm lucky enough to find anything at all considering how far I'm looking back. Can't be picky now. Can't waste time mulling over what recorded record keepers of old could have done to make this a breeze for me.
I can still work with this.
The faint whir of the microfiche machines keep me company as I go over each slide, each image hoping for something that goes beyond what the local lore knows. There are snippets, little mentions of the family that once settled in the house here and there. The usual singing of praises for the couple who helped brought up what was once a tiny settlement into a buzzing town. Nothing substantial, nothing I didn't know before. It continues on like this for a good while, until I come by the years after their deaths. The people of Ainslem might have loved Lord William and Lady Elizabeth Ermengarde, mourned their passing and held them in high esteem in the years, but it was their daughter that was remembered fondly by the townspeople. If her parents built this town, Lady Charlotte was the one who made it prosper. Remarkable considering it was a period of recovery from a bout of plague that killed half the town's population, including her parents. Free at last, heir puts a stop to local slave trade. What's surprising though, apparently her time also marked more than superficial changes to the place. She moved things, changed laws, altered old customs and traditions. If they were done on a woman's whimsy, it doesn't say, but she seems capable enough for more than that. The gist of it is, the town she rebuilt is what eventually grew to become Luxbourne City, while the nearby Ainslem village remained as it was, a relic of the old. A frown swiftly forms my face.
So, why is there a need to hide this?
One by one, I try to recall every lesson I've gone through, every book, paper, and journal I've read. None of them ever mention this. The toys galore and the lady of the house, their endearing child, always an afterthought to those anecdotes. The one who always took her life in the end. Never someone who restored a town from the brink of collapse, or brought new ideas to it. It's because she's a woman.
That pisses me off.
Granted, not everything is sunshine and rainbows. Not all aspects of her can be considered admirable. But this is history. Some parts are bound to naturally delve into unpleasant territory, whether I like it or not. Witch hunts, for example, became common near the end of her life. Which would have been completely unremarkable and might have gone to become a mere footnote in history if it didn't involve Lady Charlotte and the very slave she saved. It caused quite a stir, enough to leave almost a week's worth of clippings. The girl was eventually burned, condemned by an entire town. At the word of Lady Charlotte alone. Hey! Gagent 47, welcome in for joining. Thank you very much for the raid. Hello, hello. How went the Risky Reigns? And anything else y'all might have played. But this doesn't really have anything to do with this curse, does it? Unless the woman following us and this slave are the same person. A tale of revenge? How cliché. However, with the lack of accurate photographs, it's impossible to tell. Maybe if I squint, the illustration will start resembling her? But in my field, it doesn't work that way. It shouldn't work that way. I'll be the laughing stock of the community.
This isn't going anywhere.
Mentally exhausted, I take a careful step away from the screen, pressing a palm to my tired eyes. Yeah, it sounds like Risk of Rain. Orin Jesus was not on your side today. The lack of ample light in this area doesn't help. A headache already threatens to form at the back of my head, yet I'm nowhere near figuring things out. This is simply too much to take in all at once.
I should have asked for someone's help.
Orin Jesus is never on our side. Even when you fucking play with that stupid thing that lets you pick the items yourself. Now I'm at a dead end. I start gathering everything around me and placing them back in their respective envelopes for storage. Emotions no longer new after volunteering here for a number of times. I didn't make much of a mess anyway, considering the lack of materials available to begin with. I'll have to look somewhere else. The where remains unknown though. But just as I'm about to slip the last of the slides in, something catches my attention. My hand pauses, the microfiche halfway through its protective sleeve. This is one of the few I've set aside without taking a careful look at. It seems like a gossip column at first glance, but upon closer look... I slide it back to the reader, gently turning the dials in search of the page. It takes some time, but once the image becomes clear... Ermengarde heir announces betrothal. They must have had this drawing commissioned for the announcement. Yo, what the fuck? Lady Ermengarde married Virgil Sparta? Virgil Devil May Cry? What the fuck? Holy shit, the letter featuring Virgil from the Devil May Cry series? No, Virgil from the Special Edition series. The details are far more intricate. Their likeness is closer to how they might have appeared at the time. They're both recognizable in this way, closer to the paintings I've seen in the mansion. However, it's the man standing beside her. Edward Godfrey. That's a stupid name. Be stupid if they added an O at the end. According to the article, they caught my attention previously. Her first cousin, and eventually her fiance. Ew! No, gross. Ugh, first cousin, too. I'll never forgive the British. Maybe it's the posture, the manner in which he holds himself. Or maybe it's the shape of his eyes, though I can't be too certain about that until I've gotten a better reference. Nevertheless, there is a resemblance. He looks eerily like... My head snaps up, glowering at whoever's running in the floor above. Any day, I'd march upstairs and reprimand whoever it is.
This is a library, for heaven's sake.
But now isn't the time. I've gotten what I needed. Without wasting another minute, I hit the machine's print button for a copy of the page, while my other hand moves to put everything back into storage. A ragged exhale slips from me. Relief, perhaps? Or maybe it's already exhaustion. Regardless, soon, I'm closing my eyes as I wait for the printer to finish, if only to stave off a headache building up from everything. Ooh, what's the doodle today? Oh, just that. Sometime I'll even begin humming the same song again for comfort. Despite my doubts about this, despite all the tension in my shoulders, this may be a small find, but at least I can start somewhere. We can start somewhere. There's always a way out of this. I know it. The printer sputters to a halt. However, its sound isn't what makes me snap my eyes open. Oh, I don't like this chapter. Not a fan of this chapter. A feeling. A chilly brush of air behind my back. Brief enough for something sickening to suddenly lodge itself in my throat while I take in my surroundings. It's that suffocating sensation again. Creeping every part of me, crawling under my skin. Draining me little by little of any strength. Fucking knew that lullaby would get fucked up. Yep. From that day in the mansion, from that brief moment at the school. Without delay, I grab the papers and make a quick beeline for the door. Oh, Jesus! My whole body freezes.
What are you doing, Miss Pink?
Oh, god damn it. Okay, first of all, no choice here, so we save over that. God, I heard it and like, it's gonna be weird, it's gonna be weird. Holy shit, yeah, that was a good scare. I hold my breath, not daring to make any noise. For a little while, only the sound of papers crumpling under my grasp fills the room. The excitement from earlier gone instantly. Replaced by a cold, seeping dread spreading throughout my limbs. But more than that fear is the anger. Oops, sorry, I'm just trying to lower that a little bit. It pains me to hear her using my own student's voice against me. And more than once, I believed it was really her. She has no right.
Why don't you play with me?
Although she hasn't made a move, if there isn't a wall behind me, I'll probably take a step back. Anything to put a distance between us, no matter how small, as long as I'm out of her reach. But I steel myself. Because if I do fall back, turn away from her, I'll be left with no way out. I'm not dying here.
You think you scared me?
Miss Pink, don't be so rude. I'm waiting.
I'm not afraid of you, you spook.
Hey, Kibi, it's getting fucking spooky in here, that's what.
This is one Scotswoman. You aren't getting into an early grave without a fight.
She got so Scottish at the end there.
Come at me.
I expected she'll lunge, prove to me what a monster she is. Instead, all she gives me is a smile, twisted and gnarled. It's as if time has crawled to a stop at the sight of it. A split-second decision, and before I know it, my body shifts. Eyes closing in anticipation, hand grabbing whatever's solid enough out on the nearby table and hurling it at her. I don't bother looking if whatever I threw hit its mark. I run, as fast as my legs can carry me, despite my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. But in the maze of bookshelves, with the whole place almost void of people... Oh, what the fuck? Head for the door, head upstairs. Is there even a place safe enough to escape to? Head upstairs. There are people upstairs, aren't there? The weekend staff with some volunteer. There should be. Even if it's a Sunday and I'm only here on special permit, there should be at least one other person manning this. Excuse me, hiccup. Manning this place. I heard them a while ago. Of course, I couldn't possibly tell them about this. They won't believe me in the same manner we didn't buy Isabella's story until it's too late. But I can easily come up with excuses. For now, what's important is I don't end up trapped and alone with her.
Safety in numbers, as they say.
Yeah, because we know she can lock doors. Oh, off topic, we can get a moment look at Discord. I did not see that. My bad. I'll definitely look at Discord. There's no hesitation in my steps as I race upstairs, ears straining for any signs or sounds of the woman appearing, jumping at me again for any second. I can still hear her behind me, the grinding of bones, her whispers as she's calling me back. Although at a distance, I don't slow my pace. Library rules be damned. Because no matter how much I pretend to be brave, the level-headed one, or the tough one, this terrifies me. This scares me more than anything. This isn't This isn't how I plan to die. But when I get to that third floor, only silence welcomes me in emptiness that stretches out far too wide, spanning the entirety of the floor for it to be reassuring. And just behind me, somewhere at the foot of the stairs, panic rises up my throat. No other way out. Well, no other way now but up. So I bolt, desperation kicking in without warning. I take 2 steps at a time, tripping clumsily over some of my last-ditch attempts to escape. But I know, at the back of my mind, I know all of this is futile. With every footfall, every ragged breath, every pounding of my heart, it gets hammered into my mind. And it only becomes clear to me once the door at the end opens, revealing the vast expanse of Luxborn's early morning skyline, with her treading at my heels, blocking my only way out.
Stay away from me!
Oh, we're on the roof! A useless plea. Does she even understand a word I can say? Can't she even? Is she still human in the first place? Somehow I doubt it. Because no human being will ever do this. Simply imagining what she's capable to do to us, I never want to give her that chance.
I'm telling you to back off!
Her gait is slow as she walks forward. Each stride accompanied by sound of breaking bones, of blood oozing from wounds that never found healing. With every inch she draws nearer, even as I pull away, take back what little distance I can between us, the smile on her merely grows wider. A mocking gesture. For me, she may be less of a human now, but I'm pretty sure she's fully aware she's got me cornered. She wouldn't even bother making if she isn't. But I can't look away. I can't bring myself to, even as the heel of my shoe eventually hits the edge. End of the line. Trapped. Alone. So that's how it ends, huh? Quietly, without fanfare, surrounded by not but a warm breeze, but a chilly, cold morning air. No soft footfalls on an empty hallway, but the din of the early morning traffic below. No warm afternoon light. Nothing but the cold, pungent smell, all underneath the dreary morning sky. How fitting. Yet, amidst it all, there's a single voice I want to hear. If only for the last time. Did I die?
Becca?
Hey, did I wake you up?
No, I left you a voicemail, so I thought...
She's dead. No, I'm not good at getting away. This was my decision to run upstairs. There's a lot of CGs. I don't think we're dying.
Where are you?
There's no way we're dying. There's too many CGs. And the one I grew up with. Who's always got grades better than I did without even trying. Whose silly antics to put up with all these years. Who stood by me even when things got tougher. The one person who's been a constant in my life.
Ash, do you remember that one time?
What?
Hey Vera, how's it going? Welcome for joining.
Back in secondary. We joined a contest back then, didn't we? We had to dress you up as a girl and...
No.
What? You looked really pretty. I think I still have that picture somewhere.
Burn it. We're not talking about that again. You promised. Seriously, what brought this on?
Nothing. It's just the first thing I remembered.
So weird. Despite everything, my lips curl up into a smile, faint, a sad little thing on its own given the situation. Because even at the very end, I know I have this. Hey, congrats on that, Vera. Do DM that to me. I'm doing good, probably about to cry depending on how this thing goes. The casual talk, the friendly banter, talking like how we always would as children. If only I had been too selfish. If only I haven't taken all of this for granted in favor of my feelings. Then perhaps I won't be regretting anything now.
You're being weird today, Becca. Whatever. Listen, I need you to go home right away. I'm at Salem Well right now and...
I wish time would simply stop for us. There's still a lot of things I want to say. Things I've never bothered saying out loud. Things I should have said a long time ago to someone who's always been by my side. But in this moment, there's only one.
Thanks, Ash.
Achievement unlocked, one thing's constant.
Hold on, did I do something?
For everything.
Rebecca, what?
I'm so glad to have known you.
Wait, what are you? God damn it, Rebecca, where are you?
A soft click. And I'm closing my eyes. There's a rush of... Oh! The sound of the world dimming around me. Like a song coming to its inevitable end.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
You've unlocked a memory for... So I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up bad. No, that art makes it so much worse. Alright, going back in time. I guess we're heading for the door. I could have sworn she'd unlocked that on us. Oh no, Kiwi, how'd you hurt your arm? What happened? It's not too bad, is it? If there's one, it is out of this room, out of this place, as far away as anyone can get from her. I can think about the rest of what I can do after I'm outside, when there are other people I can ask for help, when she's not chasing after me like this. There's no hesitation in my steps as I race for the restricted section's door, head downstairs, and barrel straight for the library's exit. Towards safety in a desperate bid for my life. Library rules be damned. I can no longer hear her behind me, but I'm not taking any chances. A breath almost escapes me as I near the door. A little more. When out of nowhere, a library car careens from a blind corner and slams to my side. My back hits the floor with a hard thud, the impact completely knocking the breath out of me. The copper tank of blood gradually spreads over my tongue as I fight to get my bearings back. I force myself to move, even with the excruciating pain coursing through my limbs. The exit's almost there. If only I can... But there's no moment's respite. Whoa! The next thing I know, there's a heavy weight atop me and cold digits slide around my neck. Tight like a vice, pressing closing in, leaving me gasping for air. Through my blurred vision, I can only make out the hateful gleam, the spite in her eyes as soon as she looms over my body and her grip on my throat grows tighter. Desperation kicks in. My nails dig into her wrist as I struggle against her firm grip, trying to pry her fingers away.
Go! Let me go!
Oh! Keep the slider within the middle. Okay. Jesus, what's happening? I don't get it! I think I died. Too strong. Her hold on me is too strong. My lungs begin to ache, burning with the lack of air. Pain growing worse with every second I writhe under her punishing grip.
Somebody help me.
Darkness starts to fill the edges of my vision, and soon the world fades. Game over. Continue. Keep the slider within the green bar by moving the mouse. Oh, in the arrow's direction. I would have to move the mouse. I misread that. I thought it was a was for some reason. Dude, what the fuck was that? I don't think twice. My limbs are moving on their own before what I did could fully register in my brain and my lungs could recover. Behind me, she lets out a cry, sharp, loud, and thunderous against the empty halls of the library. But the fear her wails bring compares nothing to the relief washing over me when I finally make it out. My knees buckle as soon as my feet hit the pavement, its surface cold and hot against my skin. I've only been in there a few hours, about 1 or 2 probably? I don't know anymore. It feels like an eternity all the same. My breathing hasn't slowed down yet, and I don't expect it to after going through that. I probably look the most undignified creature on a Sunday morning right now. Out of breath, disheveled, slumped here with bloodied lip and all. It's not that serious, but did get a reaction. How it happened was I was sewing my old trench coats and pulled inside my... Ooh, yikes. Yikes. That sounds rough, but I'm glad it's not too serious. But at present, I simply can't bring myself to care, even when a few passerby start giving me strange looks. Stare at me all you want, I don't give a single shite. I'm alive. I'm safe. This isn't the end yet, but I'm safe. And inside my bag is something that could get us out of this mess. Nothing definitive yet. I don't want to get my hopes up, but it's still something. If Isabella's here, I'm sure she'll feel the same. She'll even be the first one who will put her faith on it. Wherever this will lead us to is a victory on its own. Now all that's left is to find the others, the rest of us trapped in this bloody nightmare. Right on cue, as if to answer my previous thought, my mobile phone lets out a beep. I pick it up, simply hoping it'll be one of them. Only, it's a voicemail that greets me. Aw, Kibi. There's a pang of disappointment, of course, but it brings some reassurance that nothing's happened to at least one of them.
Hey, Becca, call me back when you're free. We need to talk. ASAP.
He ends it right there, the message less than a minute long, cut and gives nothing away. I let it ease my worries regardless, and do as he asks. Because this too is another triumph for us. One less thing to worry about. Hey, I lived this time. Whew! Look at that. That's better. That's better. I want to see this. I don't want to see the other one. The other one hurt my heart. Fuckboy time. Whoa! We start all the way here at the party? Wow, his chapter starts late. He has a fucking gun in his corner. What's everyone has? She's got fucking Cinnabon. Aw, she has her little locket. He's got a camera, of course. Aw, she's got the cat. Rebecca history book. Birthday, December 26th. Capricorn, 29 years old. Ha! Manly, he only 5'5". He's so small. Detective baby man, little baby man, little baby man, little baby man. Detective inspector, nationality, American Japanese. It's kind of funny how many times I've cut myself with things like knives, tools. Kibi, you gotta be more careful. I work with box cutters on the daily and I've gotta be a little more careful. Come on. I swear to God, I'll fucking handle these for you myself, I gotta. Watch yourself. No matter how tough you are still but a fragile human. Religion, Christian, non-practicing. Really? I wouldn't have guessed. Well, I guess he does wear the cross? I just thought that was an aesthetic choice. Education, bachelor's degree in forensic science. Likes taiyaki ice cream. Shirley, Ophelia, old-timey action movies and thrillers, kart racing, jazz, and swing. Sherlock Holmes, justice! Of course. There was little love between his parents, and though he grew up privileged, he found little joy in student life. He saw the standard test system as a chore and considers his popularity amongst his peers to be an annoyance. Rebecca was the only one he considered a friend at St. Goretti, and he was no better when he went to university. If anything, his indifferent outlook got worse with his parents' divorce. He initially took law, but was quickly delusioned by how heavy-handed and abused the system was. Forensic science, on the other hand, became fascinating for him. He served a brief time as a police officer before he applied to join Luxborn's Criminal Investigation Department. Early on, he was too eager to deal out justice, but his numerous years in service became quite the learning experience for him. Now, as a detective inspector, he's been assigned to his biggest case yet. He's a Ghostbuster. Ew, a cop, I know. Former cop. I just kind of wish he was more of a freelance detective. It didn't work for that gross fucking inspector chief at the beginning of the game. Well, as long as you're treating those wounds as best you can. Try to avoid getting them, though. I'd prefer you did that. Parties have never really been my thing. They're always such a hassle and take so much time off my day. Prior plans and commitments canceled, all for the sake of playing along with others.
Welcome everyone.
I love you! I hated them even as a child.
Please make yourselves at home.
The thing I'm looking forward to most about playing as Ashton is not having to put on an accent. But Mom often insisted she'd slick my hair back, put me in one of those stuffy dinner jackets, and if there were any children around, urge me to make friends. Never mind how utterly loud and tedious it was all for the sake of keeping up appearances. What the hell? Hold on, this is an important email. What the fuck? Why is my Nintendo password changed? I just got an email from Nintendo. Temporary password. Anyone else with a Nintendo account, if you get this email, can you let me know? Wasn't there like a data breach recently? Interesting. Certainly hope nobody tried to log in and issue me a new password. To some extent, lies have already surrounded me long before I've chosen what I wanted to do with my life. Luckily, there were easy ways to tune everything out, and much to my mom's frustration, I always managed to sneak my CD player along. I kept to myself and to my music, had my own little world, until I learned to observe. I am looking disrespectfully. It's a simple matter of awareness, really. And for someone with keen eyes, a skewed necktie, a simple flick of the wrist alone could tell volumes about a person. Can't say for myself, my sister and mom have one, so they may know. Thanks, Kiwi. I still don't like parties. Especially one as big and as fancy as a Wright's housewarming. However, when there's actual reason to go to them, I figure they're not too bad.
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
Besides, like it or not, it's all part of the job. I'm here on a mission. One that has the name Luke Wright plastered all over it. You'd think the man would want to remain inconspicuous after his name was linked to several high-profile crimes in Luxborn. Granted, most of it have gone cold over the years, haven't stagnated without any lead or evidence, but that still doesn't make him any less suspect. Yet here he is, throwing a party in his own backyard. Although, having observed the man the past year, I'm not even shocked. He craves it. The damn spotlight. Constantly yearns for attention like a neglected puppy. Ah yes, as I suspected, I am superior once again. Always analyzing, always so superior. It doesn't take a genius to figure out why he's nowhere to be found at his own party. But that's not the problem here. What pisses me off is how far his reach extends. How close he's creeped into the lives of people I care about. Again, like a stubborn itch you can't get rid of. First, Professor Clark, then there's Isabella. I also spotted Z-Man here a while ago, and now there's Rebecca. Apparently.
Ashton?
Becca, what are you doing here?
I was invited.
I miss seeing your sprite, Becca.
Really? I had no idea you were friends with the host.
That explains things and makes this difficult all the same. As if getting a contact among the staff to sneak a name to the guest list isn't hard enough. The guy almost ditched me last night. Might have placed another setback on my investigation if it wasn't for my generous quote-unquote tip. Then here comes Rebecca, another person of mine.
Well, it's my parents, actually. But that's beside the point. What are you doing here? You hate parties.
I still do. I'm just here on behalf of a friend.
A necessary lie. Can't bring my own friends into this any further than what they found themselves in. Because if Luke Wright so much as harms a hair on either Zach or Rebecca's heads, there will be hell to pay. Ashton, Oddly enough, Luke kind of treated Rebecca better than you did this entire game. Worrying about Isabella's brief dealings with him is stressing in itself already. I doubt he'll attempt anything in front of other people, though. Ooh, he'd have had a panic attack if he found out we went to dinner with him. It would tarnish his glorious reputation, and he values appearances more than anything. That doesn't necessarily mean he's incapable of it. More than, in fact. And on the off chance he does something, it wouldn't be responsible for my actions.
That's rare. Do you have someone with you then?
Nope, just me. I won't be staying long.
Well, if that's the case, maybe you and I can.
Aw, she's so blushy and cute. For Zach's and Rebecca's sake, however, I really hope this will simply be another housewarming. Even though something tells me it's anything but. Call it a detective's intuition or whatever. When Luke Wright's involved, nothing good has ever come out of it. I can't let my guard down here. Even more so when a familiar car shows to stop and out comes...
Chief?
Ugh! Gross. ACAB, 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 gross. Get him out of here. Fucking hate this guy. My presence here might be odd at best, but I have an excuse. One this man handed to me himself a year ago, along with a heavy dose of flattery for the newly prompted detective inspector. You're looking at it wrong. I actually bet Luke's innocent and the fucking chief is using him. Can't exactly say the same for my good old boss, can I? That's the fucking twist, isn't it? Ew, Luke is not a Chad. Luke is a whiny fucking rich baby. But he's a hell of a lot better than this fucking ugh. Although to see him here, chatting it up with Luxborn's rich and famous isn't such a big surprise in itself. No disrespect meant, but the guy is obviously a social climber. What is surprising is the fact that he seems all too eager to mingle with a person of interest's wife. Just what the hell is he doing here?
Ashton, what's.
Sorry, Becca. I need to... There's something I need to check for a bit. I'll talk to you later.
Serves cop boy right, he got cheated on, right?
Do you have a ride home?
No, I had to take a cab here. My car wouldn't start this afternoon. But what about.
What the shit is going on here?
I told you to get that old thing checked before, didn't I? You can head back with me after this. Anyway, I gotta go. See ya. Be careful, okay?
Hey, be careful! About what exact.
I don't want to draw attention to myself either. At least, not until he's given me a proper reason to spoil his little party.
Thank you for the invite, Anna.
Ugh, I hate him.
Husband still missing, I see.
Oh, I remember having to do this scene.
I should be saying the same of your darling Rochelle, Lee.
Oh, they kept thank fucking Christ our sassy remarks stayed.
The doctors again.
For now, the best I can do is wait and remain inconspicuous, especially with Chief here, whose motives are dubious at best. If it means having to pretend I don't know Zach and Rebecca, or forcing myself to rub elbows with people I barely know, let alone like, then so be it. I can't involve anyone. This copper's a fucking creep is what he is. Wandering is out of the question as well. When there are guards and civvies stationed here and there. Sure, getting past them is something I could do with ease, but I'd rather not right now. When I'm one of the few snooping and roaming about, it'd be best to try and do so once there's a crowd of people. He sounds like he's high or like just wrecked his voice immediately before coming here. I know, right? And if their interior designer's drunken claims are to be believed...
Yes, well, what about Luke? Should we file a missing persons report now, or do you want to wait 24 hours?
He's around.
You know, I can tell if someone's bluffing.
It'll all come down to how well I'll play my cards tonight. With a good hand, this party's gonna give me the breakthrough I need to crack Luke right. Or something to prove my suspicions wrong. Maybe find out what kind of game my boss is also playing. I've had an inkling before, a few hunches tempered down by how much of a bumbling fool the man appears. But one doesn't simply deal with the rights and get invited to a party they host without wanting anything from either of the two. Or it's the other way around. So with the last worried glance at the two, I head to the ballroom. I just hope this will not complicate things further. Shit. By the time the party's in full swing, night has fallen, yet there still isn't a Luke Wright in sight. The man can be quite ostentatious, but this, frankly, I'm impressed. I don't even know how many hors d'oeuvres I've already stuffed my face with. Yo, that looks kind of bomb. I've actually never had an hors d'oeuvre. God, the artist's just showing off the fact they can draw food. One too many, probably. The servers already give me the stink eye every time I saunter over to the buffet table. Blame your employer, not me. He's the one who has the guests show up late. Besides, most of the guests' idle talk is concentrated in this area. Despite standing under the same roof with the very people they're whispering about, some just couldn't resist. I might as well keep an ear out for any useful info.
Is Suarez still fixing that tech problem?
I'm so posh and I'm such a rich bitch. Listen to me. Oh, my voice is already grating.
Tech problem.
Oh my god, why is he doing my fucking President Shinra voice? Or my, god, Don Corneo voice from fucking my Final Fantasy playthrough? Hors d'oeuvres are pretty good? Hell yeah. God, why the fuck can't they be spelled like that? That's easier to read. Fuck a bot. What bot? I see no bot.
It's been 3 years. Sooner or later, the Blighter will put 2 and 2 together.
Why did they... Who the fuck invited a goat to this party? Hey, you know what? Good on them. I'm glad the goat's getting some fun.
He might have already.
If the red tape I'm being slammed with these past few months suggests anything, that or someone's been pulling the strings, I wouldn't be shocked. This case would not have gone this long if Scumbag didn't have a mule of some kind on the force.
Shush you, we all know Suarez just wants an out. I knew he was bad news the day the merger with Evans Incorporated happened. Feh, glad I did not have to deal with that.
Oh, because we read his bio, he's Japanese American. So he's living in the UK, but he's American. Oh, fucking hell. A goat's in the party? Yeah, this is one hell of a party if they invited a goat. Oh, I meant the background character. You know what? Good fucking question. I don't know.
But keep it down, someone might hear. The wife especially.
It's a very diverse party. This kind of negligence has been an advantage, but sometimes I wish I could be smashed drunk while doing this. Having sharp ears also means you get to hear the most unsavory things. Who cheated on who this week? One person's motive for bashing someone's skull against a wall. Or a father's excuse for burning his own daughter alive, that sort of stuff. After a few years it gets tiring, you get desensitized to it. But humans could also be downright awful. Sometimes there simply isn't enough brain bleach in the world. Sadly, the wine is a no-go tonight, and mostly for show. I'm up for another drive later, for one, and I definitely want to be sober in case anything comes up. They even invited the Frenchman. That's progressive for the British. And something always comes up in assignments like this. A detective inspector dying of cardiac arrest, for example. I have not seen Food Wars, so I'll take your word for it. Because I can feel the moment my heart grinds to a halt the second I shift my eyes over to a corner of the ballroom.
Hana right.
Some will say I'm acting a touch bit paranoid, and maybe I am. This is a party and she's a hostess. It goes to say that she'd take time to mingle with her guest. But Hana Wright, Nee Evans, isn't without her fair share of accolades. At least to the public, she doesn't seem like it. Unlike her husband, she's the one with the business sense, not to mention the impressive track record needed to manage a company. Or effectively hide whatever irregularity there might be. She's clean, as far as my agents and I have found, but doesn't rule out a possible involvement with whatever her husband's up to. Hell, Luke Wright came out clean in previous reports until I bothered to take a deeper look into it. And what I found may not be sufficient to bring anyone to trial yet, but it's enough to nurture suspicion. This may be a bit of an overreaction, but no one lasts long in my line of work being careless.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy.
Oh, do watch,
I
you'll
would've
see
gone
so
with
many
a nice
food
dress
gasms.
if I knew.
So I've heard. Nothing to be worried about then. She's probably even more careful with appearances than her own husband, having grown up with the spotlight focused on her. Yet, even knowing that, the anxiety stays. Has been there since the party started. I brushed it off earlier. Who wouldn't be legit, right? I've gone undercover in a party hosted by the very person I'm investigating. That in itself is risky and has plenty of rooms for error. Usually, though, the tension passes around the first half hour or so, so I've been trained to remain composed in situations like this. However, with each second I spend here, it only grows heavier and seeks to overwhelm. An odd feeling that someone is watching me instead. That'd be two people, actually. The ghost and your fucking best friend who's crazy in love with you that you've been ignoring for a good decade or so. It's been like this since last week, but I should already be used to this. See you in a bit, Kiwi! People would be here looking at me, no matter how small or big of a blip I am on their radar. That's what they do in these things. But when the feeling my eyes burn to my back lingers longer than necessary, I've been looking around every now and then to catch the culprit. Hey, speaking of food, what'd you get? Also, good question. I genuinely don't know. It doesn't say in this. As far as I'm aware, his only romance options are Rebecca, chicken quesadilla. Ooh, did you make that sauce you always make? I fucking love that stuff. As far as I'm aware, his only romance partners in this game. Honestly, it doesn't say for anyone except Hana. Hana, they made it very clear that she's incredibly openly bisexual. Where to go? It's somewhere around here. Ash's head. Now, like I said, it doesn't confirm anyone's sexuality. Hell, questioning their sexuality was a big part of Marianne's story. The only one who's big and open about it is Hana, and we love her for it. I think it's really funny, too, that back when she met Rebecca, the thing Rebecca remembers a lot about her was the first thing she ever asked her was, "Do you have a boyfriend?" She should have followed it up with, "or a girlfriend." Hey, nice. Do you need another $5, or was it $7 for that sauce that you really like? Or did you actually manage to still have some this time? I don't even remember that. That was years ago now. I've been looking around every now and then to catch the culprit. I hope it's just as good as the other one. No luck. And despite my efforts to push a sensation, I just think saying characters I don't like that much are cis. Valid. But also, always assume all characters are bi until stated otherwise. It's more fun that way. He's growing on me, though. I feel that. Ashton's a dick, but he has a good heart. And despite my efforts to push the sensation as far down as I could, tiny pinpricks continue to sting the back of my head, and the ghost of a cold touch creeps up my limbs. Until my gaze switches back to Rebecca and Hana right. Whoa! So this is the first time he sees her, huh? Oh, holy shit. Oh yeah, that's right! Hana saw her for a moment too! She stands there, dark-haired and dirty, sticking out like a sore thumb. Even so, no one seems to notice. Although she's looking away from me, her mere existence here strikes. Disturbs. A sense of tunnel vision binds while I stand stock still and gape at her, like my life depends on making sure she stays where she is. I feel trapped in her presence, until another guest bumps into me, yanking me out of my stupor. Only then do I realize that I've been holding my breath. Before I could figure out what happened, though, she's gone. A quick scan of the room yields no sign of her. The party continues as if nothing's amiss. Oh, and of course, for Ryu's sake, we can say Ash is bi. I'm not really one to judge, but I'm sure someone like that would not have been allowed in a fancy thing like this. What has security been doing? Are they really that incompetent for someone so distinct to get in? To easily get in without... Are you serious? There should have been an outcry by now, particularly from the host. She's been standing almost an arm's length away from the woman, and yet she simply continues her talk with Rebecca.
Oh, the professor!
Oh, he's so dense.
And your little Becky!
My parents couldn't make it since they're in Scotland right now. And Mom says hi, by the way.
Is there something in the food then? That I'm starting to see things? It couldn't have been the wine, though. I'm every bit as sober as when I first stepped off my car. The hors d'oeuvres? But why would anyone want to do that? Why would Luke Wright want to do that? He's fishy, but I couldn't see why he'd ever think it'd be a good idea to just lace food he'd served in his party with someone like Chief Lee on his guest list to boot. He has been linked to narcotics. Yup. I knew it. I called it. I fucking called it. I knew Luke had shit to do with narcotics. Oh, we playing as Ash now? We are. I don't know if you were here, but we ended up dying as Rebecca. I went back in time and changed it though. It was kind of a really I kind of wanted to cry a little bit. She was on the roof. She called Ash. She was reminiscing about all the memories they had together. She didn't even tell him she loved him. She just jumped from the roof. And then we immediately switched to Ash, and I went back in time and changed that shit. But yeah, we're playing as Ash now. And like, it literally starts at the party. We skip a lot of time jumping into Ash, so I'm excited. I'm positive we actually don't control Luke until like the very end of the game. Like the story at the very end. Fair enough. Unless there's a mass murder waiting to happen here tonight, which I highly doubt. So.
What the fuck was that?
But there's no time to look deeper into this, even if I want to. Not when a telling silence comes upon the room and draws everybody's attention to the main doors of the ballroom.
About damn time.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party? I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
I've been tailing this guy for a while. Before that, I heard stories from previous officers who tackled this case, none of which are pleasant. Mind, I'm not counting the incident with Professor Clark yet. Pleasant is glossing over the gravity of it. While Wright's good at covering whatever shady stuff he's doing, he's shown to be a really rotten guy. With Luke and the ghost? Oh, I don't know, actually. Good question. I guess it really depends, because the fact that Ash's story picks up right at the party, instead of at the beginning of the game like everyone else's, just kind of makes me think that Luke's story is also going to pick up near the end. At least, that's the case when he thinks none of his peers are around to judge him. I've lost track of how many counts of verbal abuse and harassment cases the guy could be pinned with. Fuck, he even tried to make a move on Isabella back in the open house. Right in front of his wife. Standing in the same room as him doesn't make me want to punch him any less. Actually, the urge is stronger, but protocols... My case first and foremost. My own opinion of the man shouldn't get ahead of my purpose here. If I want to put him in his place, it should be in a court, with all proper charges filed against him. And I'll only be able to do that once I gather enough evidence to pin this bastard down.
Welcome, one and all, to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are our ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen. If you would excuse my presumptuousness.
Hey Google, set lights to dark green. That's a little easier on my
enjoy the
eyes.
feast that has been laid out for your senses, as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your
I just
night,
realized his name
everyone.
is Scumbag. Suppressing my annoyance, I prepare to step away from the crowd. Amidst the cheers and claps, now is a good time as any to move. Try to find that something Mrs. McCullough woman talk about. Hi Kiwi, welcome back. In the first place, I have no plans to actually shake hands with the slime ball himself. A fake smile is plastered on my face while I pretend to listen to one of the other guests gossiping about him. All while slowly inching out of the ballroom. Unfortunately, before I can get any further...
Are you feeling ill, Rochelle? Perhaps you need to sit down and...
Rich people only have two ways to resolve their mess. Either they quietly deal with it behind closed doors, or they create an even greater problem out of it and it just blows up in everyone's faces one way or another. Fun. Ooh, Neapolitan ice cream sounds yummy. Speaking of yummy, Hannah and Johannes are here on screen yet again. Fuck! Didn't mean to do that. Fun.
No! Shut it, you mutter! I ain't talking to you! I'm talking to this scumbag over here.
Johannes, hi! Oh my god.
You bloody bastard, standing there with your smarmy smile.
Not even a few seconds in, this is already proving itself to be a big public spectacle. Why spend money on television to buy daytime soap operas? You just go to one of these parties and see the action unfold in real life. You get free food too. Really, if I were an actual guest, I'd just take this as some sordid form of music.
Watch your tongue. You're on thin ice, Rochelle. Where's your husband? Who even invited you?
But I'm not a guest who's here for a good time. I need to focus on him. Even though this whole sorry tale. So I wait, I listen, I observe. Interesting, isn't it though? That's the chief inspector's wife. Is that all he does during the party? He just stands there and watches? The morning starts off quiet. Even the whole of Salemwell residences seem unusually still. The open hallway when I step out is devoid of tenants. No sounds coming from the other units either. It's almost as if something's brewing on the horizon. A peaceful night's sleep still does wonders for the mood, though. I can't even remember the last time I've slept without anything urgent interrupting. Useless? What are we talking about useless here? So you better not mean Johannes. Johannes is anything. Johannes is most definitely not useless. It's a nice break from all the bad news lately. If it wasn't for the incessant buzzing in my pocket waking me up, I'd sleep in. The ringing stopped before I could move somewhere private, but sleep has also been effectively kicked out of my system by then. Pity. Could use a little more rest until I have to face the other storm. Ashton? He's doing his job, I guess, by doing nothing. I really could have sworn we'd have gotten more time as Ashton in the mansion, but I guess not. Of course, I owe Rebecca an explanation. It doesn't matter if this whole truth or another hastily spun tale. Although, I haven't really figured out how to go about this yet. Unlike Zach and Isabella, who don't usually ask questions, and are content with what little I could share, Rebecca's rather quick on the trigger. It'll have to be set aside for later, though. I can't believe we get to listen to this shit again. Of course his phone is broken. The chief's name stares back at me, almost as if it's mocking me. Sad. It would have been nice to just chill after last night, or maybe half listen to the news. Sure, it's the same thing we've been hearing lately. Still beats standing outside in the chilly Luxport morning on the phone with my boss. It is so hard to talk over his stupid rap. God damn it. I answer it, if only to get this over with.
Frey, where are you right now?
Now, that's a tone I didn't expect from him at this hour. Just thinking how this will go already gives me a headache. Immediately, I reach up and pinch the bridge of my nose to stave it off.
This is why I won't ever drink myself senseless.
What was that?
Nothing, Chief. A pleasant morning to you, too.
He's probably calling to rag on me or complain about his wife, which is really none of my business unless it affects my case. It seems like the usual rich man cheats on wife deal. Although, I would have followed up on it if it were somebody else's wife. But figuring if it's the chief's, hey, I trust him to come clean if the missus is related to the Wright's shady dealings. This is why I left before they even hauled the woman out last night. I'm not going to go around investigating cheating husbands and wives when it's probably just that. Chief appears to have a different idea in mind, though.
There's nothing pleasant in the morning. Anyway, where are you? I told you millions of times before to keep your lines open.
He did, and not only him. Zach, Rebecca, Isabella, all of them have said the same thing numerous times in the past. But I was undercover last night. A phone call is the last thing I want to happen when there are other things I need to focus on at the time. Besides, we have radios and work-issued phones. Why isn't he using those channels if this is urgent?
Just woke up, sir. As awesome as it is to hear your voice this morning, it really is early. If you could give me a few minutes just to wake myself up, that'd be swell.
No need for that. This won't take long.
Is something wrong? Am I needed at the precinct ASAP?
Oh no, everything's good over there. Just look here. Frey. Don't take this personally, alright?
You gonna take us off the case because your wife fucked the person of interest?
You're off the Luxborn firm case.
Yep,
Start
I knew
today.
it. Yep. Well, I did not expect to hear that either. There's gotta be some kind of cosmic joke. I allow some awkward seconds to pass. Chief must be pulling another one of his awful pranks. Out of his bad mood or severe hangover, maybe? Everyone knows that when given the chance, he exercises no control with his drinking. If it wasn't for his wife causing a stir, he'd probably be trash at an hour in at the party. He likely drank more after they threw her out of the ballroom. Besides, his sense of humor has never been good. It's just infuriating most of the time. But when he doesn't follow it up... No, nobody should be fucking the chief. The chief can go fuck himself, if anything. If I sound a tiny bit frustrated speaking to my own superior, I'm not the one to blame.
Wait, no. What? Are you kidding, Chief? Is this one of your practical jokes again? The Temps won't say anything about it, but I...
It's not that. They're orders from the higher-ups.
Yeah, who's the higher-ups? You? Your fucking wife, who's fucking Luke, right? At the higher-ups. Yes, my favorite word. Since when did the higher-ups ever care about what the Criminal Investigation Department did? As far as I can tell, they don't give a hoot if CID is filled with cold cases, as long as we keep spending the low. When I need to view those old cases, though, they're locked away in the archives. You got to check with the higher-ups. I need to access these reports to see if the higher-ups would allow it. Every step, every move in this case. There isn't one that hasn't been gated by some authority. It's not the chief, it's a commissioner, or so they always tell me. It makes one wonder why they even bothered assigning it to anyone. Not a single one of them has done anything to help move the case. And they wonder why it's taken so long for this to even get a hint of progress to show.
You can't just drop this on me. You can't just take me off like that.
Yes, I can. And I'm sorry, Ashton. You're a good detective. One of the best I've seen in years, but...
3 years, Chief. 3 years.
3 years since that anonymous tech leak blew up. Since Luke Wright's name was openly linked to several nasty dealings within Luxborn's corporate world, some of them involving deaths. 3 years, and I was the only one who made it this far, made much progress that officers with more experience weren't able to do when they handled this case. Just within a year, and with barely any help from the damn brass at that. Of course I'll be pissed.
Do you know what would have happened if I didn't work my ass off on this thing? If I didn't dedicate a whole year of my time on it? It would have gone cold, like every fucking case Luke Wright has been linked to. I saved this from getting thrown into the archives, sir. I'm getting close. If you could just...
I'm fully aware of what you've done, Frey, but the Commissioner hasn't been happy with your progress. Still too slow by their standards.
Too slow?
Ooh, Angie Ashton, I haven't seen that.
Well, what about those reports I filed? I've documented every freaking thing for them. I've given you every important lead I can gather. Isn't that enough?
They need results, not a bunch of research papers. Not one baseless assumption after another. Concrete proof, Frey. I'm really sorry. They've already made a decision. They're going to pass this on to someone who's been in the force longer. Someone who has more experience.
Someone who has more experience?
They meant nothing by it, but you're still too young to work on a case this big.
Chief, I've already done more than what those old farts ever did behind their desks. All of it, within just a year of being assigned to this.
Watch your language, Frey. Those are your superiors,
I'm not some damn rookie fresh out of training. I'm as qualified as they are.
Futile, I know it is. They'd never say it within my earshot, but from the very moment I stepped into their precinct, the lot of them had underestimated me, from their stares alone to the assignments I get. To them, I'm still just a kid, too young, too green, too inexperienced. And once they pull that card on me, every argument I have gets thrown out the window. No matter how logical it is, how much I've accomplished, what the records say, or the amount of work I put in every investigation they've thrown my way.
We're all aware of your skills, kid. You wouldn't have that badge and rank if you weren't good enough.
Ashton got to beat the higher-ups' asses. Honestly, right, be a freelance.
However, this case is just not for you. Too high profile, too risky to put a good officer like you in harm's way.
Can he even hear himself? The reasoning is odd in itself. No one joins this line of work without knowing the dangers of it.
Don't I get a second chance? You said it yourself. I'm a good detective. It'll just be a matter of time before we can close this.
It doesn't matter what I think, Frey. You're off the case, and that's final. I expect all related files and documents on my desk by Monday morning.
Depending on how this might go, he might just quit his job and do this solo.
And don't even try to go touch anything. I know how hard-headed and determined you are.
It's the unfortunate truths. Like, noir stories and detectives are always written really cool, but at the end of the day, detectives are just fancier cops.
Chief, please. A few more weeks.
Sadness. It's why I got really excited thinking about Ace Attorney and then remembering, oh, Detective Dick Gumshoe's technically a cop.
I'll have the proper evidence left on your desk by then. I swear it won't take longer than that.
Fred, it's too late, boy. I've already informed the other officers. You aren't to be allowed access until you've been given a new assignment. Hell, just keep out of the precinct, Fred. Take the weekend off.
Seriously, Chief, is this about last night? If this is about me being at that party, I have a good reason for...
You were at the party.
Oh, it makes me pause. His wary tone, the sudden careful note in his voice. Slowly, a frown forms my face, my eyebrows knitting together in confusion. Detective. I said detective. And much as I hate to say this about my own boss, there's also suspicion in it. Hard not to think about that way, seeing how he acted around Hannah right last night. Is he worried? Why should he be? Everyone who's anyone was invited. I didn't doubt for a second why he received an invite. Even his presence was questionable. There's something wrong, and I've unintentionally walked into it. All I have is a sneaking suspicion, but when one looks at this from a different angle, put everything together. Why the hell I've been taken off this case might be for the same reason he was there in the first place. Fuck.
Yes, Chief, I was. For a good reason. What were you doing there? I know we don't have a strict rule against attending functions, but that was...
He coughs, and it almost sounds like he's choking on his own excuses? Lies? I don't want to accuse him of anything yet. He's someone I've respected since I joined the LPD, even with his bizarre sense of humor and tendency to procrastinate. He, kinda looks like a genuinely cool detective type character in his fucking contact photo, but goddamn, what a scumbag in his actual art. He's obviously competent enough to get the job done. He wouldn't be Chief Inspector of Luxborn Police if he wasn't. Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Unless that too is a fluke and what's backing him is not something, but someone. Oh. Oh shit. Fucking hell. Fucking shit.
Chief Harvey, about last night with the...
Why does it matter, Frey? This isn't about that.
That's wrong, Ash. They get promoted because they're shitty. Look, look, look. The gears are turning. Ash, in his head, maybe cop bad? Cops can be bad? Says, Ashton Frey. Why does it matter? Why does it matter? I'll recite the whole damn oath we've taken upon being sworn to service if I can, but at this point it seems too late to remind him of that. He's probably already moved from serving and protecting people to serving and protecting his own interest. Damn it! I've suspected the upper brass of this, even the lower rank subordinates in the force, but for my own boss? Shit! No wonder that leak didn't lead anywhere. Someone closer might have been pulling the strings. I might have been set up to fail long before the fucking case had been assigned to me. Yeah, he's like, Luke's like, Ash about to say ACAB, exactly. Ash about to quit his job and say ACAB. He's finally getting it. The gears are turning. Police can be bad? It's not can, it's are. But I don't want to just give this up. I don't want to believe I've wasted an entire year for this. I don't want this to be the kind of news to tell Professor Clark after all those promises I've given the man.
I just want to know, sir, at the party, with Luke and Hannah Wright, you were...
Monday, Detective Inspector. First thing in the morning. Every
see all on my table, understood?
This isn't.
Frey, am I understood?
What else can I do other than smile and nod? With my own superior expecting an answer, using that tone, brushing my questions off as easy as discarding a dead body,
Yes. Yes, sir.
he cuts the line as soon as the words are out. You're off the case, Frey. Just like that. Funny why this still caught me off guard. Angie boy. They bought, dump it. I've discovered years ago how different the actual thing is, how far from reality everything I've believed in as a dreamy-eyed kid. There are no high-speed pursuits every day, no thrilling gunfights or exciting cases every step of the way. Only paperwork, lots of red tape, and dealing with politics and bureaucracy. I've set out to change things, hoping it'll make things better for the people I care about. Ended up chasing me instead. Shit gum detect. Serves me right for being too idealistic, I guess. This is probably the universe telling me that it's better to remain the skeptic I really am. Now here I am, standing useless, can't even do anything but grit my teeth and kick the wall. The bastard didn't even acknowledge my response.
What did the poor wall ever do to you?
It figures Rebecca would be the one to find me in this embarrassing state. Honestly, I don't like it when she sees me like this. Which seems to happen a lot, regardless of what I want.
Rebecca, now's not a good time.
The concern I expect from her when I turn isn't there, however. Instead, she just looks, well, the storm I left brewing last night. It's right there on her face, ready to be unleashed.
When is it ever a good time for you? You're always so busy with everything now. Now I find you here, sneaking out without even bothering with a proper goodbye. Not even a word. Really, I'm starting to think you're just keeping me around for my couch and my cooking.
Becca, it's not what you're thinking. I wasn't planning on sneaking out. I was going to say goodbye. I just had to take this call. Although I'm not gonna lie, couch is great. 10 out of 10. Would sleep again.
Stop it with the jokes, Ashton. I'm not in the mood.
Her bitterness is not lost on me, but at this point, our friendship and our lives, how does she still expect me to answer that? What am I supposed to tell her now?
Are you still mad about last night?
She immediately raises an eyebrow at me, which, to be honest, is all the response I needed. Seeing her like this makes me believe those things Z-Man says, the part where Rebecca scares him sometimes. I've certainly seen this more than once already. But the familiarity of it doesn't really take away from the downhill turn this conversation's going. Only an awkward cough serves as a way to stall.
Okay, of course you're still mad. But whatever happened last night, I really am sorry. I'll apologize as many times as you want. If you want, I'd even kneel or something.
Ashton, an apology is nice and all, but that's not what I wanted to hear from you today.
Alright, fine, okay. Where do you want to start?
Oh, I don't know. I've honestly lost track of it by your third trip to the buffet table.
I wasn't... The drive up there took a bit. Can you blame me if I wanted to grab some appetizers?
Oh, come on, Ash! For the whole evening? For the whole party? Please don't tell me that's all you did, because I've never known you as someone who pigs out. You even took great lengths to avoid me. Should I also mention how you ignored Zach? Sometimes I get the feeling you don't want to be seen with us in public. Some friendship, huh?
You know it's not like that. It's never going to be like that, Becca.
I'll ask this again. Just what were you up to during the party? What were you doing that you couldn't even take 2 seconds to make time for your friends?
I couldn't even look her in the eye. It wasn't that I wanted to avoid them. I did it to keep Zach safe, to keep Rebecca safe. Just in case. Client or family friend, it was still a party hosted by a person of interest. By a man accused years ago of murdering a person's wife to get what he wanted. But then Chief showed up, Hannah Wright happened, and Luke Wright just can't be bothered to die peacefully somewhere. All of it sudden, none of my original reasons mattered. If I was found out right then and there, hell, if Zach and Rebecca's connection with me was found out, who knows what might have happened. Sounds like an angry couple. They've known each other for 17 years, and he's still being quiet and shady around her. She deserves to be angry, even though she should probably put 2 and 2 together knowing that he's a detective. But Rebecca doesn't understand that. Doesn't understand what I can and can't say to them to keep them from harm. It's all in her eyes, in the tight line of her lips, her furrowed brows, the hurt. This day just got off to a wonderful start. First my case, now Becca. Stretch the truth or insist it's confidential? Well, which one's worse? Insist it's confidential, or I'm just gonna do either or, see which one gives me the heart. Nope, obviously not. I'm not even gonna bother reading that.
It's confidential, Rebecca.
Okay, that's plus. I wonder how many times I've told her that. And not just her, my dad, my mom, Zach, and even Isabella. How many times have I told them what essentially boiled down to mind your own business? To make sure they're all safe, to keep them out of danger. My job isn't a game. It isn't as glamorous as the television portrays it to be. I thought so too as a child. I was so clueless back then, wasn't I? But boy did I learn. The good guys don't always win, justice isn't always served, investigation is not looking at a crime scene once to get a eureka moment. It's sleepless nights at the crime lab with the tech guys. It's several days wearing the same clothes as Chinese takeout stains because I'm staking out a place. It's frustration when bureaucracy hinders you from looking into a case any further, or when you know the suspect is guilty but they get away scot-free on a technicality. And seeing anger and pain and despair with every case.
I know you have a mountain of questions, but I've told you this so many times before. I can't say much more than that.
Still, the look on Rebecca's face, the resentment and the pain, it hurts me as well to think that I'm the cause of that. It's a familiar one too. Something I've seen a lot over the years. I wonder how long it'll take before Zach starts giving me the same one. Or until I've hurt Isabella in any way, any sincere apology won't ever be enough. What a mess. I'm a mess. It's the people close to me who have to suffer for it.
I guess, if that's the case, there's nothing much I can do about it. You're off being what? A hero, I guess? And I shouldn't rag on you for that.
I could never get used to how quick she just forgives me for whatever shitty thing I do. Zach and Isabella too, they've all been patient with me, unlike I am with them. I don't deserve any of them for the kind of person I've turned out to be.
I'm hardly a hero, Becca. I'm just Ash.
I expect a retort, another one laced with bitterness. Instead, she laughs. Half-hearted, with barely a hint of cheer in it, but it's a laugh nonetheless. I honestly don't know what to make of that. What to do with myself upon hearing it. It's almost like a mere sound of it is meant to pierce.
Well, the least you could have done is tell me. Maybe I could have helped. Kept an ear and an eye out for you. I don't know. I could have been Irene Adler, maybe?
Her smile doesn't quite reach her eyes, but the mask, as she tries so hard for me. I give her a smile of my own, though. I imagine it comes off as unenthusiastic as hers. It's far easier to slip back to Bantam when it's like this, to just brush off everything. At least this way we wouldn't have to deal with awful things.
The woman? Don't flatter yourself. Nancy Blue, more like.
Story reading's kind of smooth. Thank you! I try. I'm not much of a voice actor, but I try. If one at all.
Her sidekick would beg to differ, Ashette.
Ashette, more like a shit. I couldn't stop Rye of a grin from forming in my lips. She probably still has the photo from the contest. Keeps it in her old diary. No! This is what she talked about when she died in the other timeline. This is funny if you don't die. I never did find either of the two after I threatened to burn them in the end. I just never brought it up again, hoping she'd just forget about the whole thing. But the small smile on her face says a lot. Those were good times. A simpler, a lot more peaceful. And now things have changed. We're no longer the same people we were as kids. Growing up together doesn't mean it always has to just be the two of us in the first place. It's a dumb notion to believe in. When nothing ever remains constant, things will inevitably change throughout the years. In fact, it already has long ago. Not just with the people we allowed into our respective lives, but also with us as people, as friends. It really does get complicated as we get older, doesn't it? Not everything has to be tough, though. Even if it's in the form of a promise, I have no idea when I'll be able to fulfill.
I swear, I'll explain when it's all over.
The silence afterwards brings an even heavier air between us. Something that Rebecca, thankfully, doesn't allow to linger more than necessary.
I suppose you have to go now, huh?
The situation's already awkward as it is. Dragging this out will only make it more, what? Difficult? Messed up? As if it isn't already.
Back to your case again?
It's a horror story. I'd be surprised if it wasn't dark. I don't really have to. I have no case. As far as the job is concerned, I have the weekend off until I have to report to the chief on Monday. Although, I don't want to just throw in the towel on this. Orders are orders. This isn't like the movies. I don't get to say fuck off, then throw my gun and badge at him, become some vigilante, save the day, and get my job back. I'd rather get my ass thrown in jail than do any of that. But it's also not in my nature to sit still and do nothing. It'll drive me crazy if I just idle about. Besides, there's someone who has to know about this whole Luke Wright thing.
Yeah, I need to go talk to Professor Clark. And there's something else I need to look into.
That other matter she mentioned last night specifically? Things, even the news have been blasting out the general populace lately. Evening, afternoon, morning, all deaths with the same modus. Blamed on a single serial killer. Or is it still the case?
In the early hours of the morning today,
Who died?
the fire was contained in the room and no other tenants were harmed, according to Lost One Police.
We're grasping at straws as far as these murders are concerned. In the first place, I'm not even the one heading this investigation. Yet look at me treating it as if it's another high-profile case on my shoulders. How sad is that? Although, all three of my friends have mentioned seeing something strange, I don't want that to go into the line of thinking for now. Not yet. Not until I've exhausted every logical argument I could throw at it. To be honest though, I don't know how to take all of this anymore. But I've already given Isabella my word. It'd bother me if I didn't follow up on a promise I made to her. And after Rebecca's claims last night, there won't be enough sarcasm in the world if what my friends have been telling me is true. I can already hear Isabella's laughter, in fact.
Figures. What else can it be?
It's not another case. It's something else. That issue Isabella mentioned yesterday morning. I'm sure you remember. You were there.
Well, at least you're not neglecting all your friends.
Oh, yikes. That stung even me, and I'm on Rebecca's side.
Becca, I promised her I'll...
In multiple ways. And she doesn't wait for me to finish. With the roll of her eyes, she turns around and shuts the door in my face. I have no idea what I've said this time,
I
but...
probably deserve that.
We'll just have to fix this some other time. By then, her temper should have cooled off significantly. I like this art. Hopefully. For now, I can't laze around. Gotta attend things that matter more. Professor Clark first, deliver the bad news, then that issue with the BRC and Isabella. Maybe I'll also drop by Zach's, check on him, hear what he has to say. He's also read that damn letter. I might as well while I'm here playing a paranormal detective? Or was it supernatural? I can't remember. Whatever. It wouldn't hurt if I tried to get to the bottom of this. If nothing comes out of this, good. Everyone can shut up about stupid curses and we can finally get back on track with our lives. On to more important stuff. I know, right? Like, how is Ashton not taking the hint yet? If there is something.
Are you two done?
Who? There's a moment of confusion when I don't see her familiar ponytail about, only to find her standing behind the door to her apartment seconds later. Isabella holds it open, though only slightly as if to hide from anyone who might happen to pass by. This early on a lazy weekend, I doubt anyone would. But from the gap in what little light there is behind her, I could make out the appearance of someone who's just clearly gotten off from bed. Hair in complete disarray, eyes still heavy with sleep, and a small pout on her lips. She hasn't even gotten out of her pajamas. I look away before my sense of decorum kicks in. We might be friends, I'll even dare say we've grown closer over the years, but that doesn't extend beyond the bounds of property. Christ, even Rebecca never greets early visitors with her sleep clothes. Though maybe it's our fault why she's up this early. Still, heat makes a slow crawl up my neck, one that I quickly downplay with a solid cough.
Isabella, you're up early.
Lame.
No, I'm not. I'm usually up at this hour. You're the one that usually sucks at getting up early.
Boo, we don't get to see Pajama Isabella with her, like, hair down.
Says the person who looks like she's just fallen out of bed.
Instead of the usual quip, she simply averts her gaze to some point beside her, and although it only flashes briefly across her face, an expression of hurt flickers in her eyes. Oh no, how crude. Sleep clothes! Dare I even think about it? The possibility of not wearing a brassiere underneath. Gasp. A baggy button-up shirt with a baggy sweatpants. Oh dear, oh my. How crude. It disappears the second she turns her attention to me, but the moment has sent a worried twinge in my stomach. I've seen it on her plenty of times before, just never in a manner that unsettles. It feels, I don't know, off this time? I didn't say anything wrong, did I?
Hey, are you...
Anyway, was that Becca with you? You both sound like Mama and Papa when they fight. You're awfully loud. If we get another memo from the landlady, I'm asking the guard to ban you from ever entering this place.
Me? Becca's the one almost shouting.
It was her. He's such a baby, Ashton.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
baby
she
man.
lives here. You don't. You have no excuse. You're the suspicious-looking person.
Thanks. Glad at least one person appreciates how I pretty up this place.
Don't flatter yourself. This place would be so much better without having to see your face every few days.
Oh, brassiere. Brassiere. Big word. Big word for bra. She follows it up with another pout. But her ruffled appearance, particularly how... Wow. That person launched a lot of games at once. Particularly how puffy her eyes are, I noticed just now, takes away from the intimidating effect she's trying to show. Yeah, how Venable spelled it. Although I've seen it spelled with an S sometimes too, oddly enough. Really, right now, she just looks more like an angry puppy. I might have laughed had it not given me another nagging sense that something is definitely wrong with her. What? Has she been crying earlier? That is worrying. She really does that. That's a British spelling. Ew, gross. British. Disgusting. Unless it's Hana. I like Hana. The only time it happened, the one time I've ever seen her genuinely tear up over something, I think it was after Devlin Court, the night at the bridge. I want to ask. She seems determined to keep it to herself, though.
Belle, did something...
About yesterday, Ash. The things we talked about. Do you think...
He does not think. I can guarantee you this. Head empty, no thoughts.
Do you think we can take a look at it today?
We? I never said you're coming with me. Don't worry, I didn't forget about it. You'll be the first to know if I find anything.
No, I want to go with you. I'll be ready in a few. This won't take long.
She's like a puppy.
Isabella, you really don't have to. I can handle it on my own. You'll just...
I won't get in the way, I promise. Besides, maybe I can help. You know, if there are files you want to check.
I don't like what she's implying. It's true LPDs have a hard time with this, but taking Isabella with me, it's out of the question. Under normal circumstances...
You're the one who's going to get in trouble if you do that.
You said it yourself. You need information, and I can help you get that. And it's not like it matters anymore. I just don't want to stand around doing nothing today.
There it is again. A slight shift in her eyes, a mild crease forming between her eyebrows, and a mild slump in her shoulders, while she crosses her arms tightly around herself. Like she's shielding herself from whatever painful thing there is out there. I have plenty of reasons why I shouldn't let her tag along. First and foremost, she's a civilian. Second, I have no concrete plan of action yet. I'm going into this blind. No matter how I look at it, it's simply better for her to just wait so she won't get dragged into what might be another one of my failures. Her assumptions might be a dead end for all we know. But seeing that expression on her, hearing her speak those words out loud, in a desperate, almost pleading tone, I can't bring myself to say no. So I give in, because right there, I see myself in here. The person who doesn't want to stay idle, who doesn't want to think of the problems haunting him.
All right, 5 minutes.
What? You're timing me?
Oh boy, that certainly sounds familiar. Wonder if certain fucking someone with a timer is still in the chat right now.
Well, I can't wait forever. I'm a very busy guy.
What do you mean busy? You're off the case. You have nothing else you need to do.
4 minutes and 45 seconds, Isabella.
I hate you so much. I'm taking back what I said last week. You haven't changed at all.
4 minutes and 30 seconds, 29, 28.
1. Ashen, quick, count all the sand in the desert.
Ugh, you're awful. I hope you never get a girlfriend.
I'll make sure of that. Oops, I didn't even read that. She slams the door right after, although my chuckles, the mirth, and the lightness in it linger. With her, those have always come easy somehow, even as it echoes, fade, and only the ghost of a smile remains.
It's not like I'm looking for anyone else.
Oh. I want to tell her. It's not because I can't. I won't. I'm the one who's chosen not to. Until I fix myself, until I found myself underneath all that guilt and all those lies I've been telling all these years. Because no matter how heavy the weight of these feelings are, I'm not yet worthy of them. Of her. Until then, little words and gestures are the only thing I can offer. Minor stuff, such as digging deeper into this thing with BRC in order to ease her worries. I'm not even sure if this will give us anything, unlike the firm case, which I already have proper leads on. I'm just going by her word on this. Speaking of the Lux-born firm case, I still have to inform the professor. The apprehension's there for sure. I made a lot of promises to the man, and I would have preferred to tell him in person, not over the phone. But it's better for him to hear it from me than from a stranger. The railings offer a steady support while I wait for him to answer. I'd like to think I can do this without losing my nerve. My grip on the bar surely tightens, though, once the call connects.
Ashton.
Not running today, Professor?
He's usually at the park on late Sunday mornings, as long as it isn't raining cats and dogs. Keeps him young and healthy, he says, and he's certainly fit for a man of his age with the words hard and mouth dry. Oh, look, there it is. Okay, they didn't cheap out on us. Oh my, look how incredibly scandalous it is. A baggy pajama button-up with sheep, no, ram, plastered all over it. Saucy, how very saucy. Am I out of hydrates? I don't think I limited them. It should just be one every minute. Because I keep forgetting to take the timer off. And I took it to illegal hydrate, don't worry.
Oh, no, not today.
He's definitely at the usual place, though. Cheers and laughter, likely from children and families, filtered through the receiver. I tend to avoid the part, precisely because of this. No use reminding myself of the could-haves when it's already over. Mom's doing well with her career, Dad's also fine the last time I visited, although neither remarried, and they're both content with their lives as it is. I'm probably the only one caught up with it, hence my aversion. But all in all, it's still a pleasant sight to see. If you're the kind who takes joy in such sights like Professor Clark does, hey, there's the hydrate. Thank you, Kiwi.
Just thought I'd enjoy the nice weather before it takes a turn for the norm again. And to what do I owe the pleasure?
The guy certainly seems happy right now. In any case, I almost don't want to break the news to him. But it's better to get this off quick as long as he doesn't shoot the messenger. He's not the type. However, long-held resentment can change a person. Even someone as mild-mannered as the professor.
I was hoping to talk to you about the, the case.
I suppose I'm just a down today. As soon as I say those words, he pauses, and the lightness of his voice is gone in an instant. Every time we've talked about this in the past, he does that. He's probably trying to gauge the situation based on the tone of my voice. Perhaps it's a good thing I'm delivering this news through the phone. Who knows what he'll see in my face and my mannerisms. The art of keen observation, I learned it from that man. He probably already has an idea what this might be about, from my manner of speaking alone.
You aren't in trouble, are you?
For a second, I hesitate, looking at the dirt beneath my shoes. But I manage, eventually. After a long, draw breath, I pick up where I've left off, though still fumbling with my words.
Well, I'm in a bit of trouble, if you can call it that.
Ashton,
He only assumes that tone when there's a reprimand at its heels.
But I'm not in danger or anything.
you've said that same excuse a million times before, Detective Inspector. That exhausted rasp in your voice tells a different story.
It's nothing like what you're thinking. Don't worry. I was just... I was taken off the Luxborn firm case.
I expect anger, frustration, maybe even disappointment. But after all he gives is a small sigh of relief.
Is that so? Well, at least you aren't in danger. Liz wouldn't be too happy if she heard you right now.
Liz. Aunt Liz, she insisted I call her, his late wife. A sweet-tempered woman by so many standards. They were never blessed with kids and contented herself with simply managing their bakery. But she's the closest I had to a mom in the few years I'd known her. The professor, too. Wait, the professor was also your mom? In the absence of my own parents in my life, the two filled the ache with their divorce left in me.
Believe me, you'd get an earful. You don't want to show up at her doorstep looking like you haven't slept a wink either.
Lesbian rights! How many years has it been since? 9? 10? I can still remember it vividly. Two men, primly dressed, briefcases in hand, and a stern look on each of their faces. They were already frequent visitors of the bakery for a few months. Something about the lot being a prime property in downtown Luxburn. I think they were hoping to settle a deal with them, but neither of the couple gave in to their demands. Why should they? That quaint little shop was a dream for them. Aunt Liz sent me home early that night after a fruitless wait for the professor. The next morning, news of a bakery razed to the ground had spread across the whole city, one casualty. A few weeks later, the property was sold to the Wright Enterprise. A fucking hotel now stands in its place. Of course, an investigation was launched after the incident. The name Luke Wright was briefly at the center of it, but with the lack of any evidence, the case ultimately went cold. The professor hides it well, however, I can tell that he hates the man to this day. He might even blame Luke Wright for every tragedy that happens in the city. He's never blamed me, though, when I'm as equally responsible. I knew something's off the moment those men stepped inside the shop. I could have saved her that night. I could have prevented anything from happening to her, called for help or whatever. I didn't. So it continues to eat at me until today, the guilt. The Luxborn firm case would have been our chance at reopening that old case, if you could prove Luke right of his crimes. Instead, we're back to square one. Yet, all he has for me are words of comfort. To think he can still be this concerned about me after my carelessness, after I've broken another promise a second time. People never cease to amaze me.
You might think that you have failed as an officer. Or maybe you think that you have failed me. And you know more than anyone. I would love to see that man taken down. If anyone deserves to be tried in high court, it's him. But I'm glad nothing's happened to you while you were working on this. That's what's most important. I'd hate to get news like that again.
Suddenly, he stops. I imagine a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes as he thumbs the wedding band on his ring finger before he continues. Another habit. He's never removed it since that day. He never thought once to remarry, even when he managed to continue with his life and return to some semblance of normalcy. It's his way of honoring her, I suppose, when he couldn't bring to justice the man responsible for his loss. Some people are just hard to forget.
It's not like another death. Yours or even his. Will bring back my wife.
A silence falls between us afterwards. I don't quite know what to say after that, really. Should I apologize? Show some sympathy? Going into this, I should have thought of something other than just breaking the news to him. As it is, it seems the only thing we could do is feel sorry for each other's misfortunes.
I apologize too for putting you up to this.
In another occasion, under different circumstances, I might have accepted that, but
You didn't have to, but you've already done more than any officer who has investigated this. So don't worry about this, old man. I know your department's people all have their hands full recently too. What with the upsetting news we've been getting as of late. Deaths almost every day. I'm not entirely sure if that has anything to do with the other. It seems too big even for someone like him. But if this is that man's doing...
Professor, please.
maybe if things around me hadn't started going beyond my control, the letter, the mansion, the supposed curse behind those, I'd still be quick to blame it all on the bastard too. But as much as I want to keep holding him responsible for it, to add another to his list of sins, it might not be the case. Agreeing will only cut a deeper wound on the professor. I don't want him to keep clinging to this resentment for much longer. He's already gone through so many years of it. This kind of anger, it's a sort that blinds people. Despite his reassurances, the bitterness still seeps into every syllable he utters. It's one thing for me to act like this. It's painful to watch someone I've considered a second father go down this path.
Please don't apologize. It's really alright. I can try to get it back on Monday when I meet with the chief. No promises, but if not, I'll make sure to keep an ear out for any news. Chief said he's passing it on to a senior officer. I should be able to catch a few tidbits every once in a while. But I swear I won't just give up on this. I'll do everything in my power to get Aunt Liz's case reopened for you.
Promises. Again, a bad habit at this point. I wish I could do more for him. All this time, I prided myself over being the one who always know. Because suddenly, aside from Wright and the murders plaguing the city, I have ghosts and curses to worry about. Things that are completely out of my depth. Professor Clark's right in some way. Things would be so much easier if we just blamed Luke Wright for all of this. At least finding evidence would be a breeze, and I'd be all too happy to put him in a place he belongs. Although, if he was in any way also complicit to what's happening, legalities have my hands tied. But maybe that's my fault. I might have missed a ticket to closing the case once and for all last night. If only I'd done a better job during the party. But then, the commotion. There was Hannah Wright and Rebecca distracting me from my purpose too. I'd include the gate crasher as well, even though it's only for a moment. So many things have gone wrong last night that...
This isn't a prank! I saw something!
Oh?
See? This is why I didn't want to tell you guys. It's not a joke. Will you guys listen to me first? I saw something in the house earlier. It stood right in front of me.
I really like how it, creepily just scooted in more and more.
If I hadn't gotten away, that thing might have...
Last night, at the party.
But it's real! What do you think I saw? It happened after, when I was trying to get away. I almost got stuck in the same room with that thing. We're all in danger. I thought you were my friends. Why don't you believe me?
That woman.
Why don't we all calm down first? I'm sure Isabella has her reasons too. No need to be hard on her.
Shit! If that was what Isabella had been warning us about, if it was the same thing Rebecca talked about last night, how many of these instances have I dismissed since reading the letter? How many have I ignored and passed off as some effect of fatigue or lack of sleep? Even last night, a hallucinogen lacing the food is the first thing I considered, purely because that's what my training dictates. It's a mindset I've grown used to. It's a setting that gears in my head automatically takes in a situation like that. Of course, I'm not discounting any of all that yet, until I have enough evidence. Something to form a conclusion from. Proof, in whatever form it may come in. But thinking straight is impossible when all of a sudden all your beliefs are being upturned in the most violent way possible at that. Jesus, I need a sounding board. I need to talk to someone, and Zach's the best one for that.
I have to go, Professor.
Oh, no problem. But what are you...
I don't have time to stop and listen to what the professor has to say as I cut the call short. Well, a lot of illustrations this chapter. Aw, there's a ring. That's kind of sad. In the same second, Isabella emerges from her apartment, fully dressed and ready for the day. That was more than 5 minutes! As usual, she greets you with a smile, but it fails just as fast when she catches a glimpse on my face. Shame. That would have been the first comforting thing I see today. It annoys me that I'm partially responsible for the worried one replacing it. I must look closer to the picture of someone choking or dying because there's nothing but concern in the first words she speaks.
Ash, are you... Do you need to go to the bathroom?
Actually, I do. I'm just kind of waiting until we get to the next scene before I do.
Yeah, no, I don't. Okay. But we should hurry. Come on, don't forget to lock your door.
Seriously, you look like you're about to fall over.
He's already fallen in love.
Are you alright? Because if you're planning to faint right here, I won't be able to carry you.
Yes, don't mind me. I just remembered some stuff from last night. I need to talk to Z-Man about this. Mind if we drop by his place first?
Shouldn't we call him? To let him know? It's still pretty early, though we'd probably arrive there around noon. Also, what do you mean about this? Is Zach...
He was also there when I opened the letter, right? He read it too. I'm sure he's fine, but it wouldn't hurt to check on him. To make sure. See if he'll say the same things you told me yesterday.
If he's also been seeing things, if it's also the same woman I saw last night.
I'm not saying there's really a curse yet, but we have to look at this from every possible angle.
I'll go in a minute.
And don't worry, he won't mind. He's probably just watching TV right now. Let's go.
Okay, but speak up if you're not feeling well. You really look like you're choking on something.
Choking on his feelings for you.
You didn't have to do this for me in the first place.
You know it's not as simple as that.
We head down to my car in record time, with not a single second wasted to hit the road and drive to Zach's place. If any of us, other than Isabella, who knows anything about what's going on, who can help sort the muddled mess my mind is, it's gonna be him. He listened to her. Now I can save and go take a quick break. So I shall be right back. Let me find... I don't know what I want to find. Hey, Senta. You just kind of missed... I'm about to go take a quick break. I'm about to go use the restroom. I just want... Actually, you know what? This is adorable. I'll keep it on here. Sure. I was looking for Marianne or Hannah, but I'll keep it on this. I will be right back. It won't take too long. But hey, Ascenta, good to see ya. But yeah, I'm gonna go take a quick restroom break. I was holding it in until a certain scene ended, and I'm gonna go. So off to the Little Serpent's restroom. Little Serpent's room I go. Okay, bye. Take care. apologies for the wait, but I'm AT. And God, why do you wait until I turn the camera on? Watch my model fucking explode. There you go. Oh, yep, there we go. I knew it. Every time I help that dog, he waits until I turn the camera back on. He just knows. I don't know how, but he just knows. And now I am broken. Big surprise. I don't know why me stepping away from my chair, stepping out of the room, and then coming back, not a problem. Not a problem. I turn around just a little too much to pick a dog up and put him on the bed. Suddenly V-Face is freaking out. I still haven't updated it, so maybe that's probably why. But anyways, hello, welcome for joining. I am back. And we will continue the letter. I got my tea, just gonna wait for this fucking bitch to cool down a little bit. Hey, where am I? There I am. Okay. Boom. Earl Grey tea? No, Youthberry, actually. I bought like a whole thing of a bunch of Youthberry tea from Tivana. So I've just kind of been sipping on that. I do kind of want to buy more though. Ooh, y'all been chatty while I was gone. Oh, I didn't even see that fucking hydrate. Okay, I'm gonna take that now that I'm back. So let us get right back into this. Let me adjust my mic too. There we go. That should be louder. Zach's the kind who prefers to laze around his apartment on a weekend, especially after having a busy week like the last one. Hey, don't sweat it, Senna. I was in the bathroom. Who cares? We all got our own things to do. I don't mind one bit. I've been committing coloring a manga page, not paying attention to chat, lol. Ooh, what manga page you coloring there? Yeah, I don't think I've actually had Earl Grey, honestly. I'm very basic with the tea I get. In that I don't actually drink tea very often. I'm more of a coffee person. Don't know where the commitment came from. Valid. I tend to type words that don't actually are part of the... Like, I'll type one sentence, but they'll be like, no, it's better if I word it this way. And then I'll delete part of it, but forget to delete another part, so then, like, I have this jumbled mess of two sentences put together. It's not very good, but it happens. It happens. I've had Southern sweet iced tea, because, well, I'm Southern. Ooh, that sounds really good. I do like iced tea, though. I do like a good sweetened iced tea, though. That's really nice. But yeah, like I said, I'm more of a coffee person. I used to delude myself into thinking I was a tea person when I was younger. Just fucking take some leaves, throw some hot water on that bitch. I'm like, I'm so fancy. I'm not like other girls. I drink tea. I'm not basic. And now I'm like, nah, fucking pump that shit straight into my veins. Is the caffeine doing anything to me? No, I don't know, but I just want the taste. I need the taste. I need that bitter bitch in me. This bitter bitch needs that bitter bitch right in them, but also add some sugar. Add some sugar and something nice to that. Zach's the kind who prefers to laze around his apartment on a weekend, especially after having a busy week like the last one. Boba and black tea, that's an interesting combo. Also valid, coffee so isn't for everyone. The big guy's nowhere in sight though when I arrive in his unit. Figures, people don't seem to be where they should be when I need them. See, I don't think I have ADHD. I've never actually been diagnosed or checked. Yes, Thai iced tea. Oh, that's so good. Thai tea and boba. Mwah, delicious. Oh god, I haven't had a milk tea in so long. I could really go for one of those right now. See, I just like the taste, honestly. I just like the taste of coffee. I don't drink it for like caffeine. I did have one day where I was fucking straight zooming on that shit. Just zooming on bean juice. But I think I put a little too much of something in and then had caffeine somewhere else and I was just kind of ascended. It wasn't a good feeling, honestly. I didn't like it. Would not recommend. As there isn't one, he probably just went out for a quick walk. I hope. Maybe he ran out of eggs or something and went out to buy some? He is out of eggs after all. It puts my running mind to rest for a while. He always has to have some, be it for an omelet or something he's baking.
Ash, should you be rummaging around?
I enjoy black coffee. See, I'm fine with black coffee, but I do like that bitch a little sweet sometimes. I do put creamer because I'm baby. But it's still gotta be dark.
It's bad enough we went in here without asking for his permission.
Chill, I'm just looking.
Actually, I could also go for a fucking pie right now, but Zach's fridge is next to empty, save for a few leftovers. This fucking line. God, so I've heard.
If you see me take anything, feel free to call the police.
Isabel's quick to shoot me a sharp glare and another chuckle slips from me, despite the unease in my stomach. But the cheer only lasts a mere few seconds, mostly because she hasn't been in the mood for any sort of friendly banter. It's the silence that's telling, and a quiet Isabella? It's usually the first recipe for an incoming shitstorm.
Do you always do this whenever you visit another person's house? Because I have a lot of questions about your methods.
Just with Zach.
Light roasted or black as hell. Ooh. Ooh, that do sound good. I'm still worried for our friend, of course, and despite what's bothering Isabella, she's anxious too. She's been standing by the doorway for a few good minutes now since we entered Zach's place. In fact, doesn't seem to know what to do with herself. See, I always, like, every other day I have a not black coffee, I have an iced coffee. I'm still drinking iced coffee now, even though it's cold. I don't know, it's just, I gotta have it. Gotta have my Lazaga. For like 3 minutes. It's probably the ice, if anything. But much as I want to put her at ease, her nervous tics are starting to get to me. The manner in which she makes herself smaller, the way she fidgets with her hands, clasping them one moment and unfurling in the next. It's distracting enough that I want to ask what's wrong. I doubt she'll give me a straight answer though, and best I can do is help her temper it. Yeah, Kibi, you better be wearing gloves if you're gonna be beating a tree. Or at least, you know, using like a whacking stick. I don't like to imagine the idea of someone just straight bear punching a tree. Bark hurts, man. Bark hurts.
You don't have to hang around the door. You might be here for a while. You can sit down.
After landlady bought one once just to sip on my way home, so I just want to fall asleep and die. I don't punch trees. I box, but I don't punch trees. I'm not powerful enough, unfortunately.
Aren't we going to look for him?
You beat the bark.
Sure, we can, but where are we going to start? I can think of a few places he might be, but Luxburn's a big city. I don't want to miss the big guy if we leave, and...
I trail off, making a vague gesture in the general direction of Zach's bed. The messy bed suggests he was out in a hurry. He didn't even bother to fold the sheets. Yo, you did kendo training? His cell phone's been left behind as well. Another odd thing when he's made it a habit to never leave it behind in case as a client calls.
At least the locked door points to the fact that it wasn't a forced exit.
That seems to reassure her, but not so much. Understandable, anything might happen. In hindsight, I shouldn't have left Rebecca alone either. I'll have to check on her later. A small tree fell in your yard? I hope it didn't destroy anything. Yo, 30 feet tall, still pretty tall though. Even if it is like a foot wide. Or 1 foot wife. Yes. Mini wife. In the meantime, Zach, but with no other clue where he is and no other way to contact him, we have no choice but to wait. Sure, I could give the room another thorough run through, but I don't think Zach would appreciate me upending his place. Isabella won't let me do that either. Besides, I haven't eaten anything yet. Isabella probably hasn't too. We did leave in a hurry. Might as well take this chance to cool down a bit, right? Anything to distract myself so I don't just charge headfirst because of whatever paranoid scheme that comes to mind. Oh, 2 years, huh? That's pretty fucking neato. Didn't get to black, but hey, purple's still purple. Isabella is with me. I can't be reckless. Returning to the kitchen, the first thing I see is a bag of chips when I rifle through his cupboards. After muttering a permission and apology to its owner won't hear, I grab it. Kibi can beat you with the sticker sword. Any blade shaped, any like stick, any long weapon, I guess. Senta might have hand to hand, but Kibi's got the weapon arts combat. Fuck, what's the term for that? Isabella doesn't miss shooting me another glare, but she doesn't really make an effort to stop me this time. She ignores my offer for food, though. So instead, I set myself on Zach's old couch and turn on the television. Isabella's silence may not be too heavy, but sure as hell is awkward. The screen lights up right as some awful noontime drama starts airing on the Channel 9. Nothing like sitting in front of the TV with the mindless drone running in the background to waste away the time. And waste it away we do. The afternoon has hit its last few hours when movement comes from the other side of the door and Zach's heavy treads break the monotonous drivel from the TV. The locks click, the knob turns, and slowly it swings open to reveal a very exhausted-looking Zach. What? Did you run a marathon?
Sup, Z-Man?
Hey, Zach. Sorry we just barged in here. Ash was...
Relax. Z-Man gave me a copy of the key himself.
Only because we kept breaking his lock. Light as my tone might be, his arrival eases the restless edge in me. Who knows what would have happened if I hadn't done something? Who knows what I would have done if something bad happened to one of my friends? My friends joked if we got their own SAO, I'd use dual swords if possible. Beat them with shields. Try to punch me, I'll just use the force of energy against you. Nice. If another minute had gone by without him showing up, I might have resorted to unconventional methods.
Only after you broke the 13th one.
Ow! Okay,
I can't
T's
keep
still hot.
replacing them every time you think it'd be a good idea to break into my apartment. And stop calling me Z-Man.
I remember this thing. I didn't think Ashton finally believed in the ghost in this thing.
I didn't break anything this time.
Ash, just because I gave you a key doesn't mean you can just stroll in here whenever you want to. And hey, is that my...
It's scary how the friendly banter and easy smile come naturally. I do it even without thinking, and that speaks volumes about how comfortable I am around him. That's nice, isn't it? What makes me afraid of it, however, is the idea that a time might come where I might just do these without even meaning to, and offend him in some way. The friendship we have might be closer than most I've shared with others, but there are boundaries you can't cross with the other's permission. Zach's been respectful of that so far, neither asking about my parents or what happened to them. Me? I'd bet he'd say, not so much. It's also this easy to banter that just makes me wish we could just stay like this. No worries, no problems, just potato chips and the debate on whether or not I deserve them. But as usual, something always cut moments like this short.
Of course he eats all of it. You know, I was saving that for the weekend. Did you at least share some with Bella?
Imagine the embarrassment of dying a shield. Someone hasn't played Dark Souls. Someone has not played Dark Souls PvP. if you don't know the pain of dying to dual shields.
Don't worry about it. I'm good, Zach.
Really? It's free food, you know?
Fucking, what do you call it? Havel's ring, Havel's armor, and 2 big-ass stone shields.
What was that you usually say? You don't say no to free food? What happened?
No, I'm just not hungry.
I don't Dark Souls, fair enough. Although her tone forces him to do a double take, Zack doesn't push it. The question's all too clear in his eyes when he glances my way, though. I really wish I could answer him. Despite my best efforts, Isabelle has been unforthcoming as well. What am I supposed to do? I can't just force her to speak, can I? She's not criminal to be interrogated. She's a friend, for Pete's sake. It's a good thing Zack has a better handle of the situation than I do. And soon enough, he changes the subject. Where it leads to isn't necessarily the better topic, however.
Aye. But if you want something, just say so. I've got a fully restocked pantry right here at your disposal. Still not a 5-star level thing, but for an empty stomach, it'd do. Just say the word.
Thanks, Zach. Maybe next time. Food is not really what we came here for. Ash, he's the one who...
She stumbles into one of her uncertain silences again before glancing my way. There's a plea in there for me to take the lead in this, but where do we start? The mansion? The strange things we've been seeing? The letter? Even I'm afraid of what he might say. I can't even believe I'm considering taking a deeper look into this whole thing in the first place. But here I am.
Please don't tell me something happened again.
No, nothing. None so far. And we're keeping it that way as much as possible.
Ash, it's not that easy. This isn't some...
We don't know that. Let me...
Sometimes I amaze myself for how much I try for her. Mood. But what else can I offer her? I was the first one who brushed her off. We've all been given our warnings that day in that desperate pleading tone of hers, and I just stood there, judging her. This is the least I can do. Perhaps even to make up for all those other times I've hurt her.
Let me look at this first, okay? I agreed to help, but you've got to let me handle things from now on.
I already told you everything.
There must be something we're not seeing in this just yet. We'll sort this out, but no more silly ideas and running around on your own. You're making people worry more than necessary. Becca, especially.
So everything's fine?
Depends on who you're asking. How are things with you? Anything odd?
Good, I guess. Admittedly, how things went down at the housewarming party last night threw me off a bit.
I'm not asking about that. Remember the letter thing Isabella's been yapping on about? I'm asking about that kind of odd.
As expected, Zack starts to look at me like I've grown a second head. Yeah, I would too if there was ever a universe where I was standing in front of myself. Because even as a child, I never believed in ghost stories. The Lucky Charms and mystical objects from my mother have often been stored away or given as paltry gifts to those who would appreciate them more.
Well, the dreams, they're a lot worse than usual. There's a woman now, ever since we saw that letter. I don't know if it's the same one Isabella talked about. Maybe it is, maybe it ain't. I really don't want to go back to sleep sometimes. Last night was the worst. Anyway, why are you asking about this?
Rose's death isn't just a coincidence, Zach. It may have something to do with... I may have...
Wait, stop right there for a sec, Bella. I thought you ain't buying this stuff, Ash. Just the other day, you said the exact same thing.
Granted, I haven't eliminated every single possibility here yet, but what else is there to go off on from here? The weird look Zack shoots my way doesn't help one bit in helping me gather my thoughts either, when that's what I came here for. And somehow, everyone's just so suddenly worried about me. It's not like I'm pulling this from out of my ass.
I still don't, but even Rebecca, out of all people, claims there's something. Whatever this is, someone has got to look into it. Everything about this screams shady.
And along with Isabella's warnings, what's occurring around Zach? What's happening around Luxborn since Isabella found the
Have
letter?
you two seen the news this morning?
Zach's puzzled expression is enough answer. Of course he hasn't. Another night, another nightmare. The guy most likely went out as soon as he got out of bed to shake the images off. The memories have never really left him. Isabella, though.
I haven't, actually. Mama called, and I was busy.
That could easily mean anything. Did her Kuya, her older brother, end up in jail again? She had to bail him out numerous times in the past, though all that did was piss her off, not sap out every ounce of cheer in her. Or is it that other brother, the younger one, who keeps insisting that he'll quit school so she could come home? That was 2 years ago, as far as I know. She's already sorted that one out. It couldn't have been her father, right? With the mansion sale, she's earned enough to cover every bill for a while. It should. So what is it then?
No problem. It should be in the afternoon news as well.
Whatever's bugging her, I doubt it's something meant for casual discussion, else she would have mentioned it sooner. Tucking my curiosity for later, I take the remote and began cycling through the channels. A distraction. Not a good one, I admit, but it's definitely better than leaving her to brood. Eventually, I find one doing a recap of this morning's report, and there it is. The poor guy is unidentifiable with how badly his body's been burnt. Murder via arson? That'd be the logical explanation if I was the officer looking into it. Except they couldn't find the source of the fire. The fire didn't even spread.
Found dead in the early hours of the morning today. The fire was contained within the room and no other tenants were harmed, according to Luxborn police.
They're going to consider spontaneous human combustion soon enough, if they don't find anything else. But what's important for everyone to know is the state of the room.
A similar writing was found in another victim's room from last
Oh, I fucking accidentally clicked out. God damn it. My V.
week's incident.
I do like that the game straight up just pauses, though.
Both were employees of Briar Realty Corporation. LBN has reached out to the...
Oh my god, I fucking tuned back in just in time for this. What, me accidentally tapping out? Hell, I wonder how many other tests like this I've missed while looking to the right. The LPD's already think it's a serial killer at this point. How long until they consult with the London Metropolitan? I'm not sure. The Ainslam Butcher's always been the enigma, even to the people within the city. Gone for a few years, and in the next, one body after another's found. Merely handling the case has apparently driven the chief inspector insane years ago. He never did find out who committed those murders. Maybe now this time.
This is because of that thing, isn't it? I did this somehow.
Her words all came out like a whisper. Ah, don't sweat it. I'm sitting here reading I'm reading a book to you guys. Y'all can fucking DM each other in my chat. It doesn't matter. Hey, Twitch counts it as active chatters, so fuck it, whatever boosts my stats. Her words came out like a whisper, but each syllable lingers in the air, heavy with her guilt. In the thick tension of the room, they strike harsher than any of the things we've said. However, she also has to understand, that she isn't the only one on this. No one asked her to take this upon herself. Rebecca won't, Zach won't, I sure as hell won't.
It ain't too late. We could still fix this. There's 3 of us here. 4 if you count Rebecca.
No, she's staying away from this. I don't want to involve her in this any more than I already have. Both of you as well.
God, that's a fucking mood. Every day I wake up and remember that I can draw, and then I try, and then I am sad because I can't draw.
I already said it. That's completely out of the question. Stop asking.
Santa, you nasty, but I also thought the same joke as soon as I read that message a second time. Encouragement aside, this is still a whole fucking mess and we're in it blind. The only way to make it worse is if we start running around like a bunch of headless chickens. But I have a concrete plan now, I think. Maybe Isabella's right. Maybe we should dig deeper into BRC itself. maybe we're looking at it the wrong way. However, my suspicions are mine for the moment. The details are something Zack doesn't need to know until I have something to show. It's enough that he's aware that I have an idea in mind. I can't draw for shit, but I'm good with instruments. I'm jealous. I wish I could instruments. Yeah, I would send to. I can't draw or music. Okay, well I can't cook. Never mind. For his part, Z-Man doesn't push it, and nothing but a heavy silence leads our departure hours later. Seriously, Zack would probably make a more responsible officer than me if he only had the heart to join the force. No, Zack knows ACAB. Fuck the police. No, he ain't joined no force. You should quit the force while you're at it. You can make French toast. And I'm happy for you, Venable. The French toast is a start. You're gonna be cooking so much, so good. I believe in you. We could certainly use more kind people like him. Yeah, kind people. You definitely need that in the force. But as good as the thought is, I push all of it into the back of my mind as Isabella and I head for my car. Tonight, I can't stay distracted. Really? French toast isn't that difficult to make. It's just making good French toast. But go with the Menables recipe. That's a very good one. Except for a few half-hearted attempts to get some kind of reaction from Isabella, the drive to BRC is a quiet, awkward affair. More so the long wait for nightfall. You are absolutely welcome, Amenable. Even with only the two of us, the place is rife with tense energy, only a matter of minutes now. But the tickling seconds don't take away from the edge, and for the 5th time, I reach out and fiddle with the radio, adjusting and turning the knobs with no real purpose. Ooh, you've made English toffee? Snack candies, don't know what to call it. Ooh, that sounds tasty. It's a nervous quirk I've developed, never bothered to correct during stakeouts. Something to keep my mind occupied during long nights. What else is there for me to do? The person I usually count on for casual out-of-the-blue chat refuses my attempts at starting one.
Ash, out with it! If you have something to say.
Hey, where's the dialogue? She just said Ash out with it, but there was more, like... Huh! This is like the first time in the game there's more voice than there was text. The way she quickly falters into silence after, in spite of the tone she's making though, it makes me doubt if she really means everything she's telling me right now. She hasn't even glanced my way since we arrived.
Having second thoughts? You can still back out if you want.
We're just going to my office. Why should I?
Dunno? You can get in trouble maybe. This isn't exactly legal.
Oh, I'm glad that topic was good. Damn. I wish I could make sweets. Scope BRC out, see if the real estate company has any more information that may be of help. Find things about Cooper and other agents assigned to Ermengarde Mansion. According to Isabella, it's the last property the victims have worked on. Sure, I could also check the station for full reports. That's the easy, semi-legal way. But I don't want to bump into Chief right now. The guys at the precinct will definitely throw me out on his order as soon as they see me. Hell yeah, enjoy your breakfast tomorrow, especially if you make French toast. Now that my plan right now is any better, I'm just breaking into a different place, more or less with a civilian to boot. Oh, French toast for sure! The latter still doesn't sit well with me. It never will, especially if this might put her in a very tricky position afterwards. Then make French toast for breakfast. If you can't do pancakes, make French toast. She's been very careful when it comes to her work, almost a model employee, as people would say. Why is she throwing caution out to the window now?
I'm not an employee here. I'm not supposed to be looking for any confidential stuff. Only people like you are privy to.
If you mentioned earlier that this is your plan, I might have had enough time to think about it.
Make candy, cookies, and cake. I can also make ice cream flavors, but that's thanks to my parents.
I already promised to help if you need access to those files.
You
I didn't
said
think
you
you'd
haven't
want to
had
see them
French
this
toast.
soon and in this way.
You said you haven't had it. Of course I want you to have French toast.
Besides, the same goes for you, right? You were taken off your case. Won't you get in trouble with your boss?
Honestly, it's a toss-up between breaking into her office or into the right mansion. Yes, go right ahead, although I don't have my phone on me right now. As it stands, I'll have an easier time getting in here first. After all, why would someone want to break into a realty company? Been here many times before anyway, for a few casual visits when I wanted to bug Scaredy Cat. Over the years, I have more or less grown familiar with their security setup and how badly staffed they are. Plus, it's an old building. If the bankruptcy rumors are true, it just means their access protocols might also be outdated.
Still, I can do this on my own, you know.
Really? And how are you even planning to get into our office without an access card? Please explain.
Well, I was going to pry open the card reader and use a gecko.
You're a hopeless case. I really want to know why no one has locked you up yet.
Yet you're helping me with this. Willingly. I don't think that'll sit well with the Philippine embassy either. Chances are you'll probably get deported the minute they find out.
Low blow, I know, but it's worth a shot when she could still turn back. It's not like I don't have any means to get into the place. Honestly, French toast French toast, waffles, and pancakes. Oh, okay. Who do you think? Not who. What do you think is the best? Because that's alright, bottom of the list immediately for me, pancakes. I don't think pancakes are that good. Waffles and French toast, fuck, that's a toss-up depending on how they're prepared. But waffles are so fucking good. With or without her, I have a way.
At least I have a reason to be snooping about. My badge and rank can speak for me in case things go south. You?
For a passing second, it seems to work. A hint of panic and hesitation flashes across her features when she looks to me with searching eyes. Then, unexpectedly, it dissolves. Not behind the fear I'm anticipating, but underneath something sharp and searing. I'm not sure what she sees exactly or what she's hoping to find in the short while she holds my gaze. All of it merely goes unspoken, and no longer than a minute later, she simply averts her attention back to the window, training it once again at some point outside.
Isabella, please, now's not the time.
It's too late for that, Ash. Give it a rest.
An appeal, spoken in a voice too harsh coming from her, perhaps unintentional, perhaps one that's already too exhausted of everything going on lately. It's hard not to concede when she takes on that tone, and soon, despite myself, I sigh. Tucking away every concern I've been lugging around in favor of trusting her on this, according her the same confidence she has implicitly given me all this time.
Okay, if that's what you want. And don't worry, I didn't mean what I said earlier.
Oh, fuck yeah, you got that real sugar shit. That's gonna be one sweet French toast. Oh, cinnamon is so where it's at. Cinnamon on French toast is so good.
I won't let anything happen to you.
Ah, someone's all blushy. You have a crush, Ash? Her lips briefly turn to a smile, though none of the cheer reaches her eyes.
Just get this over with, okay? Everyone should be out of the office by now.
Somehow, the uncertainty in her posture makes me wonder if she intended it as some kind of comforting gesture. Whether it's for me or for her, she doesn't let me find out. Without saying another word, she exits the car, while I'm left scrambling and chasing after her. She's already at the side entrance. A hand raised to the card reader beside it, and another poised to push the door open when I catch up to her. Whatever doubt there's been in her face a while ago, it's gone. Seeing her like this makes it easier to believe my worries are unfounded, that things might go smoothly this time.
And where do you think you kids are going?
That
It's late. Most offices in this building have already closed up shop for the weekend.
The bloke seems friendly enough, though one can't really tell from his voice alone. He might be the worry sort for all I know. Keeping an unconcerned face, an aloof air won't hurt until I figure out how to wiggle us out of this situation.
Just come back on Monday if you have important business.
But from the way Isabella's face brightens up, it looks as though getting through won't be too much of a problem. He's probably been working here a few months already then. Maybe around 4 to 6 months, max. Otherwise, he would have recognized Isabella or me at first glance. I haven't shown my face here since I've been assigned to the firm case a year ago. It's, in the first place, none of their security officers ever lasted a year in service. The longest was around 7.5? I'll give this guy around that before he gets fired, or finds a better paying job for the moment. His too friendly attitude is almost a gift.
Hey, Seb!
Oh, look who we have here. Been a few days since I last saw that ponytail in here, Santiago?
Close enough.
Wait, don't tell me yet. I'll get it right this time.
Damn! Isabella hasn't been like this, like cheery in a good hot minute. Holy shit.
Sanchez!
You were closer the first time?
Drat, I swear it is on the tip of my tongue. I just need a hint to remember.
I take it back. This geezer's not gonna last past this month. He can't even remember a regular employee's name.
Alrighty, I'm sure of it this time. Centillon?
Still a few ways off, Seb.
Isabella, we don't have all night.
No, just let me handle this.
Yeah, Ash, she's got this. She's got it.
Sorry, Seb. Some other time. We're in a bit of a hurry. I just need to get a few things from my cubicle. Important work stuff, you know? Is it okay if we drop upstairs for a sec?
Oh, absolutely. No, go right ahead. As long as you have your access card with you, we're good. Not sure if I'm allowed to let your boyfriend in, though.
Who, me?
My what?
Your boyfriend. The guy with you. Isn't he?
It's a fair observation, if I do say so myself. Needless to say, the silence that descends is both uncomfortable and terribly awkward. Although the latter is probably coming mostly from me, because in the next second, Isabella laughs. Laughs. Lighter than the ones I've heard from her lately. A comforting sound, really. After seeing her in such a dour mood since this morning. Even as all of it subsides into mere chuckles sooner than I'd like. It's comforting to see that I'm at least partially responsible for it, despite my poor heart being beaten to a sorry pulp.
Oh. Oh, no! No. He's definitely not my boyfriend.
She might as well have set it on fire, reduced it to dust while she's at it. Frankly, the number of no's in that sentence alone is a bit too much. Christ, one would have been enough to get the message across. Did she really have to put it that way?
That's impossible! Stop being funny, Seb.
Oof, yeah, right? Get fucking bonked, Ashton.
I'll go on
Jesus.
ahead, okay?
She quickly shuffles inside with nothing more than a small wave, leaving behind an even more awkward atmosphere for me to wade through. It would have been bearable if I didn't have to suffer through a stranger's amusement. Alas, woe is me.
Not the boyfriend, but close to it, huh?
He fucking wishes.
Mind your own business.
Kids these days. Good to see her up and about, though. Thought for sure she'd up and disappear like the others.
Excuse me?
You know, stuff in the news.
You mean what happened with Rose Cooper?
If I'm gonna be stuck here with him for a while, I might as well try to gather some intel as I can. He may just be a guard, someone with no real authority, but most of the time people like him are the ones who know more than they let on.
Yeah, but even before that, we've got a couple of good blokes we never saw again.
Really? Those guys could have just resigned for all you know.
No, I only catch tidbits of stuff from over here. Though seriously, I heard the branch is getting flushed soon, but that's no excuse for anarchy. Figures why Boss Man's been in an awful temper these past months.
They managed to strike a good deal with the mansion in Anselm, right? That didn't do the trick?
Didn't seem like it. The bloke shouting like no tomorrow again. Wasn't very pleased when Gurley called and asked for another leave yesterday afternoon.
Gurley? Isabella?
It's not too surprising, considering she's already been gone for 3 days. Now she's asking for another? Not that it's a bad thing, it's within her rights as an employee, but Isabella rarely uses her work leaves.
Yeah, poor Lassie if you ask me. She found him a buyer for that mansion after all. The least you could do is be considerate to her after a family member's passing.
Wait, what?
The rumors, BRC, Rose Cooper missing in action, employees, all of it ceases to matter in that instant. Almost on instinct, my eyes zero in on the intercom speaker, as if staring daggers at it will show the man behind the voice so I can see the truth in his face myself.
Oh, don't know?
No, what?
Nothing. I shouldn't be the one you're asking, and, things might get a bit boring here. No one really wants to hear what a poor old guard wants to say. Why don't you just go after her? As long as you're not looking to create trouble for me, it won't be a problem. You aren't here for that, right?
If you're looking for amenables, Twitter, it's the exact same thing right there, amenable doll. He's lucky I'm not here to hurt anyone. If I were someone with ill intentions, he might not be smiling at the end of the day.
Well, no, but...
I'll go and unlock that side entrance for you then. Just don't forget to turn off the lights before you both leave, okay?
Hey, wait a second. What do you mean by...
He cuts off the connection before I can finish, and the rest of my question dies in my throat. Soon the latch clicks and the side door swings open. Dude trying to get out the combo. Yeah. For real. He's like, oh, I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Okay, you know what? Go ahead. Break the law. Go right ahead. Don't mind me. The Seb, a stout man wearing uniform, still too loose for him, waves me over from the gap before he disappears behind his station again. Just my luck. Here I thought I'm gonna have to count on whatever Isabella brings with her. Although no matter how much I want to feel happy, something else has already taken a firm seat in the forefront of my mind. Is that why she's been acting not like herself? Since when? Of course, as I step into the building, I try to push all these questions as far down as I can. I need to focus. Work is work. But if what I've heard is exactly what I think it is, it's a sign of things to come. Honestly, I don't feel too good about that. We're gonna get spooky up in this bitch. I can feel it. It's a quiet ride up to the 7th floor where the BRC Luxborn main office is. Seb's been kind enough to switch the guest elevator power on, just as I'm about to head for the fire exit stairs. Why was that so difficult to read? Which is a welcome relief. I'm an active guy, but stairs? I don't want to tire out too quick in case things get ugly. There probably won't be any trouble with the building this quiet, but you never know, I swear. The whole place definitely feels eerie at this time of night. But until I've confirmed anything, those are still just stories. Worse things can happen, no need to scare myself. Staying calm means fewer mistakes.
Oh, I sure am fucking gutsy, especially with what I'm doing.
I'm breaking a lot of laws here. I'm also putting Isabella in a lot of risk. Best thing that can come out of this is that Isabella's right all along. Worst case scenario, 1, someone finds out Isabella's involvement in this and her boss fires her. 2, I find evidence that would implicate BRC or Luke Wright in a crime and my meddling, if I'm not careful enough, makes it inadmissible in court. Though, I'll be honest, I strongly prefer losing my job or facing Wright over some spirit or ghost or whatever it is. Oh, that sounds like a good breakfast. I'm jealous, Senta. I could always work around the problems with the former. Isabella could also find a better job. BRC never did pay her properly, despite her efforts. But fighting off a phantom? How does one even do that? Do guns even work with them?
Yeah, not going to happen.
But tonight, I'm here to fix things. If I do it without leaving a trail, all the better. Good thing that's what I'm good at. Achievement unlocked. Easy way in. Find an easy way in with the find an easy way into BRC with the help of a friend. What I'll probably never be good at is finding the proper words when a sitch calls for it. But seeing Isabella's small form beyond those doors, how she pushes through despite carrying an entirely different burden this time, how she's pretending as if everything's normal, it's difficult not to try. People who have never looked beyond her smiles will never know, will never understand. Hell, even Rebecca's probably not yet aware of this. I get it, we have other problems at hand. I've done the same thing plenty of times to protect myself after all. But it's all in her eyes when she glances up at the few light raps I give the door. She wastes no time in leaving the mess of papers on the table and opening it for me. Though, even in her confusion as she takes in my presence barely hides it.
Seb let you in?
The rough edge in her voice rings a whole different tune now that I'm aware why. But knowing is different from hearing it straight from her. I can't simply bring this up, can I? It's not a topic suited for casual conversation, and I doubt she wants to talk to me about it. As much as I want to help, there's a distance between us I'll never be able to cross. One that wouldn't even be there if it wasn't for me. Perhaps if I had been more honest years ago and less of a coward, I might have been able to. Figures I couldn't even do that for the one person I keep telling myself that I care deeply about. Bro!
What can I say? I'm a very charming person.
Don't say that! Figures I couldn't even do that for the one person I keep telling myself that I care deeply about. Like, I get you're in love with her, but like, what the fuck? You don't care deeply about Rebecca or Zach? Or Rebecca? You know, your best friend of 17 years? Who has been madly in love with you all that time? But you're too dense to fucking notice, apparently? Fucking idiot.
To a rock, maybe.
She's very right about that. This is the closest we can get to it, I suppose. The light banter, the fleeting glances, or sometimes long bouts of silence. And it's enough, for me, it is. Because even without words, there's comfort. Yeah, Senta? With her, it's easy.
Must be a pretty cool rock then.
Ugh, get over yourself.
Hey now, I deserve some slack here. Today's supposed to be my day off, and yet here I am helping you out.
Helping? By standing at the door?
Oh, if you've never noticed, then how are you aware that they've liked you for a very long time?
Well, you're not exactly letting me in.
Despite what she says, she moves to block me when I try to enter. She must have expected this the second we walked up to the building's entrance and counted on the night shift guard to bar me from the place. It's reassuring to know she's somehow worried about me, although it's a bit misplaced at the moment. Besides, her concerns aside, I really can't let her get into that thick of things without me. Not with all the problems on her plate right now.
Isabella!
Seriously, Ash. Seb might get in trouble for this. You might get in even bigger trouble with your boss.
And you're not?
What the hell was that? Besides, wait, what? Why did he scream?
Isabella!
And then now he's what? Was it just because she's not letting us in?
We've already talked about this back.
I'm so confused.
It's out of the question.
Was that? Oh, was that even supposed to play?
At least do it for Seb, please. He's a really nice guy. With the way things are going here, he's...
On that, I agree with her. Seb's not such a bad fellow, might be a little careless with his job and talks too much, but he means well. I'd hate to see this guy leave here with a bad record in case something goes wrong. However, the anxious look she shoots back at the table behind her However, the anxious look she shoots back the table behind her bring an even bigger worry.
Did you find something? Aside from what you told me about yesterday?
Fuck you, Twitch emotes. They finally confessed and told me I'm blind for not noticing that, and my friends would tell me, and I'd go confirm. Oh, that's funny.
Not yet. I'm not sure. I haven't started going through the files we have in the records room. Just the ones they handed to me in rows.
Let me see.
Wait, Ash!
Isabella, I already promised you that no one's going to get in trouble after we're done here, even Seb. I'll make sure we leave the place clean.
Can't wait for the ghost to pop up and I just pull out my fucking gun and just start firing like no tomorrow. Her hesitation's still there, a split second of indecision as she tries to form an argument. Eventually, when nothing comes to mind, she steps aside.
Okay, but we can't take the original files out of this office, clear? Not even a single sheet. We'll just have to make a copy.
Don't worry, that's the plan.
It appears to reassure her, a nod, then shortly she gestures for me to follow. Passing the sea of cubicles, I can't help but take in everything in her office. A force of habit for the most part. As far as I know, BRC and Luxborn used to own this whole building. Offices and several floors once upon a time when the real estate is still a lucrative business for the company in this side of the country. Then competition showed up and suddenly everything's not so good anymore. It only got worse as the years went by, or so according to the rumors. Now the branch is just as floored, despite what the huge sign on the building's facade says, and frankly, it's not too hard to believe when one looks at the state of this room right now. Hey, Inferno, what's up? How's it going? Hello, hello. Welcome for joining. We're just playing a bit of... We're just doing some visual novel club, playing more of the letter. How are you? A number of desks have been cleared out. Personal mementos are scarce as if employees have gone on exodus. That'll be the downsizing. Probably. Still worrisome, though. I'm doing chill. Oh, fuck yeah. That's what we love to see. Just chilling, just vibing out. Thanks for chilling in here. I greatly appreciate it. Of course, I shake away all of this when Isabella starts handing me the papers she's been looking through. Focus, Frey. There's no point in whining or dwelling on it any longer. That's why we're here in the first place, to find out what the real deal is, the old-fashioned way. Isabella's presence is a whole other blessing, too. I couldn't imagine how long this would take if I pushed going in here alone.
Is this everything? Where are the documents you mentioned?
Still locked up in the records room. Do you need them now?
Bring them here. Everything that has to do with the mansion's sale. Even those who worked on it during the renovations. The cleanup. Everything. Including your mandatory sign-in sheets.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, my puppies are chilling too, thankfully. Yeah, one of them fucking goes under the bed sheets when she's tired. So my bed is a complete mess because of her. It's an odd thing to bring up, but at least it elicits a laugh from her before she heads to the records room. Cats are cool, but they fuck shit up. Yeah, so I have heard from Kitty Biscuit. So I have fucking heard. Ha! Yep, sounds like a cat, alright. She remembers. And no matter how weak the sound of it is from her usual ones, it's a welcome thing to hear. It reminds me that the Isabella I know is still in there. She returns minute later with a thick stack of folders and binders. Wow, that is indeed a thick stack of folders and binders. For the next half of the hour, we work in complete silence while we dig into everything compiled into the folders. Not an easy task considering how thick the whole thing is, but there's two of us. In fact, Isabella does most of the work, sorting the contracts, the employee list, the stuff we won't need in the neat pile. Just the files for restoration alone makes up a stack of papers that's about an inch thick. Third-party service providers hired by masonry, radiators, woodworking, plasterwork, slate roofing, and a whole bunch of other things are well documented. Hell, every single contractor who worked on the project were listed individually, even if they were just there to do the plumbing. It's a high-profile and high-cost estate, alright. But with that scope comes loopholes, means plenty of room to hide something in it if there's something fishy going on. All I have to do is find a pattern, and it doesn't take long. Upon closer glance, despite the original owners shouldering the renovation cost, it'll be surprising if they manage to break even on the Ermengarde mansion. What with the additional expenses for the open house, the commission for their agents, and other overhead fees. At one point, the negotiations get listed under BRC's name almost broke down too, some disagreement about the listing price. The owners wanted to be rid of it as quickly as possible while keeping the worth at a profitable level. BRC was insisting on a higher amount, double what the appraiser suggested. This, plus the rumor that their branch is closing, BRC Luxborn really is in the red, and the sale of the mansion could have easily been a desperate move to keep the branch afloat.
No wonder the final sale happened as fast as it did. Did you know about this?
No, they took it off our hands after I submitted the final documents for the sale. I didn't even know until I read this. I'm not sure if Rose did. I've only been given the key to the records room after she... Anyway, my point is, they've kept all the files from me. Rose was the one who compiled everything from our side. And even then, she was probably not aware of this.
Okay, a host working, I didn't know if it actually went right. Congrats on that.
There's only so much they let us know.
Man, technology sucks. Why can't technology just work all the time? Why there gotta be tech issues?
After that, they just told us to wait for our commission, and that the legal team would handle the rest. The rumors are true, huh?
Seems so.
Sheesh. This place is just unlucky, going bankrupt while the rest of this crap is happening. But this isn't what we're looking for. What we need is the who. The people, aside from Isabella and Cooper, involved in this business with the mansion, and the how they are now. We can't do much with the outside contractors, they won't be on file. The employee list, on the other hand, even with 2 people working through the pile, the whole task still takes quite a while. It's a quarter of an hour later when we put down the papers to the side and move on to the client upon Isabella's insistence. For that, the sign-in form to be open house comes in handy. Something that gives me a laugh when I spy the fake name I wrote on the sheets.
Why'd I even pick this name? It sounds so lame.
What name?
Nothing important. Just focus on those papers you have.
Beatrice
We need to finish
Wilde,
this soon,
Madeline
before
Williams,
Seb suspects anything.
Lauren Stiles, Marcy Tai, Charles Lesenyas, Ash Lee. Oh my god. That's funny. That's probably in reference to the time that he dressed up in fucking secondary school, whatever him and Rebecca are talking about. She snatches the paper away from me before the thought of hiding it occurs to me. Not that there's much secret in it. Isabella found me that afternoon anyway, but still.
Ash Lee?
I've been careless that day, tailing Luke Wright without confirming where they were headed off to. While the butler's terribly efficient in keeping the Wrights engagements from the public eye, there are other ways, if only I'd given it the time of my day. In retrospect, I've been too eager, too impatient to find something that'll crack the case and be done with it. Maybe my failure goes as far back as the day of the open house, not during the party last night.
Yeah, well, I was pressed for time.
Seriously? Ash Lee? Were you even trying?
Oh, come on. You didn't even notice I was the one who wrote it down.
Of course I wouldn't. Only an idiot would use his real name.
It worked, though. Admit it. It's genius. Who would have thought, huh?
She responds with a roll of her eyes and drops the matter entirely by shoving the paper back into my hands. What is his last name again? Actually, though? Ashton Ashfrey. Yeah, that's right, Frey. We lapse back to our respective tasks afterwards, wordlessly skimming through everything. Read, set aside, get another one. Looking back at the sign-in sheet, I spot Luke Wright and Hannah Wright listed up top. Not that I don't know about them already, of course, but scanning through the list, a name immediately comes to my attention.
Madeline Williams.
Something wrong?
Nah, don't worry about it, Senta. Just talking about the story. Feel free to doze off, though.
Huh? No, just that I remember this girl listed here.
She frowns, moves her seat closer, and takes careful to read the sheet. There's a long moment before she speaks up again, but from the way she tenses, she appears to be expecting the worst already.
What about her?
She was with me, in the group following Cooper, when we toured the upstairs part of the mansion, I mean. Rather loud one, especially when we took a peek into the attic. Kept talking about the ghost stories the whole tour.
Then, do you? Do you think she's...
She was reported missing 3 days after.
There was a ruckus at the precinct the day her family filed it. Threats were naturally given at the lack of progress days later, desperate ones. I bonked you, bedtime for you. Don't worry about it, Senta. You were pretty active today. What do you mean lurking? Go right ahead. You've earned the right to lurk. I don't mind. Thanks for hanging out, though. Sleep a little too much. Sleep too little or too much. I absolutely feel that. Her family's willing to shell out all the cash they had just to find her to no avail, unfortunately. Officer Benjamin has been in a bad mood ever since she spoke with them, but what can he do? Bonk! Oh, dude, hell yeah, you busting out the bonk emotes? Where? Hey, Jeff fixed his emo. Bonk. Bonk! What can we do? He's tired. We're all tired. Good night, Senta. Take care. There's only so much we're able to do with everything that's been shoved in our hands
She
recently.
still hasn't been found. It's already been a week.
Isabella makes no further comment aside from a nod. Instead, she sits back on her chair with the distant look in her eyes, her hands balling to a fist as she struggles with her frustration? Or maybe it's anger. But the moment doesn't last too long. Soon, her grip loosens as she folds her hands back on her lap. Her expression, however, it's one I've seen too many times in the mirror. What does one say to a person burdened not by one loss, but many, who carries it in her shoulders like a badge of shame? I've yet to find the answer to that myself. Until then, the only way forward is to press on, see where our attempts at fixing our mistakes might lead us. And despite my own doubts, a glimpse of that look on her face is enough reason for me. I can't just give up. There's too much at stake, too much to lose. With a renewed focus, I continue. On the third and last sheet, I spot another one. Beatrice Wilde. One I recall from the newspaper obituaries. Died of a heart attack. A letter of correspondence expressing condolences to her family confirms as much in her files. Passed away at age 74 in her sleep.
She's at that age. It certainly could have been a natural death.
Right? I'd like to believe so. But 3 more letters turn up when I rummage through the stack, and it leaves nothing more than foreboding feeling in me. They're all addressed to families of clients who have passed away in the past week. Regardless, these go to the pile of things worth looking into after our visit here, along with William's info sheet. There's just so many names, so many faces, each one I've seen that day, and here I am, wondering if they're all alright. It isn't a selfless thought that brings the question to mind, rather it's the logic that if more of them are still alive, the more people I can choose to question. Nothing's concrete yet, of course. These are just speculations, but we're making progress. Once done with the sign-in sheet, I stash it along the growing pile to my left, and pull out as many of the other documents Isabella has prepared for me. We're working through the employee list now, those who have been assigned to the mansion. Because if Isabella was to be believed, if what she's seen and what happened to Rose Cooper is because of that letter, I need to know everyone who possibly read it aside from the 3 of us. If they've been noticing strange things too, for all I know, these might have just been terrible coincidences. Although the thought of that starts to diminish as we dig into BRC's company files. 15 minutes later, the stack close to my elbow has risen from 5 to 21 different dossiers. Clients and employees, documentation, people have either visited the open house or worked on the property in some capacity since the letter's discovery. Turns out there were 2 more employees who handled the mansion directly, aside from Cooper and Isabella. Christian Sy, the realty specialist, and Mark Julius Jean-Marie, the estate appraiser.
This C guy, he was in custody just the other day.
Really? Sir John has been looking for him. He stopped reporting to work a few weeks ago. Are you sure it's the same person?
Yep, this is him. Folks at the precinct said they went to his house after a noise complaint. They found him just acting all crazy. Had to take him in when he started getting violent. He kept screaming about a woman.
Immediately, she stiffens. I don't want to bring it up or imply the connection to Isabella's story, but that is exactly what happened.
It was driving the guards mad, but he didn't last too long in there. A few hours in, and he just started bashing his own head against the wall, and, well, it was messy, to say the least.
Oh no, we had no idea. Is he okay? HR just marked him as AWOL because none of their calls would get through.
You tell me they arrested this guy, he tried to kill himself in his cell, and you didn't contact his, employer or anyone?
He's in the hospital right now. I heard they're putting him into a psychiatric ward as soon as he recovers. He's still a bit unstable.
Jean-Marie, on the other hand. His employee file notes his date of leaving and even when his final payment had been given. Along with it, there's a letter to his family about the appraiser being found dead in the office. Communications is hush-hush. There's mention of compensation if they don't talk about it to the media. Inspector Abigail has often scolded me for not reading the reports on a regular basis, but I try to keep up to date as much as I can. When I do, I make sure I'm aware of the gist of what's going on in my city. This never reached the police's ears or the health and safety executive.
Do you know about this guy?
One glance at her says everything. They've hidden it from the media. They've kept it from the police. It's not surprising that'll also be a secret from someone of Isabella's position in this company. Fuck.
Rose was looking for him last week. we haven't heard anything from him either. Until now. They never mentioned this to us.
Business going under and someone dies while working here? Of course they want to keep that quiet. It's bad publicity. This whole thing is just getting freakier by the minute. Nevertheless, I had the files for Isabella to make a
The
copy
pages
of.
with their names, addresses, and contact numbers will do. We'll start with the ones who live within the city.
Sometimes there are things you really can't brush off as mere coincidence. In my line of work, once a pattern pops up, it's only right to be suspicious. Especially the thing with Sai. It hits too close to the stuff my own friends have been telling me.
All of this?
It's considerably thinner than the one she brought in, yet somehow the way she hugs the folders close to her makes it seem heavier. Like she's hanging onto it in some manner one will latch onto a lifeline.
Only the noteworthy ones.
And those might still be alive, might. She doesn't need to know
We
that.
can't check the outside contractors, but the guys with the direct connection to BRC and the people who attended the open house should be enough. We don't have time to see how everyone's doing, especially if what you said is true.
For a second, she appears about to argue, then quickly decides against it and hides away before anyone reads a question in her face. Hey, that would be... Thank you. Holy shit, what did you buy? Ah, my model broke. I was just picking up food. My aunt ordered food for herself using my card and got me food. Wow, this is a fucking... Oh, this is a big package. Wow, what kind of chicken is in there? Oh, some big fucking chicken. Ooh, what is this sauce? Ooh, hoo, hoo, what is this sauce? Why is it that color? Why are you orange? Oh, well, I'll take it. Hopefully it's good. I like this big paper bag came in. Hey, I'm back! Look at that! Hey! I saved $5.99 on my order. Huh, would you look at that? Whoa! That cost me how much? What is the sauce? I don't know what the sauce is. My aunt was like, hey, can I order food on your Postmates? Here's $20. I'm like, sure. I'm like, you know, hey, I'm like, yeah, get me something while you're at it. And she was like, okay. And then I guess she had ordered like chicken tenders and fries. This is a big fucking package. Oh, there's a chicken wrap actually. Oh, it's a whole sandwich. Oh, that looks fucking good. Oh my god, those fries are thick. Oh, woo, foods for the snack. Let's see. I'm gonna check. Ah, Kitty Biscuits is in here. I can eat. She's got this thing. I forget the term. It starts with an M, but she can't stand the sound of people eating. So, I get really like. I can't eat on my own streams just because I'm very aware of this. So I try to, you know. I try to compensate, but I will eat one fry. What's the word I'm looking for? I try to be considerate to other people who might also have that like condition. Cause I didn't know what she was gonna order. She just really wanted food. I'm like, yeah, go for it. I'm like, ah, fuck it, give me something. And this looks good. That is one tasty looking chicken. That looks very good. Them fries are thick. They taste pretty good too. They got nice seasoning. Honestly, I was probably gonna wrap up after we finish this scene. So hey, I get a little snack for myself. It looks like it's gonna be messy, so I'm definitely not eating on stream. Then in a too abrupt motion, she turns toward the copier and gets to work. Soon, only the machine's constant thrum fills the air around us, while I keep myself busy cleaning up the mess we've made. The lack of talk is awkward, to put it mildly. Disturbing at worst. Munch on the fry. I did munch on the fry. Only one fry. I don't even read the journal entries. I just kind of click at them and look at the little pretty art. She's so cute in that. It's fucking adorable. I like with her hair down. Ugh. Kind of tired, kind of bitchy, short hair. I'd love to see it. Ugh, my type. Oh, damn. Hey, happy divorce, Hana. Oh, that's today? Oh, yeah, she asked for a break. Oh, congrats. I'm so happy for you. Oh, boo. It's just a folder. Wait, hold on. Actually, fuck. I'm not scrolling all the way. Well, God, a lot happened on the 29th. I've gotten so used to just letting her babble away whenever it's just the two of us. I could tell, however, she wants to do more. She wants to fix this mess herself. And that desire makes her antsy. But at the same time, she's learning how not to be impulsive or stubborn, exactly as I've told her yesterday before agreeing to any of this. Or maybe these so-called changes have always been with her. Dire situations have always pushed people to change after all. Although seeing this happen in front of me only makes it difficult to find proper things to say. In an atmosphere this tends to charge what's left for us to talk about. Certainly not the news. What's worse is when you only realize all of this in hindsight right after you've already ran your mouth
You
off.
know, for a house your company seems to be in a hurry to sell, they still made quite a fortune out of it. Look at this. 1, 2, 3.
All I did was sip tea. Fuck.
6.
Okay. Is that... Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna bug out. Cool. Really? That's what breaks me? Ah, we're so close to the end. Not the end of the game. No, no. Far from it. Just the end of the stream. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna look like a fucking... Oh, no, wow. Hey, the camera kicked in real fast on that. Fuck yeah. I'd have to give that like a good 6 minutes like I normally do with V-Face. Certainly take... Hey! There we go, there I am.
Are you sure they're planning to give your entire share for this? This isn't a small amount, especially given the usual cut. And their accounting department isn't in the greatest shape either.
Even if they don't. Even if they don't, it's not like someone still needs it.
And there's the reason why people don't let me talk. Silence once again descends throughout the room, denser compared to the ones we've shared tonight. And behind me, I can still hear her movements, sharp and precise, while she feeds the originals to the machine. Bug snack. I don't know what's up with me. Oh, oop, I didn't read that. Then, with one last click, all of it stops. Her feet shuffles lightly against the floor when she moves away. Something creaks softly, probably the table, as she settles her weight against the side. By this time, an apology is already at the tip of my tongue, but...
Belle, I'm...
Papa's gone, Ash.
Oh! She finally says it. Within those scant few seconds, everything between us shifts as the gravity of her words sinks in. Right then and there, something harsh and immovable rises between us. Death is something I'm familiar with, almost 10 years in the police force, and it's not impossible not to be acquainted with it. But this is different from those dead bodies we examined in forensics. A far cry from the victims we found on bad investigations. Those I could easily distance myself from. No emotional attachments, no need for pretenses. Yet somehow I still find myself grasping at things to tell her. Any words to comfort that dull the pain. Because even without looking at her, her grief feels palpable enough. Her pain, an immutable weight hanging over us. So gently I offer.
When?
Huh? When what?
Your dad. I mean, when did you find out?
She doesn't answer. Not immediately, anyway. For a long moment, the hush simply stretches out before us, spanning across the seconds we let pass while we both simply stand there, waiting. Eventually, she exhales, lightly muted enough that I might have missed it, had I not been paying attention to her every moment.
Yesterday, around 3 in the afternoon there, Mama called. She told me he passed away in his sleep, and I guess I can take comfort in that, huh? But Papa wasn't in any pain when...
She trails off, releases another ragged breath hidden underneath her chuckles, each one's mirthless, heavy with nothing but sorrow. Then she falters into silence, and for all my attempts at lightening her burden, I'm suddenly at a loss. Reassurances can only do so much with her only reason for staying here as suddenly being taken away from her. A hope yanked from under her feet right after it was generously given. And without that, without the one person who pushes her to endure, all of the shit we're going through, she's going through, means nothing but a struggle. What does one say to a person fraying at the edges, slowly wearing thin and breaking? Are words even enough? What right do I have anyway? I can't give her anything apart from lies that change me as a person, and affections she may or may not even want for herself. Because no matter how easy she's wormed herself into our lives, how immutable her presence has become, her own heart will always yearn for something else. For home.
Tell me about him.
Huh? About what?
Your dad. Tell me about him. Anything. Just talk. Say anything you want. Doesn't matter what it is. I'll listen.
Oof, the italics on I'll listen. Silence again, as if she's testing the weight of my question. For what purpose it is. A reason even I can't say right now. I know, right? Like, I'm getting a little teary-eyed at this scene. I feel really bad for her. After a while, though, she starts, reluctantly, her voice hitching, faltering, and stumbling on each syllable as she chooses her words. A rough start, but soon it steadies. And along with it, to keep the company, the stories from childhood and memories she's fond of are the tears. Despite this, in spite of the grief choking her words off, the hurt closing her throat, and the sobs racking her lithe form, she continues, like the mere act of speaking is relief in itself. A release. And she tells me of her father, the very person who named her, how she looked up to him, how she was a bit of a tomboy growing up in her attempts to imitate him, and how the man encouraged her to pursue what she really wanted, and perhaps even the only thing she ever did for herself, having grown up not wanting anything more than food to put on their tables.
He told me I don't have to listen to them, that I can do what I want. Every day, he'd wake up at 4, Ash, because he'd earn more that way. And every time, every single time, he'd give them to me. Whatever extra he earned, he'd hand them all, so that I'd have something to use for my paintings. And you know what? Back home, just a good tube of paint costs almost as much as what we spend for food the whole day. But he'd always set something aside. Told me he wanted to see my paintings in a museum one day.
She pours all of it out, every little thing she loved and admired about him. Like this, it's easy to see why she's gone to such great lengths for him, why she abandoned her dreams, why she went against his wishes, just to grant him another chance at life. Others will say it's her warmth that draws people to her, or her cheer. Neither are wrong, but neither's the whole truth to her either. Because those who never bother to look beyond the surface will never see it. See her. See someone earnest, someone who always meant well despite her underlying stubbornness. This is how she loves. Warm, steadfast, unflinching. You never meet people like her, not in my line of work, not with the kind of people I've had to deal with. Always with something to hide, always with something to lie about. Eventually, when you run across too many of them, you change, and you become like them. In many ways, for a lot of reasons, she's the kind of person I want to be around. Who made me feel I am still worth something.
He didn't want me to leave. Begged that I should finish my studies first. In the end, I couldn't even grant him that one request. I'm a terrible daughter, aren't I?
You're not.
Huh?
You're not. I can't speak for your dad. I haven't even met the man. But I know you're not.
I'm not entirely sure where I'm going with this. The remark just came out, and now I'm stringing all of these together as I go. But one thing is certain, none of what I'm about to say is a lie.
The Isabella I know is a total klutz, but I've never seen anyone work as hard as she does. She's the type who wears her heart on her sleeve. Though it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's always in the right place. She's intimidated by a lot of stuff, but she knows how to appreciate the smallest things in life. Frankly, you've caused us no small amount of trouble since you barged into our lives. But when I'm with you, all of my worries seem trivial.
Heat's already crept up my face when the turn when the turn this whole thing is about to take registers. Before I blurt out the rest of it, declare feelings I'm not even ready to reveal to anyone, much less to her, my hand comes up to smother the rest of it. Though embarrassment quickly takes the reins before I can completely clamp my mouth shut.
And I'm pretty sure Zach and Becca think the same way. You have a nasty way of growing on people like that, and you know what? We got everything we needed in here. I'll just wipe the security recordings and we're good to go. While I'm at it, you better wipe the snot off your face. And you don't look very nice when you're balding like that.
How very in character of you to ruin the moment like that, Ashton. Very in character. Congrats. You're an idiot. Hastily, I gather everything. The personal files, client documents, sales, agreements, and contracts. Anything my hands could reach. In record time, all of it's been stacked in a neat pile, ready for storage. I'm heading for the records room, not a few seconds later. Holy shit, so much happened today. Wherever that is. It should be an easy find unless this place is a maze of some sort, which I highly doubt. Still, beats staying here and seeing the look on her face. Congrats, Mr. Bastard, you didn't do it. You're a scaredy cat, as you've been calling her this entire time. You are the cowards. She's facing ghosts and monsters and financial instability, and your problem is, I have feelings. Crap. You played yourself, ass ton. Really? Her anger's still bearable. I can take that, including the glower she sends my way.
So, yeah, I'll go get the security videos and put these back where you pulled them from. Man, these are heavy, you know?
Stop talking, stop talking.
Ash, it's just paper. You don't even know where I...
Oh, no, I can handle this. Easy as pie. And, yeah, security cams, tapes, videos.
Yeah, but he's only making it more awkward and obvious where he was headed. Everything he was saying was perfectly fine and still within the realm of good friends. Like, don't do it, but then don't dig a hole and then cover it up with just a leaf.
Yeah, I'm off.
Oh, you socially awkward fool. Her rejection at this point? Maybe. Maybe not yet? Getting the files back into BRC's archive room is a cinch. With the documents back in their proper places, I lock the door behind me, tugging it twice just to make sure. Now, on to the next order of business. Removing the evidence of our little excursion here, or at the very least, the parts showing what we've been doing the entire past hour. Can't have our faces plastered on security footage, showing us breaking into the law, as it were. I'm gonna have to wipe the data for Isabella's card entries, too. Surprisingly, finding their security room proves a breeze. What'll be tricky is getting inside. The fact that no one has walked out during the whole time we've been here means the room is either empty or their security is sound asleep. I'm banking more on the former. If they're cutting corners and firing agents, I have no doubt they fired the guy stationed here. They have anyone watching the monitors in the first place. It's a rather common thing for establishments. Just leave security recording indefinitely and only check the footage if something actually happens. Just to check, I press my ears against the door, listen for a sign of anyone occupying the room. After a long minute and nothing, I give the knob a few rattles.
Standard lock and key. Should be easy enough to pick.
We have lock pits set, but those are only to be used if necessary, and with the search warrant. Even then, it's a skill set rarely needed. Subtlety isn't on the cops' priority if they have authority to search the premises. Bolt cutters and brute force are often favored methods. If those fail, we call a locksmith. Me, I prefer the good old hairpin trick when those options aren't available. Besides, they're easy to hide and store for emergencies. Running my hand through my hair, I pull a pair of bobby pins. Two of these, and I can just open about any standard lock. One makes a lever and the other makes a handle. I won't call it a complex skill, but it certainly takes time and a lot of practice to successfully pick a lock. Good thing I practiced them for a bit in my college years. I learned more when they're accessible and standard issue for law enforcement officers. A wiggle here, a click there, and I managed to seize all the pins and the locking mechanism soon enough. With the slight turn of the knob, the security room's ripe for the picking. Ooh, don't like this. The room's odor hits me first, a sharp, nauseating stench, as if someone accidentally spilled a gallon of bleach in the room. When was the last time they opened this place?
Ugh, this place smells awful. Jesus, it's worse than the forensics lab on a bad day.
This is probably because of a badly botched effort to clean the place up. Even if dark, I can spy dark stains on the walls. I really don't have the time to play. Is this ketchup or soda right now? But I have this strange gut feeling who the mess might belong to. As expected, no security personnel mans the offices, CCTV controls, and the standalone DVR setup is open for anyone. Normally, I'd have a heap of things to say about this sloppy security setup, but right now, their negligence makes this task a hell of a lot easier.
No fuss, no muss.
The next one should be the access card data. Hopefully getting to their computer won't be too much of a hassle. Everything up to now has been smooth sailing. There have been hiccups, I'll give it that, though it does nothing to dampen the good mood I'm in. Once I shift my attention to the machine sitting next to the DVR setup, all of it swiftly evaporates. I'm no computer buff, but I can definitely recognize one or more than a decade old. Simply looking at it makes me feel younger. With a heavy sigh, I power it up and mentally prepare myself for a slow slug. Slow, apparently, remains an understatement here. It takes a whole 3 minutes for the thing to start up. The OS hasn't even started loading, and in my boredom, I start inspecting the live feeds from the cams. Only two works. One from the outside, everything seems to be ordered there, and the other for the main workspace where it's a fleeting glimpse, a cursory glance, but the sight of it stops me. The image is a bit blurry, but standing there, right in the middle of the room by one of the cubicles, I can make out the form of a...
What the hell is...
Oh, ew, it's moving. I don't like that. I don't get too far into the line of thought. Not a few seconds after my words have slipped out, without any sort of warning while I'm still trying to make sense of what it is. The figure moves. A moment of paralysis hits me when she stops right in front of the camera. Like a damn rookie, I got still in the face of danger. I definitely haven't been trained to handle the supernatural. And this is one, isn't it? And... oh fuck. Her eyes bore into me. The malice in them piercing. Even beyond the screen, it's enough to make me go numb. Only the mug crashing to the floor where my hand accidentally takes a swipe at it snaps me out of the trance, reminding me that I'm not the only one here. I just sipped tea! Isabella. Hey, god damn it. Fine, okay, give me a minute, I know. We were getting to a good scene too, and it broke! That's fine, gives me a chance to sip my tea. Cause my throat was getting... wait, I thought I turned that off! Oh god, oh fuck, I turned alerts off! Oh jeez, oh fuck, oh god, oh no. Okay. That's fine, we're Gucci. Isabella! It seems she hasn't noticed anything yet. Am I the only one seeing this? In any case, whatever's happening, I have to get around. And gathering my wits, I quickly reach for my phone. It takes all but 2 seconds before she answers, but there's no time for relief.
Ashton? Did you really have to call? We're practically on the same floor.
Get out of there.
What? What are you...
Out. Get out. I'll meet you in the elevator. Just
You're creeping me out, Ash.
Just get yourself out of that place, now!
Without second thought, I back away from the controls from the room, ready to be done with this place. But before my foot even moves, she disappears.
Son of a...
Whoa! I knew that was gonna happen. Instinct instantly takes over. My hand quickly reaches for the gun at my side. Only to meet empty air. A mistake that cost me a few precious seconds, while the paperwork I brought with me threatens to scatter everywhere at the same time. Gathering everything in myself once more, with no weapons to protect myself, my sense of self-preservation kicks in the next, and I lunge towards the door. I sprint across the office without daring to look back. Isabella's already waiting in front of the elevators by the time I make it out of their office. Worry creases her eyebrows upon glancing at me, but I don't have time to answer the question in her eyes. As soon as I reach her, I grab her arm, practically throw the two of us into the open elevator, and slam the button up towards the ground floor. Ew, bad breath. Yeah, personal space, please. sigh of relief escapes from me when the elevator starts its descent. The clicking noise fades off into the distance. I swear it's gonna open, she's gonna be there again. Beside me, Isabella shifts, moving the stack of papers onto her arm while she takes in my appearance. Concerns in her eyes, though all I offer her is a small gesture of my hand while I attempt to compose myself. Breathe. In. Out.
Why are we in such a hurry?
We need to get out of this place. Did you get everything?
Holy shit, he's fucking terrified expression is... Ooh, he is terrified.
Yeah, it's all here. But really, you don't look too good. What's wrong, Ash?
I'll be fine. Just, I was in the security room. From the monitors, there was a fucking...
The rest of what I'm about to say dies on my tongue when the elevator stops and the doors open too. There's a moment's pause while we both take in our surroundings. Confusion's understandably there.
Oh, come on! They should just replace this whole thing.
No, I'm quite sure I pressed for the ground floor.
Right? But it's just as Isabella said. The elevator always did have problems when I visited in the past. Often she becomes so angry whenever we try to get to her floor, she'll have to repeatedly smash the button for an elevator to even move. That was always good for a laugh. I wasn't too worried then. Now? Here she comes. I want to turn off my lights too, just to really set the mood. From the distance beyond the light's reach, the noises reach in my ears, along with the rapid pounding in my chest. Isabella stiffens and her eyes grow wide at the sound. Gingerly, she reaches up to grab the hem of my sleeve and grips it, hard, tight enough for her fingernails to dig through. Her eyes search wildly for the source of the sound, while I stand protectively in front of her.
Ash, did you hear that?
Anyone there? I can hear you moving from here.
Stop trying to act cool.
Show yourself.
No, you don't want that. You don't want that. No response. No response. Only the soft sound of something. Scurrying around the floor and the walls in slow, deliberate movements, faint, though still audible enough in this hush, until it stops. A moment.
We need to go, Ash. We have to.
And then... This time I'm certain it is my imagination. Against my trading, my whole body freezes. Hands still mid-press on the button, eyes growing wide, while waiting for any sort of movement from further back, and ears strained for the source of the sound. I can't even offer Isabella any reassurances. Much as I hate to admit it, dread seeped into every nerve in my body. The blasted elevator door still won't work!
This isn't in my fucking training manual!
Okay, that's a really good line.
Ash, we need to leave. I know that sound. Ash, please, get the elevator!
Another series of shuffling against the ground, a laughter, and all of a sudden, she's just there. Like a twisted spider, she stares at us, a look of hunger in her eyes and venom in the twisted manner she smiles. A glee. She's well earned when we're damn flies have been dropped right onto the spider's web.
Ashton!
Damn it! Damn it!
Without warning, she moves, mocking me with each unhurried crawl she takes, knowing I'm at her mercy.
Fucking hell!
Ashton, the door! The door!
Our lives are in the hands of a crummy elevator, literally hanging between life and death. We're not going to die here. Not in a damn elevator. Oh god! Wait, what? Press Q, escape, press, what? 6, oh god, fuck, 8, 2, 1, 4, 5, oh god, 5, 1, 3, 8, 2, fuck, I'm dead. I did, okay. My numlock wasn't working, so I have to use the long one. Yep, okay. 6, 7, 3, 4, 5, I never use this. I never use these keys up here, fuck. 5, 6, 3, fuck! 7, 1, 5, 2, 3, oh my god. 9, 6, almost nice. 8, 5, 1, ah no, I'm dead again! 5, oh shit. We dead. Okay, yep, 9, 3, 2, 7, 4, 5, 6, 8, 4, 9, 7, 1, 3, 2, 4, please, for the love of God, 9, 3, 7, 6, fuck! Okay, I pressed tab. I skipped it. I'm sorry. I'm bad at this one. As if divine powers urged me, swearing up a storm in my head, the doors closed just as that thing looms near. Soon the elevator, the blasted thing, is headed up. Isabella's knees buckle in relief. In 2 ticks, she's hugging herself without any care for a mess of papers and folders she dropped on the floor in her panic. She draws in one ragged breath after another, each one brimming with nothing but relief. And this. This is the most I've been tired my whole damn life. Not during training, when my superior first asked me to drop 100, not after a stakeout, but after smashing a fucking elevator button repeatedly. I slump to the ground beside her, worn out, but I don't get myself relief again. Not until we're out of here. Isabella seems to be the same mindset as she looks at me. I still find myself sharing a shaky laugh with her.
We're okay. We're fine. Right?
Yeah, we're good. Alive.
Not really. I cheated, but okay.
Fuck, we should have taken the goddamn stairs.
Twice I've seen it. Thrice if I include the party. Unless I'm tripping balls without realizing it, there's no doubt in my mind this is actually happening. I don't want to believe it. But with the truth staring me in the face, it'll be stupidity to deny the reality of the matter. Okay, alright. We are out of there. We are safe. Everything is A-okay. God, a lot fucking happened today. And, okay, I dropped my phone. Oh, thank God. That is, alright, yep. I'm just gonna go ahead and switch on over to Club Discussions. Hey, alright, that. Fuck that ghost. Yup. Oh, that elevator section was fucking. Oh, god damn it. I don't. Oh, man. Holy shit. How long was I streaming today? This one felt much longer than a lot of the other. 5 hours. Been a good while. We got a lot done. We got a lot done today. Oof. I feel like we're already like halfway through, if not near the end of Ashton's chapters. It was rough, but damn, we did a lot. Yep. Ooh, god damn. Alright, that is... Wow. It was really slow, but for good reason. For really good fucking reason. It got slow for a little bit. These character chapters always fucking pick up near the end of a stream. It's unfortunate, but fuck. Okay. I am so excited to pick this up again. Finally, Ashton can no longer be a bitch and say there's no such thing as ghost. Because now he's seen it. Thrice. I am so looking forward to seeing where the story goes from here. We're getting so close to the ending. We are fucking getting there, and I cannot wait. I hope y'all, thank y'all so much for hanging out and enjoying another Visual Novel Club session. I hope y'all had a great time today. Hope y'all have an amazing night, day, afternoon, whatever it is. I hope y'all have a good one. What are we doing now that we don't have shitty Sonic the Hedgehog 2006? So, thank you for... Oh, where'd my OBS go? Thank you for bringing that up, because actually, tomorrow I'm going to have to delay the Dark Souls Uwu stream, because I had it set to 6:30, and now I got called earlier today at work. I got a call from work, so I got to go in tomorrow. Luckily, I don't have to go in it's only a short shift, so I can still stream tomorrow, but I'm going to have to push it to 7:30, 8:30, depending on how I'm feeling. But we're going to do Dark Souls 2 Uwu voice tomorrow. And we're not going to do all of Dark Souls 2, because it's my least favorite of those. But I just thought it'd make a good Uwu stream. Friday begins No More Heroes. We're going to fucking play No More Heroes on Friday. And we're going to start that. And then that's going to be the new game that we played through. So I hope y'all are fucking looking forward to that. I know I am, because, ooh, that theme. Oh, I fucking typed in all caps lock too. Let's play a bit of this. Ah, God, just those opening notes. I'm so excited. No More Heroes fan plays No More Heroes for the very first time. I always wanted this game on the Wii, but I could never find it at GameStop. And I never bought it because I was a wee baby, and I had no income. I'm so glad it got ported over to the Switch. I am a bit upset I don't get to play with the original, like, motion controls. I don't get to jack off my Beat Saber or Beam Katana to recharge it. But whatever. I feel like y'all are gonna have a good time with this. This game's dumb and goofy, and the action looks great. The mini games look kind of dumb and fun, but hell yeah. I'm so excited for this. But before I end it, let's just go ahead and put up... Yeah, let's... GeForce drivers ready. It appears Dreamy Etude is still streaming A Way Out. So let's send a raid her way. Let's return the favor. Finally, I'm ending a stream before Dreamy is, so I can send the raid her way. Hell yeah. Ooh, and gives me something to watch too while I eat. Let's fucking go. Y'all ready for this? Okay. Alright. Alright, what should the raid message be? Snack Garden raid? Hell yeah. Spooky Evil raid? Alright, evil. Y'all want evil? I don't know about evil. I like her. I think she's cool. We'll do Spooky Snack raid. Cause we just did a spooky raid. Alright, so go ahead and just copy and paste that a bunch. Hold on. Boom. Alright, y'all ready for this? You ready? Okay, because the timer's running out. The timer's running out. We gotta raid. We gotta raid now. Ready? I'm gonna hit the ending screen and let's fucking go.